Okay, we are now joined by one of the two open drivers who clinched their way into the Daytona 500 live on Sunday, 2:30, live on Fox. And that is Justin Allgaier. We'll go right to questions for Justin. We'll start over here to Jeff, then go to Zach, and then Tim. Oh, we'll start with Tim, and then we'll get a mic to Zach and Jeff.
Justin, Tim Packman, Heavy Sports. Pressure coming down this year, was it less because you did it last year? Was there a little more comfort level rolling into Daytona this year?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I thought there would be less stress, and I felt like for me the stress actually went up because I just think the expectation of last year, what we were able to accomplish, the effort that put in, and when you know something and you're able to do it once and you're able to kind of understand it, you feel like you're going to come back in a lot better capacity, and we did that. I mean, really, if you look at where we qualified, I think we ended up 14th. A great effort. I mean, that's a fantastic qualifying effort. You're just short of the top 10. So, we were all standing down there. We kind of cheered, which we knew there was still an opportunity to make the second round and all of us have to go. But, we just felt like there was so many good cars left and we kept seeing them not beat us. And then you sit there and start second guessing everything. But I think last year we made it so exciting on Thursday, and it was really cool and it was special. The moment was cool, but I feel like this year I can go through the duels and we can work on the car in a way different capacity that it allows us to go for the 500 and really feel like we're competing for a win and competing for a great position. So I think it's just different, but really proud of our team. I mean, great guys. This whole 40 team, they've put a lot of hours into making sure this car was fast, and obviously it's showing that way.
Go to Jeff.
You mentioned it a little bit, but see, you are ahead of LaJoy, so you think you're in initially, but then is there a moment where you're like, whoa, like we got to rerun, possibly, like let's hold off?
Well, we just told the 67 because the 67 cheered when they thought they were locked in, and I said, hey, wait a minute, you might have to run again. We might all be in the top 10. And I think it was more just the relief of knowing that we outqualified the 99 because for example, the 67 is in the top 10, right? He's 7th. So, that buffer of time was a half a tenth probably, or a little over half a tenth from Corey to myself. So, we knew that it was going to be extremely tight. But I think just beating the 99 and knowing that if they're in, we're in, and we have a shot at a second lap, I felt like what we saw in practice, our strength was going to be that second run, right? We knew that second run, we had a little more speed in practice. Some of these teams seem to flip-flop that. They were able to get that first lap to be a little faster. And so, I was confident that if we had to run a second time, we were still going to be in and fine. So, I think it's hard to contain that emotion. You sit out there and you watch car after car. And I said something, if you look at the draw, right, there's nothing worse than going out first and second and then sitting there until 25th, knowing that if you're up there, you got to wait on somebody to knock you off. And it came down to the last guy, right? And last year we missed qualifying in by 9 1,000ths. This year it's 4 1,000ths the other way. So, you can never take those moments for granted when, it's just a little bit of speed, and we definitely didn't do that tonight.
Zach.
Zach Sterniolo, NASCAR.com. Justin, far different emotional swing than last year was for you guys, but how do you handle that sort of, okay, kind of in, and then just battling that again? Yeah,
I mean, I think, last year was so different emotionally, and I think too, there's a lot of I think everybody in our group feels the want to go be better this year, right? Like last year, we wanted to get in. We wanted to make laps and get junior motorsports on the racetrack for the first time and do all these things, right? And we hit all those markers, and we finished in the top 10, and it was great. This year, I think everybody has the mindset of like, we've elevated our game. We've elevated our program. It's just like this guy right here is awesome. And everybody here at this racetrack loves him, right? There's nothing worse as a driver than feeling like you're going to let somebody down, right? And not doing your job in the best capacity that you can. And so I think that this year was just different. So when we got in that situation and we knew we might have to run again, I don't think it mattered. I think, you know, you sit down there and you, Greg said, I don't think I've ever cheered for people to beat me. I'm not okay with this. But at the end of the day, you know, to be as far up in the grid as we are, you know, we still got to run the duels, right? We still have to finish well. But I just felt like it was such a relief to get it done tonight and not have to worry about tomorrow.
And obviously, we're also joined by owner of Junior Motorsports, Dale Earnhardt Jr. We'll continue with questions. Zach, you have a follow?
For Dale, we were just talking about the swing of emotions on pit road after the 99 didn't beat you, but then you still had to wait out the top 10. What was that like from your perspective?
Well, you know, I really, you know, we got told how this process was going to work leading up to the race. I really thought it was a great idea. I know that it was very similar to what happened last year, but it just seemed like it was streamlined, a little cleaner, with the top two getting locked in, and then the rest of them racing through the duels. And so I really love that process, however it played out for us. So appreciate NASCAR kind of cleaning that up, making it easier to understand for everybody. And it was fun. You know, we got here today and we had some nerves, and I kept thinking, man, this is why it's fun, you know. And if it was all handed to you, it wouldn't be as much fun. And so coming down here nervous and scared and standing out there worried and wondering if you'd run a good enough lap, I mean, that really is the payoff to being in racing and motorsports. You know, it's anxiety and stuff, but it's really, really enjoyable because when it works out, it's such a great feeling. So just enjoyed the process, enjoyed everything about that out there. That was kind of neat, you know, wondering whether, damn, did we build too good a car? You know, I was worried about our speed compared to last year, and then we were joking about being too fast and being in the top 10 and having to rerun. But, no, it was great. Corey's, you know, hate it for Corey. He's going to think about everything he could have done differently to just get that tiny little bit, because the driver thinks that that's the difference is behind the wheel. And I know he's probably wishing he'd get another chance to run to do something different. But because you can, as a driver, make up a little bit of time and do things right. But, yeah, I think he'll have a good shot at it in the duel. And we'll go out there and see what we can learn the rest of the weekend. Just be a little. He's still got some nerves and anxieties to go through with Xfinity and all that good stuff for Sunday. So work's not over.
So we got a follow from Jeff, then we'll go Tim, and then Kelly.
I don't know if you guys have thought through what you want to do yet in the duel, but what's going to be the balance of protecting the race car versus going out and trying to learn something?
I want to race like hell, but I don't know if I get to make that choice. You know, Greg Ives has done such an incredible job, and so, you know, I think him and Justin will get together and they'll sort it out. And the plan that they have won't just be, I don't think, you know, it'll be a plan about the entire weekend, encompassing everything they need to do to put themselves in a position to win the Daytona 500. And so, you know, I'll likely have to buy into whatever that is at the end of the day.
For the record, I would love to have like a camera in the car to see his reactions, because I feel like last year I heard all the stories about how, you know, the nerves and wanting to race and wanting to back off.
Greg's in real trouble this year because I'm a winning crew chief now. It's the last time I was at the Daytona 500. So I'm gonna be over. I was over his shoulder last year, going, "You sure about that?" You know, everything he was trying to do, he's probably just wanting to swap me off the box. It's gonna be worse this year. So
I will.
Oh, I'm likely, yeah. I mean, I've got way more confidence now, right? You know, to get on the radio and mash the button and have.
I will say though, it is weird. So like, we are both excited we made it. Greg's down there going, man, I wish we'd have gone a little faster and I could have been going for the pole, right? Like, his mindset is so focused on winning and just
He's an engineer.
Yeah. So his plan for the week will be very all-encompassing to make sure that we have a shot at winning the race on Sunday. And I have no doubt that we got the good leadership that can do that.
I prefer not to. They're like Lamborghinis, right? Is that what Denny said? Yeah, I don't want to pay for any damage until Sunday. We'll wreck the hell out of it on Sunday trying to win, but let's try to keep it going fast and keep everything pointing in the right direction for Sunday.
Tim?
For Dale, were you, from last year to this year, what was your mindset like as a team? And yours as an owner, because a little bit of unknown, but not really because you've done this so much. But coming in last year, you accomplished it. Now this year, knowing you accomplished last year, like how was your focus change this year?
Still nervous about, wanting the same things, wanting everything just as badly. I think when you go through what we went through last year, it makes you, that was a blast. That was incredible, right?
Yeah.
And me and him, we've done so much together in racing, and that was a weekend. I mean, we ran ninth, but it was one I'll never forget. And we did that together, and everything I asked him to do, he's the one that had to go out there and make the shifts and get the car through the last couple laps in the duel. I mean, this guy had a ton on his shoulders. The entire company, he had everything on his shoulders, and brand new sponsor. It just I can't imagine. He does a good job hiding it before he gets in the car. But we had so much fun, and I'm like, man, yeah, I'd love to do that again, and as much as possible, every single weekend. So this is awesome. It's a great treat to be able to come and compete and race at the cup level and race at the biggest race of the year. It's great momentum around the sport, a lot of excitement and positivity, and I'm thankful that we're here for it.
We'll take 3 more. We'll go Kelly, John, and then in the back.
Kelly, CrandallRacer.com. So, Justin, going back to your earlier comments, it sounds like, am I getting it correct, that by locking in tonight, like this really, unlike last year, you guys can focus more on racing the Daytona 500 and seeing what you can accomplish?
Yeah, I think last year when we made our qualifying run, we kind of knew that inherently there were some things that, speed-wise, we needed a little bit. and when we got to the duels, it was really even more evident, right? And there's only so much you can do once you're at the racetrack, right? And Greg did a great job of making adjustments, and we worked on all the different things we could last year, but we just felt like we were a little bit off, and we fought like crazy to have the speed that we had. This year, we obviously feel like we have a lot more raw speed, and we're able to do that, and able to do what we did in qualifying, and we hope that translates to a fast race car in the race, but we won't know until that moment comes. But I think with what we went through last year and what we learned, and especially about the strategy and the fuel saving side of things and pit stops, and there were things that we were up against a kind of an uphill battle last year, that because it was the first time and because there was so much newness, that this year we can overcome that a lot easier. So yeah, I think we just naturally want more out of ourselves. We conquered last year. It was great. Got a top 10 out of it. But I think if you look at the way the race went, it ended probably better than it should have, right? Now it could go the exact opposite of that on Sunday, but I really feel like we've done all of our homework, and we put all the eggs in the basket of just being better. And to Dale's point, last year we had fun because it was stressful, but it was fun when it was over. And I think we have the opportunity to go out there and have a lot of fun again this year, but we're more willing to go out there and try to win the race than we were last year.
Is this the same core group? I mean, you and Greg are back, but is this the same core group that went through this last year?
For the most part, I would say about 80 to
80%.
Yeah, 80%. Yeah. We had a couple that aren't on the road anymore, different things like that. But for the most part, this is the same group of guys.
So is this an advantage of, as you said, last year the theme was we came, we saw, we just want to get in this race. It's such a big accomplishment. Is it an advantage, having gone through that, to come back now and say, well, we've been there, done that. We can focus on trying to go out, race, and potentially win the Daytona 500?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think that, the team that we have, we have kind of a hodgepodge. Guys that have never traveled before, guys that have been doing it for years and years and years, right? So we have this kind of eclectic group of racers. And, last year when we went through this, it was a different emotion for everybody. But everybody was like, I want to go back, right? Everybody put their hand up and like, hey, if we do this again, I want to come back. And, those same group of guys and girls that did it this week, they all had the same nerves. But yet they're like, we're ready. We're more prepared. We feel like it's better. The loading the truck was easier. We knew everything went. Just all the little detail stuff. When you don't know, kind of having unknowns like we did last year, it's hard to really fine tune and figure out where you need to really put yourself. So when you know what you're up against, these teams, the teams do every week. It's understated how detail oriented they are, and how hard it is to come in here and to do a one-off and to compete, because it's incredible. You watch them just get cars prepared for tech and get them through the line and get them onto the grid. these guys and gals that do this are no joke, and it's cool to watch them work. And our guys just having that one race last year made a huge difference in how 2026 went.
I would add on top of that, yeah, the other thing is that the engine shop at Hendrick Motorsports really, really delivered this year.
Unbelievable, yes.
Yeah, I mean, over what we had last year, I think it's leaps and bounds better, and that was a massive assist tonight for sure.
Go to John.
John Newby, Fanbuzz. So both of you guys have talked about the emotions of this, the stress, the fun that you're having, all those different things. Looking back at last year, your first year team owner, locking into the Daytona 500, Justin, your first driver for Junior Motorsports, qualified for Daytona 500. Is any of that diminished at all now that's the second year, or is it still just as cool as the first time?
I don't know how it would diminish it. I mean, I don't know. It's like winning your second race doesn't diminish the first one. Or trying to attempt your second race doesn't diminish the first one. I mean, this is, I would say this is like just having more dessert, man. We ate the whole course last year, and we just getting to go back for seconds at the dessert table and just have a little more, and feel like that we're in bonus time, if you will. This is for both of us in our lives, honestly. It's like we're getting a little extra that, we've already had pretty good careers together and on the racetrack and behind the wheel and all that. This is just like a part of the story that we didn't really know we was going to get to live. So it's pretty incredible.
I'll tell you one thing to add to that is, Chris Stapleton is somebody that it's hard to know what, when somebody's coming in like him that's had all this success in the music business and just what he's accomplished, right? And last year it was so cool. Like we had the rain, he stuck it out. He's like, man, I want to experience it all, right? And he hung out. And, as interesting as it is, like, I don't want to let them down, right? But I also, like Chris, you sit there and you're like, man, I don't know he knows the stress of it, right? I mean, he understands it, but like, I don't want to let him down. I don't want him to not have a car on the race on Sunday. And he texted me already. The moment that it come on TV that we were in, right? He texted me and was like, man, I can't wait to be there on Sunday. Those are the cool things that for me make what we're doing all worth it. Like as Dale said, this is never in my life that I expect to get back here to do what we're doing, especially not with Junior Motorsports, right? And when this came about last year, it was like, man, this is just amazing. And to do it again in the second year, it definitely has not diminished. It's a stress in a different way, but it has not diminished. And now we just got to go have fun and enjoy it because it's definitely worth it.
We'll finish up in the back.
Darren Stoltz with Swesh 2. Dale, you're kind of hitting on those same emotions, but, I mean, you've made your love for this track and this event so clear. But how has your relationship with everything here evolved or changed a little bit being an owner, coming back for a second time as an owner instead of a driver?
I think that it's, being able to look at the sport through so many different lenses is a real privilege. I always wanted to be a race car driver, and I thought I would be very fortunate and lucky to be able to have that and do that. I never thought about, I never considered I would have the opportunity to be in all the other roles and positions that I've had the chance to be in, even for a momentary single day, coming out here and giving the command or waving the green flag or whatever, right? So it's really, really cool to be able to see the sport through so many different viewpoints and get an appreciation for all of those roles, being a part of the media through the broadcast booth and seeing the hard work everybody does in this room and the hard work the TV compound does to put the show on. It's just really been neat. So, yeah, I told the folks that run the racetrack here over the years I'd do everything but sing the national anthem. So I don't know what's left. I don't know what's left. So, yeah, I don't know what's left.
Well, Justin, Dale, congratulations on this big achievement. Good luck tomorrow in the duel, and especially on Sunday's Daytona 500.
All right. Thank you, guys. Corey's going to get the pole.
Oh, yeah, really?
Yeah, he's P1 and like 6 guys ago.
Pretty incredible.
Yeah. You like it? I always try to get you on.
Alrighty, we are now joined by the second open driver to lock into the Daytona 500, and that is reigning NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series champion Corey Heim. If you have a question for Corey, please raise your hand. We'll get you a mic. We'll start up here to Holly and go to Zach.
Hi, Corey. Holly Kane with the NASCAR Wire Service. Not only did you make your first Daytona 500, you had a really strong qualifying run, and we're up top even in final qualifying. Could you just talk about what a strong showing this was? This wasn't a little, I think I'm going to get in. It was quite a show.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, going out first was, no one really knew kind of where we were going to wrap up. Compared to our practice qualifying times, we were pretty similar, maybe a little bit faster, but I knew it was going to be really close between I kind of thought it was going to be the 40 and the 99 based on looking at, the practice speeds and whatnot. So, just kind of nerve-wracking for sure, to say the least. But as soon as we knew that all cars would be out of the second round, except for us, that's kind of the final solidifying factor. I thought for a minute 3 of us were going to be in the final round and we're going to have to race it out. But no, just to, cap it all off, just so impressed and thankful for 2311 Racing and Toyota with coming here with an open car and a fourth team at 2311 to be able to do that is pretty impressive even for my eyes. I feel like that's a very big accomplishment for those guys, and just blessed to be a part of the team.
Zach
Sterniolo, NASCAR.com. Corey, what's this process been like to get to this point? Obviously, I would imagine anyway, that there's a lot of pressure knowing that you guys head down here with all of this effort, not being locked in to go through qualifying, get to that point. What has that process been like?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a lot of pressure. It's been stressful. I think just as a driver, you never can guarantee that you're going to lock it in qualifying. And looking back at last year, I kind of was able to see which teams were successful in the speedway qualifying side of things. Of course, it's 99% car, if not more, as far as where you qualify here. So just kind of looking back at the other teams and how they qualified, I was like, dang, like it's gonna be pretty tight, depending on how we unload. So definitely was stressful coming down here to lock myself in, but I just can't say enough about the piece we brought, and such a relief, off your shoulders to just go have some fun in the duels tomorrow. I'll try to learn and know that, even if I do make a mistake, it's not going to be a terminal mistake, So that's definitely a relief, and I'm looking forward to the race.
Go to Dustin.
Dustin Jayski. Corey, how do you play tomorrow now that you're locked in?
Yeah, it definitely switches my mindset a little bit. I think originally it was, of course, going to be if I wasn't locked in, we're going to go for it and race our tails off until the checkered flag falls. But I still feel like it's going to be important to do well. But I feel like our headspace is a little different. Not racing for stage points. I think some guys maybe want to capitalize on that, but of course that's not really anything we're prioritizing. So just go and learn, try to get used to the brake pedal. These cars are a little bit different coming to pit road. They ride a lot rougher, which kind of promotes wheel hop or lockup and stuff. So just kind of stuff like that, stuff I need to get used to as an inexperienced driver. But obviously don't want to tear the car up, but still going to go race for it.
Go to John.
John Newby Fan Buzz. I know that coming into qualifying for this race, like the hardest part is getting through the gears smoothly, getting up to speed. Did you have to put, I guess, extra emphasis on that leading up to this process, or how did you approach that to make sure that you just nailed it in both rounds?
I did, yeah. I had to tell myself like 10 times before qualifying to remind myself of the RPMs and when to shift and stuff. With the trucks, we have our RPM number, and like I've almost got it like integrated into my brain at this point. Like if I don't have to look at the dash, like I hear the RPM and I shift. That's just like it's so wired into me. But when you get into a new car, it tends to be different, and that's kind of the case, with qualifying here, and all the gears are different shift points, and it's very specific. So I was fortunate to practice it at 2311 on their sim and make sure I kind of had a decent idea. But sometimes when you strap in, you just forget that stuff. It's kind of instinct. So I have had to remind myself a couple times, but it seems like I got it decently good. So I'll take it.
Any more questions for Corey? We'll wrap up with Bob.
Bob Hawkers, Fox Sports. What was it like just thinking you're probably in, but you don't know if you're totally in, waiting for LaJoie to get kind of knocked out of the top 10?
Yeah, that was something that caught me off guard. Like I didn't realize, I mean, I guess I've just watched enough Daytona qualifyings and never seen 2 open cars, or 3 open cars rather, make the final round. So I was kind of taking my deep breath, and then one of my engineers come over and said, if all 3 guys make the final round, you got to race it out. I'm like, holy crap, here we go again. But obviously it worked out, and pretty impressive to see kind of the lineup that we had in the open cars this year. And it was definitely stressful kind of being in that field and being in that bunch, but just our Robin Hood Camry was really good today, so can't say enough about those guys.
And just, can you compare kind of you talked before just about, you didn't make the Chicago race, so can you kind of compare the agony of defeat versus the thrill of getting in?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to say that I had more to do with it than I probably did at the end of the day. I mean, kind of like I said earlier, it's just so dependent on the car that 2311, brings to the racetrack. And obviously they brought a really good one for me, and that's what helped me lock into the show. Whereas Chicago was, just a mess up on my part. So it's like apples to oranges, but at the end of the day, I mean, we're all a team, we're all one. And everyone, after that Chicago race really stuck behind me and understood that I'm a developing race car driver and I make those mistakes, and, work their tails off to bring me a great Daytona 500 car. And here we are locked into the show, starting, I think, 2nd row or 3rd row in the duel. So super cool feeling to just have that support, and, no one gave up on me after that race. And hopefully we can build off of this one and, go race on Sunday and go compete in some more after this.
We'll take one more adult.
Hey, Corey. Dalton Hawks with Front Stretch. I saw you, once you got out of the car, you were staring at the pylon, looking at the scoring pylon. When you see the 48 slower, the 5 car slower, at what point do you start picturing yourself with a Daytona 500 qualifying trophy?
Yeah, with the reverse order of the first round, I kind of knew that they were going to sneak up on us like that at the end. Just with the 8 was super fast. I mean, he was like I think 2/10 better than us, so I was pretty certain he was going to get us, and then everyone else was sort of a toss-up. But yeah, I mean, you never know. You could have got a gust of wind down the backstretch for those guys, and a good one for us, and who knows, But kind of never really started thinking about it until those last 3 guys, when I kind of had a feeling they were going to get us. But regardless, I mean, top 5 is awesome for our Robin Hood Camry guys. It's a great accomplishment to be able to come out here with an open car and qualify top 5, and hopefully we can get up there in the duels.
And I know you said that you weren't expecting top 5 speed, but how odd is it to start the day worried that you're going to make the Daytona 500 and end it next to that car thinking I might maybe even get the pole here?
Yeah, it's definitely, if you told me that at the beginning of the day, I'd be like, man, that's impressive. I had no intention of making the 2nd round. I mean, I had faith, but I just realistically looking at the last couple of races, it was like, okay, we're probably going to be in this area of the field, and we're hoping and praying that the other open cars are below us, but, and then even looking at practice speeds, I mean, coming down here, I was open to any avenue of, kind of where we're going to be speed wise, but even looking at practice speeds, I was like, man, it's going to be really tight. There's guys that were very evidently faster than a single car speed, but at the end of the day, you got to roll through tech. That's going to change things, and people are going to change their setups for qualifying and whatnot. So still had faith and still believe that we could make it in, and sure enough, we made it in by a mile. So that's a pretty cool feeling.
Well, congratulations again, Corey. Thank you for your time, and good luck tomorrow and on Sunday.
Thank you.
He gave me a hug. He was at Disney all day, and he gave me a hug, and then he instantly said, "Where's Kyle Busch? Did he win?"
Is he okay with the order?
Yeah, he's probably okay with it.
All right, we're now joined by one half of the front row for Sunday's Daytona 500, and that is P2, Chase Briscoe. If you have a question for Chase, please raise your hand, and we'll get you a mic. We'll start up here in the front.
Hey, Chase. I'm Chris Gollin here with NewsDaytonaBeach.com. So first of all, congratulations on the front row start. So with the dual race being something that is paying points in the new championship format this season, how do you balance wanting to prioritize getting points and the advantage that gives you with not wanting to do anything that could tear up your car before Sunday?
It's definitely a tougher balance than what it was last year. Last year, if you're one of those cars that, are confident that you're going to win a race throughout the season, not that you just throw away the duel, but you're not really worried about points, right? Where now, those 10 points could be a huge difference maker come at the end of the year. And, it's hard to sit here and talk about, points, the first 10 points, right? But those 10 points pay the same as the last 10 points. And that could be the difference maker in you obviously making the chase, but really the seedings and those bonus points that come along with the seedings. So, yeah, it'll be a tough balance, I think, tomorrow night of just trying to, manage your race and still try to run up front and get those points, but also not put yourself in a bad spot to where, you jeopardize your front row starting spot, because it is a big deal to still start in the front row. So, yeah, I'm assuming, even talking to James just very, very briefly, like the plan is to go race, unless it just drives terrible for whatever reason, and hopefully you can, stay out of the chaos.
Thanks, Chase.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions for Chase? Go to Bob, and then Zach.
Bob Hawkers, Fox Sports. Does winning Talladega give you extra confidence coming into here?
Yeah, I think so. At least in my case, right? Like I'd never been able to win on any super speedway, at any level. So just finally getting to, win one, I definitely feel like I'll be more confident in my moves. I haven't ran a super speedway race since then, but I remember even Stenhouse coming up to me like the week after Talladega and just telling me, like, after you get one, like everything will click and it'll just be easier from now on. So, yeah, I'm hoping that's the case. I guess we'll find out a little bit tomorrow night, but certainly on Sunday.
Zach Sterniolo, NASCAR.com. Chase, front row of the Daytona 500 2 years in a row. What does this mean for you personally?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I feel like I'm a Hendrick driver almost. I felt like forever, right? It was just Hendrick cars on the front row, like 7-8 years in a row. So it's cool for sure just to be able to consistently 2 years in a row now. And, it's really a testament to, the folks back at JGR. We've made, so many improvements on our super speedway program. And, this race really comes down to, at least in qualifying, it comes down to the attention to detail and just doing every little thing. And, the 19 group has consistently, kind of been the best one. And that's really exciting for us. And just a lot of pride in that, right? And I know for me, every week when I get in the car, I know that I'm in arguably the best car every single week. And just, when we come here and do stuff like we've done now 2 years in a row, it just validates that. So that's really special. And then, it's the kid in me, right? Like to be able to lead the field of green 2 years, not lead the field, but be on the front row, right? 2 years in a row at the Daytona 500. It's a really big deal. And, not only for myself, but, I haven't even checked my phone. I'm sure Johnny Morris is just ballistic already. He gets super fired up for this race. And he's called me probably 2 or 3 times already this week, like telling me that he's so excited to get here and asking me how the car is. So it's a big deal for him as well. So yeah, it should be awesome to be on the front row again Sunday.
Any other questions for Chase? Reed?
Reed Spencer with the NASCAR Wire. As big a point of emphasis as the hands on the wheel has been this week, were you surprised that somebody got busted in the first session?
He's my buddy, but I'm not surprised it was the guy that had it happen to him. I told my guys as soon as it happened, I said, of all the people, I bet he didn't even remember that it was a rule. It's pretty funny. I joked with my guys, though, after. I said, honestly, if we could have had my hand up, I think I would have been on the pole, because I've done a really good job of just practicing that perfect form all the way around the racetrack. But no, it did not surprise me that of all the people, like if there was odds on it, I would say he would have been the odds-on favorite.
Go over here to Steve.
Steve Schweitzer with Inside the Cup Crash. Did you make any changes to the vehicle between practice and qualifying tonight?
I have no idea. I'm not the guy to ask on that. I know that there was some stuff that, I wasn't not unhappy with, but I just thought that there was some stuff that we could do better. After practice, our car, everybody's car, right? You see it on TV, is just bouncing all over the place. So I just asked, my guys if there's anything they can do to make it maybe a little bit better. I just felt like we were hitting the ground so hard that we had been giving up some amount of time, just in the car hitting. So, yeah, I thought it was a little bit better there in qualifying, and I don't know what they changed, but fairly confident they must have changed something because it didn't bounce quite as bad.
And we'll take one more. We'll go to Jeff.
This might sound like a really dumb question, but the telemetry on Fox was showing like a lot of drivers going 90% throttle, not 100%. Is that a thing?
Unless they're scared, but I don't think so.
Like
yeah, I will say though the Fords every single week, even on like our data, their wide open is 90% for whatever reason. But yeah, they're wide open.
Okay, so the telemetry is just not showing it right. I mean, that
Yeah,
wouldn't
it's
be,
definitely not right.
Okay.
If whoever showed 90, it was wrong. If it showed 90 for me, I was pushing my foot as hard as I possibly could. All that workout stuff James has been having me do, I was using it on my right foot. So, yeah, I was definitely 100% throttle.
Well, Chase, congratulations on a great run tonight, and good luck in Sunday's Daytona 500.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Hey, 1 to 4, buddy. 1 to 4. Yeah.
Okay, we are now joined by the Busch Light Pole Award winners, driver Kyle Busch, owner of Richard Childress Racing, Richard Childress, and the crew chief of the number 8, Jim Pullman. We'll go right to questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll get you a mic, and we'll start with Bob.
Bob Pockers, Fox Sports. Did you come into the qualifying session thinking you had a shot at the pole?
This guy did. He had all the confidence in the world. He said, this is what we're going to do. So we just set out to the plan that Jim laid out and had a really good practice and being able to put some good time on the car and maybe learn a couple things and make the speed that we needed in order to come out here and sit on the pole tonight.
And no driver has ever never earned their first Daytona 500 victory after their 20th start. So if you can win, you make history. What would it mean to make kind of history in that type of sense?
Yeah, it's a box we got to check. So here we are. This is an opportunity to be able to do that. And, you know, I've come down here a lot of years, and I think I've finished in about every position possible. So it'd be nice to close out 2026 with a victory here in the Daytona 500.
Go to Jenna.
Jennifer, AP, congratulations, guys. For both Kyle and Richard, just what kind of boost is this for the race team?
I think it's a huge boost. You know, I think bringing Jim on board and having his passion and determination of what he's done all off season long and leading his group of guys and, you know, having them all believing in him and putting our faith in what he's got to do for our team and being able to give us what we need to go out there to succeed. So this is just a first step of it. I mean, this is the beginning of the year, first qualifying attempt of the season. There's a whole heck of a lot more that we've got to do throughout the season to be good, to be real, to be contenders. And, you know, but it sure feels good in the moment right now. So a lot of hard work behind the scenes with everybody at RCR, everybody at ECR. And, you know, it feels good to give this guy another pole down here and love nothing more than to make history and put ourselves in victory lane Sunday night.
Yeah, it's great, you know, getting Jim on and just watching how he fit into our family at RCR. It's great, and I watched them. You know, I stand back and watch a lot, and to watch how they work this winter and the way they just do everything right now, I'm just happy and proud of all of them. And Kyle, we've got to get this 500.
Holly?
Holly Kane with the NASCAR Wire Service, and either of you can answer it, or if you would like to, this is a heck of a way to start things off. I mean, and Kyle, we were speaking earlier today, and I think you were optimistic, but you may say this was even better than what you were expecting. And if you could just talk about what this means to you to have your first big race here and do that.
Yeah, I mean, to come out swinging and get a Daytona 500 pole as a first race as a crew chief is pretty humbling for me. There's a lot of hype around it, and you know, feels really good, obviously. But yeah, I think, like, you know, to echo what they've said here, you know, we need to start season out strong, and this is just one small step of it. But you know, kudos to everybody at ECR, RCR, the whole organization. You know, made a good plan coming into this, and we've executed really well. So nice to see that out of everybody.
Over here.
Hey guys, Chris Collins, NewsDaytonaBeach.com. First of all, congrats, Kyle, Richard, and Jim on the poll there. I want to ask you guys the same thing, specifically you, Kyle, the same thing that I asked Chase Briscoe, which is how do you balance the benefits and drawbacks of racing for points in the dual race, especially with the championship format changed now, versus the risks of doing something that could tear up your car before Sunday?
Yeah, that's definitely something that we've got to sit down and talk about, and figure out what our game plan is going to be. And so there is that plus and minus of it, right? We've got a great opportunity to start on the front row with this race car, so we've got to get through the dual race. And I've been with Richard here 3 years now. This will be my fourth, and I think we've wrecked 2 of those years. So we'd like to not do that tomorrow night and have a good, clean race to come out and be able to use this car for Sunday and start the race from the number 1 spot.
Thanks, Kyle.
Any other questions for this group? Go up here to Kelly.
Kelly Crandall, Racer.com. Jim, when we spoke at the end of last year about this upcoming partnership, you said that you believe that you and Kyle would have very similar personalities, but you hadn't yet looked at his analytical chart. Have you done that, or how have you just feel like now with Bowman Gray competition in the books and getting through a competition environment today, that is going as far as matching personalities and passion?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're very close on a lot of things. I would say going forward, we are probably very passionate together, and hopefully that shines out.
Kyle, every year it's a storyline, right, of haven't won the Daytona 500. Do you just want to yell at us all of like, can we stop talking and asking about it? Or like, what does that do to you every year, honestly, coming down here and knowing that that's the topic, in addition to how badly you want to win this race?
We just got to get the job done, so we stop talking about it. So no better time than right now here in 2026. So it's just the nature of what this race is and what it holds, and being in the right place at the right time, making the right moves when you can. And we were just talking about it. It'd be nice to lead all 200 laps and stink up the show and win this thing, but I don't think you'll make it on fuel if you did that. So there's all kinds of different strategies, and there's going to be 30 other guys plus that have that same opportunity, that they believe they can win this race as well too. So that's why you got to run the race and play it all out as it comes.
Any final questions? Wrap up with Jenna here in the middle.
Oh, yeah? No, I haven't. I was just texting Samantha right now because she was hopeful that I was going over there tonight to then go be with those guys tomorrow. But apparently there's a whole media day that I've got to do now for the Daytona 500 pole sitters. So unfortunately, I won't be with him tomorrow. But, that's because of good things that happened here tonight. So, it's been a rough stretch. It's no secret, right? And, seeing my son and his passion that he has, he really, really is probably my biggest cheerleader. And he wants to see me run well. He wants to see me win races. He wants to celebrate in victory lane like he sees other drivers' kids being able to do. So there's nothing more that drives me every single weekend than seeing him see me be proud of me.
Does he appreciate what winning the Daytona 500 pole means?
I mean, I think so. I don't know. I mean, I think winning the pole is great, right? Like, you're being able to start up front. This is a big pole to win. I think I've only ever had one other speedway pole in my career, which was here in Daytona in the summer race. But the Daytona 500 pole is a bigger deal than that one was. But obviously the real stuff happens on Sunday.
Well, Richard, Kyle, Jim, congratulations. Thank you for your time, and good luck tomorrow and Sunday.
Thank you. You got it.
Thanks, guys.
Yep, go ahead. Come on out. Frank's here. Get up here.
Travis, thanks for coming up, man.
Yeah, it should be. It could be. It could be.
If I did my job.
Oh, we've actually been looking for you. Our scoot.
Come on, you
Travis. It should be, right? It could be.
Jump on up.
Is that why you're here?
No, it's not.
Okay. Are you sure? Oh, look at this. George, look at this.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started with our press conferences today. We are joined by Cletus McFarland, driver of the number 4 Nice Motorsports Chevrolet, and Travis Pastrana, driver of the number 42 Nice Motorsports Chevrolet. We'll go ahead and open up to questions, and we'll start up front here with Mike. Go to Matt.
Mike Embry from Auto Week. Travis, aren't you supposed to be doing something in the Winter Olympics this week, or you
Not until they add motors to the to the Winter Olympics, but no, I just got done rallying last week and excited to be much warmer. It was negative 20 in Michigan, so it's much nicer down here in Daytona.
the stuff you've done in NASCAR, can you kind of compare being here, being around this, being in the races to the other stuff you've done? Is it more fun? Is it harder? How do you manage it, relate to all that?
It's competition, but honestly, it's really wild after coming down here a few years and always watching Daytona on TV just to see the family, the camaraderie, and now knowing so many of the crews and the drivers and everybody, this NASCAR community and getting down here to Daytona it's so much fun. Honestly, when I stopped racing NASCAR for a few years, all my friends were like almost depressed. They're like, man, I just love going around the tracks and I love everything about it. So it's an amazing sport, and it's way more challenging and way more stressful than you'd ever imagine by watching on TV. So it's pretty cool.
Okay, we'll go over here to Matt.
Matt Weaver, motorsport.com, 2 for Cletus. I've always wanted to know, dating back to your ARCA stuff too, when you get your license, which name is on the hard card, and do you have to fight NASCAR to try to use the real name?
I'm glad you brought it up. Let me see. See, I was fighting with NASCAR yesterday. They were trying to put Cletus Mitchell on my truck hard card. Let's see what we ended up with. Cletus McFarland Mitchell. That's what we settled on. And then ARCA just has Garrett Mitchell. So, we're getting there, though. It's progress.
Incremental progress. The other question I've got for you, too, where you are right now in your development as a NASCAR-style driver. You've had intermediate races. You go to Bristol. I'm curious, do you want to do more high-level oval stuff? You've got the relationship with Ricky Brooks. Could you do some late model stuff? What all do you want to do in this kind of NASCAR space?
Well, I really have been trying to climb the ranks slowly. When I got into this with Biff, I called him. I said, I want to run the Daytona 500. And he was like, you just can't. And I was so excited. I was like, I want to run the 500. And that was my only goal. And now that I realize how good all the other drivers are and how fast the cars are, I'm like, wow, I definitely cannot race the Daytona 500. Biff was right. And I've been slowly, I've been really enjoying ARCA. And, that level of competition has been good for me. I've learned a lot. This truck thing happened purely because Travis Pastrana is an amazing human being and pretty much handed me the opportunity to do it by putting me in touch with Nice Motorsports, Black Rifle Coffee, and Brunt Workwear. It all came together because of Travis, 100%.
But don't let him fool you. He's a hell of a wheel man, and I wouldn't even have brought it up because everyone's like, oh, YouTubers or this and that. I went to the Freedom 500, realized there's a lot of really good drivers, and at the end of the day, one of the best drivers I've ever met at driving anything is, what is that?
Well, George and I were just talking about how it's pissing us off. Your sleeves are on your shirt right now. Do you mind if we just cut them off real quick?
Sure.
We have time for that? All right. We'll make it quick.
I almost trust you with that knife.
That side. Are we doing a relief cut on the bottom?
No. Should I stand for this? Oh, man.
Now, if his shirt fully rips off right now,
Well, you
we're gonna
ripped
have
my
a
arm
problem.
off?
Put your arm out like this. Do you know what to say? How about now?
How about now?
All right. Now we're good. We know what we're doing.
That was actually professional.
You impressed? Actually, 1 year ago today was the first time I ever ripped Biff's sleeves off over in the pits. So it's kind of a special moment. We got to all have our sleeves off this weekend.
Be like
All right,
Biff.
Where were we?
Sorry. Thanks, Mom.
Where did we leave off? I realized the drivers were very good. Thank you. And I was like, I don't really want to go up. I love ARCA, they go, hey, yellow flag, everyone, come get some tires, take your time. Now I'm in this truck. I'm like, man, I got to go in here at, Mach speed, make the turn perfect, get in the box, change the tires. And if I don't do everything perfect, I'm going to lose 5 positions, and I'm already under that pressure. So, but it's good. I needed that. I needed to start moving up the ranks. So thanks to Travis, I'm getting that opportunity to move up, and I hope to keep progressing, but I'm just trying to take it slow and eventually work my way to the top and make it to the 500. But I don't want to be one of those guys who gets lobbies for some sort of provisional and then ends up just getting spanked every weekend, So the big tracks, the restrictor plate tracks, a lot of fun. It's easy for me to be competitive. You mentioned the intermediate and the short tracks. Very challenging. I mean, I was racing at Rockingham earlier this week. Wow, is that fast. Wow, was Bristol hard too. I mean, extremely challenging. So what I guess I'm trying to say is I got a lot to learn, and I need more seat time. More time in ARCA, more time in late models, maybe with Ricky Brooks, and just get better.
Yeah. All right, we'll go over here to John.
Thanks, sir.
John Newby Fanbuzz. I have 2 questions for Travis over here on the right.
Sorry.
You're good. So I know a few years back that you kind of stepped away from NASCAR. You said, it was harder, I guess, than you expected. But since then, you've done a Daytona 500, ran well in that. You've come back for some truck races. What keeps bringing you back in? Is it just the desire to get better at this discipline, or fun?
It's honestly, it's the fun. I mean, threaten me with a good time, we're going to be there. And the coolest part right now is the sponsorships that we have. We got Brunt Workwear, which is blue collar. I met those guys here at the Daytona 500. They love everything about NASCAR. All their employees love NASCAR. All the people that support Brunt Workwear love NASCAR. And they're like, dude, we want to go down to Daytona. And I'm like, look, I'm not the best pavement driver. I came from motocross. I went to rally. When in doubt, throttle out, all-wheel drive, Gymkhana videos, like that kind of stuff. I like being sideways. That's not how you go fast on pavement, for sure. But Brunt Workwear said, hey, we really don't care. Like, yeah, we want to win. I want to win. I want to be as competitive as possible. Went to JBMotorsports. They were like, hey, you know what? We're going to get you out there. And literally the next week, I'm talking to Cletus. And I'm like, dude, you got to go down. He sells himself short. He's one of the best wheelmen, like just natural wheelman, because he drives more vehicles than almost anyone. He jumps into a plane race and freaking wins that, jumps into boat races, wins it. Like, he can drive anything. And as Denny Hamlin told me when I was trying to lobby for a spot at the 500, he goes, look, these guys have been working their whole life to learn how to drive NASCAR. But when you put in a restrictor plate race here at Daytona, like, the biggest thing is that you keep having fun. You keep being aware of everything that's going on around you. You try not to mess up the pits, which we got to talk about because I'd overshot the pit box. 50 mile an hour feels like you're stopped, and then you just hit the brakes and you slide for, because you're still going 50. But you'll figure that out. But if you don't make so many mistakes here, someone like Cletus, who can drift anything, who can drive anything, when people start bumping and shoving, and I tried the Crown Vics, I thought that was a joke out here. I was like, sure, I'll go run Crown Vics around Daytona. But when we got here, I was bumping and shoving and moving this guy, and he stayed right on that line. And I said, you know what? We're going to have a lot of fun. And you got Tony Stewart, you got so many guys dropping down. It's going to be a fun race.
We got Stenhouse.
Well, Stenhouse on the team, Nice. Like, he wanted us over there at 3. We got some press, but I was like, as soon as you're done the ARCA, we've got some homework to go over tonight.
We've got a great team. And what did we say earlier? We're so good at crashing, it helps us not crash.
Yes.
That's where our skill set helps out.
And then on just a separate note, in the past, I covered a few of the Nitrocross events, and it looked like it had huge fan support. I was curious, is there been any update? Because I know it's been kind of inactive after that sudden shutdown a few years back.
Really, it came down to, we were having a lot of fun. The cars were extremely expensive for the amount of press we were getting, and Dana said, we're not doing electric. He's like, let's figure out. And at the end of the day, a lot of the different manufacturers go on. So whatever happens at the end of the day, he's like, I want loud. I want aggressive. I want the sound, the rumble. I want basically what NASCAR's, what you guys are doing. We started talking quite a bit with, some of the NASCAR officials and say, how do we make this work? And I said, okay, let's go back to the drawing board. Let's make a car that's more durable. We got to make the tracks. We had a lot of the Europeans and the influence. Everything kept going back to what had been done in the past, which is great. Rallycross is awesome. But everyone's like, oh, no, that jump's too big. This is too dangerous. That if you can't hit it, why? I just ran into a lot of roadblocks where I think if we had a chance to do it again, we'd go louder, we'd go more power, and we'd go more just simple with the machines and durable, and try to take another ramp at it.
I'm gonna come up here to Dave, and then over here to the right.
Dave Moody from MRN and SiriusXM NASCAR Radio. Cleet, hard card debates notwithstanding, just for broadcast purposes so we all know, do you want to be Garrett? Do you want to be Cletus? Do you want to be the combo, Garrett, Cletus, McFarland?
I think Cletus McFarland for everything.
That's the one that cashes the check, so I figured that would be it.
Yeah,
right?
Cletus for everything.
All right, that's what it'll be then. Thank you.
Great question, though. I like that. It's been confusing for me, too.
I didn't think never mind.
A friend called me it back in the day. Yeah, I mean, changed my life the day he said it. And I don't even know. It was at first, it was like a redneck personality, and then it just merged with my actual personality, and now I'm stuck. I'm like the Hulk, but I'm stuck in between.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Chris Gollin with News Daytona Beach. I have a couple questions for Travis, actually. First of all, what is it about super speedway racing that's so challenging that motorsports guys from other disciplines might not be able to pick up on just by watching it?
Well, that's an interesting question because as far as like qualifying, it's a lot to do with the team. It's a lot to do with the car. Restrictor plate racing in general takes a lot of the skill set that separates the drivers. It takes it away, but there's a whole nother skill set. Like they said, Dale, they say could see the wind. And I have to say that I had a couple 100-page booklet when I was racing the Daytona 500 on where to be and how to slow people down, how to speed yourself up, how to get the bump just right, how to work with even the differences between, the Toyotas and the Chevys and, everything that's out there. There's a different spot to be. And the guys that are the most prepared, the guys that have done it the most, the guys, honestly, nowadays, the guys that are doing the most iRacing and just understanding, we're in that last lap coming off of, running inside the top 10, coming off of 2, and my spotter goes, "Get on, Bubba." And I'm thinking, shoot, we're going to push through to a potential like 1-2 finish at the Daytona 500. And I got so excited, I forgot to check my bumper, and someone had come up to it. And that's fine. People come up and they bump you all the time, but you need to be watching while you're watching the front and while you're listening to what's on the side of you. You got to know where the cars are around you, and to be able to to have that communication with your spotter. It takes time to have that whereabout when you're trying to lock on, trying to drive perfect, hit your line, and get to the person that you're trying to get to at the correct spot while still paying attention to who's behind you and who's around you, knowing what that does with the car. It's a game of chess at 200 miles an hour, and my heart rate average was 172. So anyone that tells you it's not scary is full of it. It was awesome.
And the other thing I wanted to know is, I've read where you've said before that you've had so many injuries in your motorsports career that you don't remember a lot of them. And I wanted to know, in your NASCAR career, have there been any wrecks and incidents that have been significant enough to stand out amongst all that you've done?
The NASCAR organization does an amazing job in the tracks of trying to make it as safe as possible. But at 200 miles an hour, things happen, and you've seen it at the Daytona 500. And I was a scary finish a couple years ago, upside down. I was watching at home on TV, just hoping and sending all the good thoughts and prayers that everything was okay. And obviously, Kyle broke his leg here. Like it's dangerous, it's fast, but the cars are significantly better, and it is definitely getting safer. Does that mean it's safe? Absolutely not. But having said that, no, I've had some good bell ringers out there for sure. But lucky enough, haven't had any major injuries. Thanks.
We'll go over here, and then we'll go to right next to go to Bob, and then we'll, yep.
Bob Hockers, Fox Sports for Cletus. The better your truck has the tribute to Greg. I'm curious, is there any like certain meaning to like the number of stars or anything, or the halo, or that maybe we don't know just by looking at it?
No, I mean, what you see is just the tribute there. Just be like Biff and his number. Obviously, there's nothing extra to it.
Go back to Steven.
Steven Toronto, West Toronto 92 Network. This is going to be a question for Cletus. You were a part of the launch of NASCAR's new branding, that commercial that dropped after the Super Bowl, the Hell Yeah, kind of leaning into NASCAR being its authentic self. You've really tapped into the kind of badass, Hell Yeah, woo NASCAR part of stock car racing's culture. So what was it like to be a part of that and get to do what you did with Carson?
Well, I got to say, NASCAR has done a great job of embracing, and I don't think the whole Hell Yeah commercial is just, I'm not taking credit for it or anything, but like, I can tell you my fans loved it. And I think I was excited when they said they're doing a Hell Yeah commercial. I was like, absolutely, I'll be in that, And I think that NASCAR is embracing a newer wave of culture of that Hell Yeah mentality, and like, I really think that the promotions they've had the last few months have been in the right direction, and just being a part of it, especially with Carson, who's one of my best friends in the industry, really fun, really awesome.
Whose idea was it to shoot fireworks out of the Dale truck, launch a flamethrower off of the Dale truck? Who suggested that?
That was the production team. I didn't even have to suggest it. I showed up and they're like, I knew we were doing something with the Dale truck, Carson's Dale truck. And I was impressed that they went all out. They had flamethrowers ready for me when I got there. I mean, they're really doing it.
Sweet. Thank you, Cletus.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I was kind of thinking about something on that too. And like, everyone's like, what are your goals for being here, and what would be a success? And kind of to that with NASCAR right now, I've got all of my kind of blue collar sponsors, my veteran military type of sponsors that are really excited to be a part of NASCAR. And when there's an opportunity to come down here, like Black Rifle, I was standing next to Cletus, and one of the owners of Black Rifle was there at the 2.4 hours Le Mullets at his track, which honestly, the Freedom Factory has done a great job of having people really enjoy racing again and really enjoy just getting out and kind of almost grassroots. So you see such a resurgence in dirt track and all of this stuff that's coming up. But Black Rifle comes in and says, hey, Brunt Boots is in this, you're in this, Cletus in this. Like, hey, we're going to come down. We want to be a part of it. We want to bring some veterans. Like, how can we contribute to everything that NASCAR is doing, to all of our fans and all of the veterans, everyone that's going to be coming down and watching anyway. And then, they're combined with Nice, with Brunt, and with Black Rifle, they're donating $100,000 to Boot Campaign, which goes to give a thanks and support to all the veterans and first responders. While we're down here at Daytona, literally living the American dream. Everybody in this room, at one point, this was, for me, this was my dream from as long as I can remember. I wanted to be at Daytona at some point, and this is such a cool thing. And I think NASCAR is doing such a great job right now that they have sponsors that just want to be a part of it, because so many of the people that are supporting them and supporting us are also wanting to be down here. We have sponsors because people want to have fun and they want to come to NASCAR, and that's a huge step for me to be able to have more fun and hopefully be at more races.
All right, we got time for one more or two more. We'll go to Dalton and then Mike.
Hey guys, Dalton Hopkins, the front stretch. For both of you, you're going to get to share a track with Tony Stewart tomorrow. How cool is that, for one? And for two, do you have any kind of iconic moments of his that you like to think about?
Dude, I got a text from Tony Stewart like 2 days ago. It was freaking fantastic. So Tony, my first full season, first race here at Daytona, Tony was up in the front, he said he was just figuring out what the car was. He jumped, at the time it was Nationwide. And he drops, so my spotter, because I had Trevor Bain on the team, and they're like, all right, Trevor's going to be up there mixing it up. Just don't make a mistake. Take what you can get. We'll see at the end of the race. And I'm just driving around the back. I'm like, this is freaking awesome. I'm driving to Daytona. And Tony Stewart comes back. And my spotter goes, hey, Tony said jump on his bumper. Casey Kane got in behind me. Annette on the 43 jumped in behind him. We all went up into the top 10. There was a crash and everything happened, and I lost Tony. And then he went on to win, and I went across the finish line backwards after Larson put it into the... Anyway, but it was a top 10 finish, and I had the most fun of my life and was a full NASCAR fan from there, and huge Tony Stewart fan from that day. He goes from the front, drops to the back, has my spotter tell me to get on his bumper, and takes me all the way up to the front. It was freaking awesome. I hope he does it again.
He's a legend. Tony he comes to my Crown Vic races, and it's just something I'd never expect from, a guy like Tony Stewart. Like, what an accomplished driver. He comes out of his way, flies into town to run our Crown Vic races. And I can specifically remember we were on the last lap of the race, and there was a 632 10.3 liter big block was the prize for our Crown Vic race. So it's high stakes. Tony's leading the race, and one of my buddies, or one of my guys who works in my shop, works on our race cars every day, who's also in the race, just taps Tony, gets him loose. Tony spins and loses the race, and Tony comes flying up after the race, and I'm like, oh, he's gonna be pissed. I know, like, I watched Tony growing up. And he gets out, he's like, that was awesome, and I'm just like, man, he's so cool. He's exactly what you'd expect. You see him on TV, you think he's awesome. He is awesome. And I texted him today, actually. I was going to put in an official protest with NASCAR. He didn't come to the rookie meeting for the trucks. So that was pretty outrageous, but I'll let it slide, and I'm really excited to see him out there.
All right, one last one real quick with Mike.
Travis, you mentioned earlier when you ran the 500, you had a 200-page tip sheet or booklet or whatever. Where did that come from?
I think physics is the best answer. I'm not sure. No, so the teams. So whoever's honestly, so you have whoever you're driving for, the manufacturer will send information, and it's honestly it's pretty amazing how much information, depending on which team you have.
Did you read it?
Yes.
All of it?
All of it. I fell asleep a couple times,
Okay,
but
I'm
I finished
impressed.
it. No, it's the amount of homework that's involved in racing these days. No matter what sport you're doing, they're definitely amazing drivers. But the people that are winning, the Jimmy Johnsons that have won so many championships, and that's even before really iRacing, that kind of stuff came in. It's the people that could work with their crew chief, with their spotter, that had the best team of support around them, and that worked the hardest on Monday and Tuesday coming into the race.
Well, all right, guys. Thank you guys for coming in, and good luck this weekend.
Can I mention something really quick?
Sure can.
I want to invite all of you press to come to the Freedom Factory at any time this year. You can look up the schedule. Totally free to come. I'll give you an email if you want to write it down. It's events@ffl.com. You email us. We'll give you guys media credentials. We'd love to have any of you if you want to see some redneck stock car racing.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Your sleeves. FFFL,
awesome.
Freedom Factory.
No worries, man.
Abbreviated.
All right. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Right? Just one, correct? Yeah.
We'll leave you there in the middle.
All right, gang, we're going to keep this rolling. We are joined by Minnie Tyrell, driver of the number 14 Colleague Racing Ram. He is also the Ram Race for the Seat winner. So we'll go ahead and open up to questions. We'll start with Matt Weaver right here.
Matt Weaver, motorsport.com. It is really trippy to see you in this environment, man.
I know, man. How you doing?
Good, good.
Yeah.
What it does is give me some flashbacks to, I think it was like 10 years ago, you had a press conference with Jeff Gordon at Richmond.
Yeah.
It was the first time that your name kind of came across my radar. And I'm curious, like, what, over the last decade, from what you thought your career would look like to how it's turned out being here in this fashion, not according to script, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I will never forget when I was doing Minnie's mission and charity work as a child, and Jeff had got wind of it when I was 8 years old and invited me to Martinsville. I'll never forget that I walked through that tunnel that day and walked out and said, I looked around and I looked at my mom and dad and I said, I'll be here one day. And it was really cool to kind of look back on those moments and, getting to meet Tony at that age too. I've got pictures of me and him at Richmond, and just such a special kind of moment to be able to work with that guy hand in hand and have him as a teammate, especially going into this race. So just really cool making the connections and seeing what I did when I was younger and being at this level. It's a dream come true, and I never thought that I would make it this far.
And then, typically when someone goes to make their truck debut, like I said, it's kind of scripted. There's kind of this process, go late model racing, go ARCA racing, truck racing. And this all happened within a span of like 5 months from conception to here you are now. How do you even begin to, plan out how the season's supposed to go, your homework, given how quickly everything's happening?
Yeah, it's certainly been very fast in the way it's happened. But I'm so thankful to Ram Trucks and Colleague Racing for what they've done with the show, giving 15 guys an opportunity of a lifetime to be able to compete at this level. And all 15 of us were very in similar situations with not having the funding that's necessary to compete at these levels. And they took a shot, and a chance at a local grassroots guy that came from short track racing. So it's definitely not the ideal way to get in. I mean, it sounds amazing and it's a full-time ride, but if I had to pick or choose years ago, I would say, let me get in and get my feet wet at Martinsville, or have a lot more training time and really work on and study what I needed to do in the off season to be prepared for this moment. So, but luckily enough, everybody at Colleague Racing, all the team members and crew chiefs are so wise and have been doing it for so long, and they're great coaches. My crew chief, Bruce Cook, on the 14 truck is an extremely good coach, and I'm very thankful to have the chance to work with him. So got a lot of people, a lot of preparation that I've been doing and trying to get myself up to speed. So I feel we're just as prepared as any of the rest of them coming into this one this weekend. Yes, sir. Thank you, Matt.
All right, we'll go over here to Steven and then Claire.
Steven Toronto, West Toronto 92 Network. Minnie, I've gotten the opportunity to cover some Cars Tour races and some other, late model races throughout the Southeast, and the familiar grumble over the years has been, all the talent that's there and people saying, oh, well, you got to have money to go up to NASCAR. It's not going to happen without that. And now not only do we have your example, but you've also got other guys who have come up, whether it's through Cars Tour or through ASA, like Brendan, Colt Butcher is in the truck field now, a couple other examples there as well. How much do you think the things have shifted in the past 5 years or even less to go from, maybe not, maybe a NASCAR career or career beyond, regional late model racing is kind of far-fetched, to realizing that, okay, now I can make it on talent. I don't have to have millions of dollars behind me in order to, get to this level and to make things like you have with Colleague Racing now possible.
For sure. I mean, that was the biggest thing, I guess, years ago in the early 2000s when I was just around and kind of watching NASCAR. Like that was, and even in the 90s, earlier, before social media and a lot of these big platforms, it was a talent-based sport, right? Like you had the guys that it was a more affordable racing. They could come in, they could race, and the best ones rose to the top. To where previously it kind of got very, political and money engulfed it in the sport, which as things advance and grow in today's day and age, that's what's going to happen. And it's really refreshing to see how much it's actually gone back to kind of what it was at first, and taking a chance on a lot of these guys that come from local tracks and don't have the funding to back them, but they have the talent. And that's what's so special about what Ram has done and what Colleague Racing has done with this show is it's shown all these other teams in the garage that, hey, maybe let's go out and let's really focus on finding that funding and that money to put somebody that has a tremendous amount of talent, which I'm not the only one. I'm not the best one. There's hundreds of guys, especially in the car store series, which is where I came from, that was my bread and butter, that have a tremendous amount of talent that can do it at this level. So I'm just really thankful for the opportunities that I've received and what Dale Earnhardt Jr., what Kevin Harvick, Justin Marks, and Jeff Burton have done for the car store in their ownership and involvement from it, because I truly believe that without their involvement in it and what they've done to promote that grassroots level of racing, that I wouldn't be here today. So I'm very thankful to that.
And I know every now and then the Cars Tour, like at North Wilkesboro, you guys overlap with the All-Star Race and the Cup Garage, but I know things have kind of changed for you suddenly, I guess, over the past couple of months. So just walking into the truck garage today, how do you just kind of keep even keel and say, okay, it's just racing, this is my, as opposed to, I don't know, getting starstruck and saying, oh man, that's Tony Stewart in that truck. I'm in Daytona. That's, Ricky Stenhouse. That's Michael McDowell. Like, does that make sense what I'm asking?
Absolutely. I feel that being a part of the car store and, like I was saying, racing that for so many years, since I've been 14 is when I joined that series. And a lot of these guys like, Lane Riggs, Caden Honeycutt, Josh Berry, who for the past few years, even when I was just a kid growing up and doing it, they were filtered through that series. Like, I raced door to door with those guys. And that kind of gave me, I guess, took a little bit of the starstruck away from me, but also instilled the confidence in me that, hey, like, if these guys can do it, I can do it. I'm competing against them. I'm beating them in certain places, running right with them. There's no reason that I couldn't go to that level and do the same things that they're doing. So it definitely was a little bit of a reset too, walking into here and seeing how many big names are here, how stacked the truck field is. I mean, you guys just talked to Cletus and Travis, like two guys that have been really cool part of me. Like when I was a kid growing up watching Travis Pastrana, like that was awesome, so it's definitely, you got to walk in and pick and choose, say, hey, that's cool. I'd like to meet that guy, get a picture. That's great. But at the same token, once these helmets goes on, we're not friends anymore when we hit the racetrack, and we're all wanting to win. We're all wanting to beat each other. So I just kind of blank it out. I've dealt with it before, and I'm not worried about it. It's race cars. It's another race, and I'm just going to get out there and do what I do best.
Thanks, Manny. Best of luck this season.
Thank you, sir.
Stephen, right behind you. We'll go to Claire.
Claire B. Lang, Dialed In Journal. It's interesting. I think about you having found out just recently that you had this opportunity. And so while you were hoping you would get it, you weren't able to ramp up to it. Has it been really fast and furious since then? And, what sort of preparation can you do in that fast speed? And what do you think you still need, or what are your worries?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it certainly was kind of a shock factor, because, I went into the show I don't ever set those. I mean, obviously the goal is to win, right? It's the same thing with racing. I want to go out there, I want to win. But I set those goals to what's going to make me happy, what's going to make Minnie happy, right? So going into the show, I just wanted to be myself. I wanted to perform the best I could to what I thought I could do. And I didn't have an expectation of I could win. I knew that every driver there was probably just as good and is a very, very good, competitor on the racetrack. So I just kind of took my side of it and did what Minnie does and just tried to smile and wave and be the best I could be on the racetrack, and ended up coming up on top. And I didn't expect it at the time, but when it happened, I knew that my life was going to change. I knew that this is not just showing up on the weekend and driving a race car. This is a full-time job. I knew that required moving to North Carolina and being hands-on and physically a part of it every single day. So the biggest thing that I've done in the short amount of time to prepare is just focus on myself mentally, focus on myself physically, make sure I'm getting in shape and putting it all on the line and making sure that I'm physically ready and prepared to drive these cars, because it is a long duration of time that I'm in there. So doing that, watching film, practicing on the simulator, just little things like that, and a lot of communication with my fellow teammates. That was the biggest thing that has been a vital role in helping me get prepared, is just talking to people, getting all the advice I can get. And then other than that, there's nothing that's going to get me more up to speed than actually being out there on the racetrack and doing it. So I look forward to taking the number 14 Ram 1500 out there this evening and laying some laps down.
So what are you worried about? Nothing?
I mean, you're always amped up and worried about something, right? As a driver, you can't be calm, cool, and collected forever. But I don't know. I think I did the ARCA test in January here, and I got the feel for the racetrack. So I think those kind of first-time nerves are wiped off of my shoulders.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's another race, and it's at a tremendous level, and I'm glad to be called a professional at this point and be at this level. So there's nothing that I'm more excited about other than being a part of colleague racing and driving a Ram 1500.
Go have some fun out there.
I will do. Thank you.
Come up here, John.
John Newby Fan Buzz. So you alluded to this a minute ago, but the conversations with your teammates, what are some of those things they're telling you? Because the first 2 races of your rookie season, both drafting tracks, but you also have teammates in Brendan and Justin who are very good at this style of racing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've had a lot of conversations, and most of them haven't necessarily been strictly on the super speedways or anything of that nature. Like, there's a whole. I mean, I didn't realize how crazy in depth everything gets at this level. Right? It's not car store racing. I mean, I've never done a live pit stop before. That learning that was huge for me. Going and attending pit practice, which I tried to do as much as I could 3 days a week. I mean, that was vital in getting me prepared because, I mean, that's a huge part of this sport that people don't realize. I mean, pitting that's those seconds you can make up on pit road could mean 5 spots. It can mean you could lose 10. So having those conversations with how pit road works, how drafting works, where do you need to position yourself, where to hit people, or not hit, but draft and bump draft around this racetrack. Those are all conversations I was having. I mean, watching a lot of film and previous races that have been run here in the Truck Series with Daniel Dye, we would sit down and do that at least once a week, and he would just give me pointers, see what this guy's doing, and this is not, you shouldn't do this. Don't bump draft through the tri-oval, stuff like that are all little things that I've just tried to put in the memory bank so when I'm out there I can focus on executing what I need to do.
Okay, any more questions for Minnie? All right, Minnie, we're looking forward to seeing those Ram trucks on the high banks. Good luck this weekend.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
All right, we're going to continue with our media availabilities this afternoon. We've now been joined by a guy who needs no formal introduction. Tony, a big thank you for joining us today. Welcome back. We will go ahead and, Tony, I'll just let you speak a little bit about this opportunity, your opportunity to work with Colleague Racing and Ram and the chance to run the Crash and Truck Series tomorrow night. Just talk a little bit about your return for this weekend and what it's been like to kind of get re-engaged with everyone here in the NASCAR world.
Yeah, it's been a fun couple of days. We got here really late Monday night, but got parked Tuesday and had a chance to see a lot of the truck drivers and bus drivers and people in the Cup Garage yesterday when we were doing simple things that you got to do to get ready for here, get helmets wired from racing electronics and stuff. So just seeing a lot of familiar faces I haven't seen for a long time, and but in a capacity that I'm a lot more familiar with than just walking around here as an owner, but getting ready to, get in a truck again. Obviously never done it at a restrictor plate track. So, being here at Daytona, I've got a lot to learn in a short amount of time, but, it's been odd. I mean, I think we all knew, everybody that I've known, at least when I quit driving here, and in general, in NASCAR, and we thought you would never see this moment again, and trust me, I'm as surprised as all of you are. So, but it is a neat and unique opportunity to do this with Ram and through our partnership with Dodge and Stellantis. And Tim Kaniskis literally asked me last year if I would be interested in running a truck race, and thought, it kind of sounds fun. So, I didn't think I would hear much more out of him from it, but got another phone call, and that was the one that I knew was the confirmation that, yep, we're going to be driving a truck race somewhere. So, and here we are. So the next question everybody asked was, why did we pick here? And literally, I mean, this is Ram's coming out party. So, what better way to support Ram and Dodge and Stellantis than to do it at the biggest showcase of the year, at the first race of the year at Daytona. So, want this to be good for Ram, want it to be good for Colleague. I mean, the Colleague group has done an amazing job. Matt's guys, I had a chance to get fitted in the final fit for the truck on Monday and got to go to their team lunch and just to listen to them talk about the journey this winter that Colleagues had with the Ram brand and trying to get trucks built just to get them down here for all of us was a very, very large undertaking. So, appreciate the effort that went in there for sure. And, I think I think the crew guys, it's kind of fun just to see them in the pit today and, see them with their shoulders back and their heads up high because they've really worked so hard. I was there pretty early at the first time that I got fit for the truck. And, I mean, they were waiting on body panels. They didn't even have body panels for the truck yet. And to see from that moment to now, see what they've accomplished and what they've got at the shop is remarkable. So, I mean, that plus they've got the 2-car Cup Series teams too. So it's fun to do it with a group I've never worked with before. It's fun to do it with a brand that I'm passionate about and at a track that we've had some success at. So it's, all in all, it's nice to be back.
All right, now we're going to open for questions. If you have a question, raise your hand. I'll work to get a microphone to as many as I can. To kick us off, we're going to go to Matt Weaver, and then we'll go to Jordan. Go ahead, Matt.
Matt Weaver, motorsport.com. 2 races you haven't won here. This is one of them. The one on Sunday, obviously, too.
Thanks for reminding me of that.
But there's a point. There's a good point.
Just because I never was going to remember that I hadn't won the Daytona 500. I figured you were probably going to be one of the 2 that I would have absolutely pegged to remind me of that, but thank you.
I wanted to rip the Band-Aid off first.
Yeah, thank you.
But one step ahead of the other. With the open exemption provisional they have now, if anyone was an open exemption provisional, it's Tony Stewart. Have you completely shut the door on doing the Daytona 500 if this is a really good thing tonight or tomorrow night?
We can lead every lap tomorrow night, and I will not be back here for the Daytona 500. You can. I'm pretty good after all these years of saying never. You will not see me here for the Daytona 500. So.
And then the other one is I'm old enough to remember.
When you can, Holly. We'll wait. Sorry. Do you need us to start over and redo all this for you? So.
And the other one I've got is I'm old enough to remember some pretty egregious blocks that were made on Tony Stewart, and you let us all know and everyone know how you felt about them. In the modern truck series, we call that a Friday night. There's a lot of those every lap. Are you prepared to impart some wisdom on the young drivers of the NASCAR truck series?
I'm more than happy to give lessons tomorrow night if they're needed. So I'm not encouraging it. It's not like we want to make a habit, but I mean, honestly, when I got into, what was the Busch series back in the day, that's how I learned my lessons was when I did something wrong. I made the mistake. I paid the price for it. And normally when you're sitting there in the infield and you're unbuckling, you got a little bit extra time to sit there and think about how you got there. So, a lot of this is going to be, we know what we're up against tomorrow night, and we know the history of this race. I mean, I've spent a lot of time with TJ Bell, who's my spotter. We've been looking at videos and going over a lot of situations and scenarios that have happened in these races. So we know what can happen, but, it's still the old theory of, what you're talking about is a side note, and it's the one that makes you money and puts money in your pocket. It's the thing I don't give 2 shits about over here. All I care about is doing what I can do in that truck to get myself in the best position to be there at the end to try to win the race. So, the goal is not to go out there and try to pick fights all night if that's what you're getting at. It's literally to go out there and know that there's guys that don't have the experience that we have that are going to go out there and make mistakes, and it's try to not put ourselves in a position that if and when, and most likely those are going to happen, to not be collateral damage in them. So. And the reality of it is, too, I could be somebody that makes a mistake in it. I got the same opportunity as all those other guys that haven't been here as much as I have to make the same mistake that they may or may not make. So I got to do my part, too. It doesn't mean that, I'm not going to do something wrong out there, but nobody does anything intentionally out there to cause problems. It's just trial and error, and it's, that's how you learn from your mistakes, and that's how you become a better race car driver. So after being out of them for 10 years, there's good possibility I'll make a mistake just like anybody else in the field, and I just hope that mistake doesn't cost me or a bunch of other race teams and drivers an opportunity to win the race tomorrow night.
All right, Jordan.
Jordan Bianchi, The Athletic, to your left, Tony. You kind of touched on it a little bit, but when it's all said and done, what would constitute a successful night for you after tomorrow night's race?
I literally think it started Monday night. honestly, I drove the motorhome from Charlotte down. I literally drove from Indy to West Virginia to Charlotte, and then Charlotte down to here in a 2-day span. But as odd as it's going to sound, I mean, literally, when I was following the Colleague Cup rigs, and they didn't even know it was me. They hadn't seen me in the motorhome, so they didn't know it was me driving. But they went around me, and I just followed them till about an hour north of here. And so I got some drafting practice, by the way, just not at the rate I wanted it. But it was fun when we pulled in there. A buddy of mine rode from Park City, Utah, with me, and we got to the truck stop there, and he's like, "Look at all these rigs," and I got out, and it was like a family reunion. All of a sudden, it's like a 40-minute stop at the truck stop, all of us talking and getting fuel. And I told him when we got into motorhome, I said, I have a feeling no matter what happens in this race, whether we get wrecked on lap 1 or whether we win the race, that it's just going to be a fun week. And that's kind of the mentality that I'm coming down with. I didn't think about that when I came down here. I didn't set expectations. I didn't set goals other than to just do the best I could do the entire time we're here. But literally just the drive down the other night, I had enough fun with that to say no matter what happens in the race that I had a fun time down here this week already. And it's continued all the way through this moment.
I know your NHRA schedule is going to start up soon, and you're going to be focused on that, but there are some gaps along the way.
I have a wife and a son.
I understand.
Also like those gaps as well, and would prefer I not keep booking those gaps open. So,
but
I'm getting ahead of you. I already know where you're going.
Okay,
I'm not planning anything else.
So is it one and done then? Is that
Yes,
it? It is one and done.
That's what we said in the press deal.
I'm just making sure.
Have you not known me long enough? When I tell you something, you can damn sure write it down in the book and underline it in capital letters. That is what it's going to be. I said I was never coming back to NASCAR, and here I am 10 years later. So
I didn't want to say that.
Take
so
my
yeah,
comment
I was
out
gonna
of the
say,
equation.
You said you were done,
rewind
and
that.
here you are. So.
Yeah. I got to quit listening to myself sometimes. Yeah, I'm learning to not trust me too. So.
All right, we're going to go Reed and then Bob. Go ahead, Reed. Reed, just raise your hand. There you go.
Reed Spencer with the NASCAR Wire. Given the fact that you've grown into the career as a top fuel dragster driver, are you going to have to slow back down for this race tonight?
No, I don't think so at all. I think the difference is, we might be running 330 miles an hour and 1,000 feet, but nobody is crossing over in your lane. So, let alone a couple inches in front and behind you. So, the game is drastically different. It's apples and oranges in all reality. I don't think the speed's the relative part as much as just the proximity that we're going to be around people versus not being around anybody but one other person in another lane. This is going to be drastically different, but I still have a feeling that the years I've spent down here are going to be more relevant than what I've done the last couple of years.
All right, Bob.
Bob Hockers, Fox Sports. Since you've been down here, have you run into Steve O'Donnell at all? And if you have, did you guys have any sort of conversation?
No, I have not had that pleasure yet. Not at all. So. Do you want to have it, or do you just want to avoid that? I'm going to do my deal. If I run into Steve O'Donnell, he'll have to deal with that part. So, but I'm going to go do me, and I don't really care what he does this week.
All right. We'll go right here. Oh, right behind you, Max. Thank you.
Steve Schweitzer with Inside the Cup Garage. Welcome back. Good to have you.
Thanks.
I read an article recently that said Tony Stewart's going to be really surprised when he gets out there on the track in the Truck Series. Things have changed a lot in the last 10 years, and he doesn't know what he's in for. How would you respond to that?
They're probably right. I mean, there's a lot of technology that's changed in 10 years, and that's where you got to rely on your buddies. I mean, I've already made some phone calls in the Cup Garage to guys that have run trucks, and and they're absolutely right. I mean, I guarantee if this was anywhere but Daytona or Talladega, there's even more variables that are in play. But there's one thing when you come to Daytona and Talladega that hasn't changed, and that's the air. The air is the same no matter how much technology's changed. That air hasn't changed. So it's literally learning the truck. It's learning how it sucks up or doesn't suck up. It's what happens when you pull out of the draft. How much does it fall on its face? And what happens when somebody tucks down on the door? So it's I feel like a smaller list of variables that I have to relearn, and a variable that really hasn't changed at all with the air. So, But I guarantee if we went anywhere but here, there's a lot of variables we would have to relearn, and we would be way further off base than what we might be here. And I might be surprised. We might start the race tomorrow night, and I may go, wow, there's a lot more that's changed than I realized. But you don't know what you don't know till you get in there. But I still feel like it's still Daytona, and it's, still learning the draft and all that. And I feel like even, the guys that we're racing against all these years, even though we haven't ran a truck here, we know what this air does here, and it's just a matter of learning how the truck reacts to that.
All right, we'll go Danielle and then Holly. Go ahead.
Danielle Trotta, Sirius XM. Tony, I see Leah's here. What does your wife think about this venture?
Well, she's questioning her sanity of whether she made the right decision marrying me for making the decision to come to Daytona to race, but she's very supportive of this. She's excited. Obviously, she's been with Dodge a lot longer than I have, and she has a fantastic relationship with them. So to understand why we're down here and doing this with Dodge and Ram and Stellantis, I mean, she knows how important that is to all of us. So, but it's neat. I think it's an opportunity that she never had to literally come to a NASCAR event and watch me drive in NASCAR. So, we get to have Leah here, and we get the cherry on top. We get Dominic here too, who will never have never had that opportunity, obviously. So we kind of get a 2-for-1 deal, getting my family to be a part of this with us.
So cool that it's Dom's first race, seeing you here too. And then secondarily, as a former Cup Series team owner, I wanted to know what you thought about what Matt Collig is doing, kind of taking a risk, putting himself on an island this year, Chevy-wise, hoping that it pays off long-term to be the first key partner in when Ram gets to Cup. Do you see his vision? Do you respect what he's doing?
Yeah, I think it's hard. I mean, I think in society as a whole, but let alone in business, big change is tough, especially in competitive sports. But I think what Matt's doing shows, you can either be in the middle of the pack with the OEMs, or you can take a shot at taking a leap of faith and being the top guy on the board with an OEM. And I think that's where Matt's experience as an entrepreneur and businessman shine and shows why he's making the move that he's done. So I think it's a great step for him. I think it's a great opportunity. I think it's smart on his part. I think it's, there's obviously risk to anything that's not proven yet, but for someone like him, he's got a history of making really good moves in business, and I think this is one of them that will follow suit with that.
All right, Holly.
Hi, Tony. Holly Kane with the NASCAR Wire Service. I wanted to ask you what the reaction has been both from your friends and competitors in the drag racing side about you coming back and doing this, and also about the NASCAR side, excited to welcome you back.
I literally today, this morning through now, have had more text messages from the drag racing space than anybody that's texted me today. I would say there's probably more drag racers going to watch a truck race on Friday night than they've ever seen before. So, but it's neat. I mean, it's people, it's the relationships that you meet in all forms of motorsports, but we've got a really neat group of friends in the drag race space that all are wishing us well and want us to do well. And even some of them are like, we'd never watched a truck race on TV, but we're going to watch Friday. So it's neat that we've been bringing a whole new audience to NHRA drag racing from the NASCAR side, and it's neat to be able to kind of flip the script and do it the opposite direction as well.
What about the NASCAR guys welcoming you back? Have you talked to Jimmy? I know you guys are great friends.
I haven't seen Jimmy yet. I saw Alex Bowman yesterday and Justin Allgaier and a couple of the guys before they went out for qualifying and everything. But some of them, the number one question is, have you lost your mind? So I'm like, yeah, I have, as you know. So, but it's been fun. It's just been fun to see those guys and just, before everything gets really busy yesterday, I mean, it was nice to just spend time and chat and catch up with guys. And I think that's part of what's going to make this probably the most special part of the week, is just catching up with everybody.
All right, we're going to go Zach in the far corner.
Zach Sterniolo, NASCAR.com. Tony, what's preparation been like for this? Obviously, you can't. There's no significant track time before getting out there and mixing it up. So what do you do to prepare for something like this?
About a month and a half off and on of iRacing, literally. We didn't tell. I've got a bunch of friends on our iRacing team that we race with on nights when I can get out and get on the simulator. But they kind of were, I don't know that they really put two and two together when I was like, hey, let's mess with trucks tonight a little bit, and started adding more and more to that versus our dirt races that we normally run. And we do Xfinity and truck races at Talladega and Daytona, at some point during the night anyway. But, I started asking for more of those races during the night, and they didn't really question it. And then when the announcement came out and I could actually tell them that I was doing the truck race, then they were like, now we know why you kept asking for more. And literally, I have to give my group of iRacing guys, I mean, they're all the way from Pennsylvania across to out by Seattle, Washington. We got a big group of guys. I've got to thank those guys because they literally, from the moment we announced we were doing that, they were all in on truck races at Daytona. And, that's not what we normally do on a night, but they were all in on doing anything they could do to help us just get laps. And like you said, we physically couldn't drive anything. So, we've had a great partnership with iRacing, and actually Leah did a great job of helping with an iRacing project that we've done on social media this week to just showcase what we did to get ready to come here. So, this 50-minute practice we're getting, we're not going to be doing any drafting practice because of the points. And like we said, Colleagues had to work so hard to just get trucks down here. They don't have enough backup trucks for everybody. So, TJ and I worked a lot 2 nights just to make sure that I understood his communication on the radio. And so that way, when the race starts tomorrow night, instead of trying to learn a spotter and learn a truck and trying to figure out what it's going to do in the draft, we at least have our communication down, and I can focus on the truck. So it's been a lot of late night hours on iRacing, which is not uncommon for us, but a lot on the Daytona and truck side.
How much of it is a one-to-one? Obviously, nothing's exact, I would imagine anyway. But how realistic and helpful can that be for what you might experience tomorrow?
I'll know tomorrow night a lot more and be able to give you a real answer to that, but I can say that TJ and I were at the motorhome last night. We were going over video last year's race, and there were some aspects that we saw that I had picked up on the iRacing side that I'm like, I don't know if it's really going to translate or not, and more so than I really even thought, we were seeing that in aspects of the race yesterday. So I don't know 100% what percentage to give you of, yeah, that's exactly like it was in the simulator, but literally watching video last night, I was like, I can't believe that. That's exactly what I've seen in the iRacing side too. So I do think I might be surprised that it might be a larger percentage than what I actually thought.
All right, Dalton, go ahead.
Hey, Tony, Dalton Hopkins with Front Stretch. Do you have any fond memories of Greg Biffle?
I didn't get to spend a lot of time away from the track with him, but I think when we did the SRX series, that was kind of a neat deal where after the races, not everybody was in a hurry to, get to the airport or get to somewhere to get out of there and leave, and guys hung out. But I've hung out with Biffle in Glamis out there in the sand dunes, and had a lot of fun with him. I got some neat videos on my phone from when we were out there, and he's swinging a hammer. Somebody bent a wheel, and he's literally swinging a miniature sledgehammer and trying to bend this wheel back. And we're all, got about 5 or 6 of us NASCAR guys sitting there watching him beat on this wheel, and we're all cracking jokes about it while we're hanging out. But, he definitely was one of those guys that, if you had the opportunity to do stuff away from the track with him, he was a lot of fun, and never really got wound up about anything. I mean, he didn't have big emotions high or big emotions low. He was just kind of one of those middle of the road guys. But getting to hang out with him, the couple trips at the dunes that I got to hang out with him was a lot of fun. He made it a lot of fun.
All right, Tony, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate you spending some time with us, and best of luck on Friday.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Drew.
The sad thing, if I didn't get him out, they were announcing he was taking your job.
Hey.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. A big thank you for everyone joining us. We have been joined here by Rick Hendrick, owner of Hendrick Motorsports and chairman and CEO of Hendrick Automotive Group. Rick also holds the record for Daytona 500 wins with 10. Kyle Larson, driver of the number 5 HendrickCars.com Chevrolet and the defending NASCAR Cup Series champion. Jeffrey J.B. Brown, who's the president of Hendrick Automotive Group, the company's HendrickCars.com brand, is the majority sponsor of the number 5 team. And Cliff Daniels, who's the crew chief of the number 5 HendrickCars.com Chevrolet and a 2-time NASCAR Cup Series champion crew chief. Yesterday, Hendrick Motorsports announced a contract extension or extensions that will keep this group together for the foreseeable future. JB, I'm going to start with you. In the press release, you said extending this partnership was a no-brainer. What made the decision so clear for Hendrick Automotive Group?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Great to have so many people here and fans of racing. We're excited about the start of the season and Daytona being here. But, you know, back to the quote you heard in the press release. I mean, first, I'm going to start, as you said, reigning NASCAR champions. And so what that does to our brand, to the traffic that we get in our sites on a daily basis, you couldn't have two better representatives in Kyle and Cliff. And so, you know, as we explored during the past several months with Mr. Hendrick about continuing this partnership again, it was really a no-brainer. You know, for our organization, last year we sold 213,760 cars. And, you know, while you can't necessarily attribute that to the direct numbers to what Kyle and Cliff do on a weekly basis, we see over 1 million visitors to HendrickCars.com every single month. And you see the surge in that traffic after a win and certainly after a championship like these guys delivered. So when we come back and think about what it does for the brand, it's just incredible representation. And then just for a moment more, I just say what fantastic leaders they are. And it really galvanizes the Hendrick Automotive Group when we get our partnership and our partners at Hendrick Motorsports coming together. I think back to a leadership summit that we had in January where Cliff and Jeff Gordon, Jeff Andrews came and spoke. And that partnership of bringing our organizations together is just fantastic. So for us, again, we feel very fortunate, grateful that Mr. Hendrick allows us to deploy capital in this manner, and these guys are simply the best.
And Mr. H, as you think about the number 5 team, what do Kyle, Cliff, and that group represent in terms of the kind of people that it takes to win championships?
When I think about both of these guys, I think about excellence, and that's the part that rings true with me. I've watched Cliff in a leadership position, and everybody knows that Kyle's talent on the track, and just the way he builds the team, the way he leads his people, and you know, they're there to win every week, and that's what. If you're on a car and you're sponsoring a car, you own a car, you want to go out and you want to have an opportunity to win. And with these guys, then I think we know every time we show up at a racetrack, we can win.
All right, we're going to go ahead and open for questions. If you have a question, raise your name. Please state your name and affiliation. We're going to work to get to as many questions as we can in the time that we have. We may not be able to get to everyone's question, but we are going to do our best. So to kick us off, we're going to start with John Newby.
John Newby, FanBuzz. So for Rick and Kyle, just from a fan building perspective, how big is it having, you know, like I said, 35 of 38 races, having that distinctive scheme in an era where everyone's switching sponsors every single week?
Well, you know, we've had a lot of people, as you can imagine, want to sponsor that car. And I come back, I go to JB and to Brian, and I say, you know, we can replace you. And no, it works too well for us. The consistency, when we tie the advertising together and we see that we're getting 3 to 4 times the return on the investment, and the fans see the same paint scheme, same car every week, and with no confusion. So I think I really like it. I know these guys probably want to change the paint scheme sometimes, but I love the paint scheme. And but I just think when you see Kyle Larson, you see him in that car with that uniform, and I think that makes a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of echoing what he said. I think for me, I love having that brand identity. Me being attached to the blue Hendrick cars, 5 cars. So yeah, because like you mentioned, it's hard to kind of relate a driver to a brand. I feel like anymore, but when you look at us and our team, there is that connection and identity. So I love it. I feel part of the family with that too. So hopefully we can continue on and on forever.
All right, Jordan.
Jordan Bianchi, The Athletic. One question for Rick and Kyle and another for Cliff. For Rick and Kyle, was this, I don't say it's an easy negotiation, but was this a pretty straightforward, simplistic negotiation considering it seems like such a good fit for everybody?
Well, it was expensive. No, I wanted these guys in place, and I did not want to race against them, and they're part of the family and the fabric of Hendrick Automotive and Hendrick Motorsports. And when you're that involved, I look at Jeff Gordon standing over here, or Jimmy Johnson. I remember Jeff and I had a lifetime deal, and I know what he meant to our company, and I know what he still means to our company as vice chairman. But I think Kyle I wanted to make sure that we were going to have a long, long future together. I would have gone more than that if he wanted to, but I think with these two guys, I want them to retire with me, and so I did what I had to. I say do what I had to do. I did what I wanted to get something on paper, so it would take all the questions away, and so for the next 5 or 6 years, we could put that in a drawer. We're going to race to win championships and win races.
All right. Oh, go ahead, Jordan.
Cliff, you're part of this announcement as well. It's rare for a crew chief to be part of an announcement like this, and I think it's even rare for a crew chief maybe to have a 5-year deal or a multi-year deal like this. What does it mean for you to kind of be part of all of this and going forward, the belief in you?
Yeah, first, thanks for the question, and like JB said, thanks everybody for being here. It's great to be back in Daytona. And, Kyle has mentioned it, Mr. Hendrick has mentioned it, the honor that we have to be a part of the Hendrick family, the brand of the HendrickCars.com, Hendrick Automotive Group, and what we do at Hendrick Motorsports. For me, it's really special and just an honor, very humbling to be a part of such a great group of people that strive for excellence with the brand that we put in dealerships, and then the brand that we put on the racetrack, and to be the leader of the group that's at the racetrack for me is a lot of fun, and to know that JB, Mr. Hendrick, Kyle, myself, we all have belief in what we're building with the 5 team it's inspiring. It's fun to be a part of, and certainly happy to keep it going now and in the future.
Yeah, 'cause I want to say one thing about Cliff too. He had his guys reading books, and we have Hendrick University, and we have a management by strengths and how we evaluate how you work with each other. He took his whole organization. I think most everybody in motorsports is gone now, but the integration between the two and the leadership that Cliff has shown, and standing up in front of 100 dealers and actually teaching it's impressive. I've never seen a crew chief with that much talent and drive and enthusiasm, and so we're very lucky to have him not only on the racetrack, not in motorsports, but what he's done as a spokesman in the automobile side.
All right, if I can get a microphone up front to Mike Hembry, please, and then to Zach, right behind Mike.
Mike Hembry from Auto Week. Cliff, we've seen occasions where very talented drivers, very talented crew chiefs, the combinations sometimes just don't work for whatever reason. What is it about you guys that's really made this click?
I think it starts with the bedrock of trust, and really, excuse me, Kyle is so talented behind the wheel, and he's so dedicated and passionate to racing. We see it that he races 90-something times a year between Cup and Dirt and all the series that he does, that I know his dedication to be excellent and to be great. And I think of our relationship together, he's learned how I always want to make, myself better, our team better, and the journey that we're walking evolve every year. Every year you may have accomplishments, but those are in the rearview mirror. The rearview mirror is small for a reason. You got to look out the windshield. So I think our common pursuit of racing and of being really good at it brings us together, and that we trust that we're going to do our job and do it right.
All right, Zach.
Zach Sterniolo, NASCAR.com. Cliff, for you, what does this sort of extension do for you as a leader of this team to reinforce to your group that as long as you guys achieve what you aim to achieve together, that this can be a long-standing place of stability within the garage?
I would honestly go back to how Mr. Hendrick leads the companies, and we're a year removed, 2 years removed from celebrating the 40th anniversary of Hendrick Motorsports. This year is the 50th anniversary of the Hendrick Automotive Group. And when Mr. Hendrick and I were on the phone talking about that, he just celebrated his 53rd wedding anniversary. So Mr. Hendrick is the true leader of bringing people together, establishing great relationships, and keeping them for a long time. And so what that does for us is just empower us to continue his legacy and the excellence of that. We bring in new team members and we teach them how to do great things, but how to do great things for a long time. And that is, what Mr. Hendrick has established in business, in family, in racing. So for us, we get to continue that. And what an honor and what an opportunity.
And for Kyle, I know we talked the other day about the trust that you have in Cliff that's implicit. What have you seen from him, not just in how he leads you as a driver, but how he leads the guys who work on that number 5 car?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of, I feel like, the same. He's just he holds everybody to a high level, and like I've said before, he's always evolving himself, but with that is evolving us as individuals working with him. So yeah, I mean, Rick had mentioned the book studies and the different things. We did a lot together as a team, last year, flag football, paintball, which I wasn't there for, but other events, go-kart events, team bonding sort of things that just unite us, I think is important, and just makes us all work together even better. So I appreciate the work and effort that he puts into not only just building fast race cars, but I think all the other bits and pieces that it takes to be successful. So, and I think that's why we've had the success that we've had in relative short amount of time.
All right, Matt.
Matt Weaver, motorsport.com. Mr. H kind of beat me to the punch with the general direction I wanted to go, but the last time you guys had a combination this stout, you signed one to a lifetime contract and the other one went to another OEM. So I guess for Kyle, why not sign a lifetime contract if one appeared on your table? And for Cliff, is there any reason that would make you ever want to leave Hendrick Motorsports?
For me, I mean, I don't need the contract to know that I'll hopefully be there for the rest of my life. I don't ever foresee a reason for me to even want to entertain, being a part of another group. I know what I have at Hendrick Motorsports. I know what I have with a great leader with Rick, JB, Cliff, everybody else, the Jeffs, Chad. I mean, you could go on and on. So, maybe a lifetime contract will be the next one. But I'm not too worried about it. I'm pretty confident in where I'm at and don't have any plans to ever think about going anywhere else.
Yeah, and honestly, a really similar answer for me. Very grateful for Mr. Hendrick, JB, everybody that helped put this together. And then we have Jeff Gordon, Jeff Andrews, Chad, and a whole leadership staff at Hendrick Motorsports. So we're trying to be excellent on the racetrack now, but we're also looking into the future of people, talent, resources of what it's going to take. So that's really exciting to be a part of, and to have a small piece of being able to build that in ways that they've included me in the conversation, and we're looking ahead to the future for all the reasons that I just mentioned. It's inspiring, and I'm certainly happy to be a part of it and hope to be a big part of it for a long time.
All right, we'll go to Bob.
Bob Hawkers, Fox Sports. Kyle, what's the benefit for you to have a 5-year deal as opposed to like a 3-year deal?
I don't know. I mean, I don't get too wrapped up in the duration or all of that. I really just it's nice to know that I'll be here for at least 5 years and hopefully more, and then that's kind of it. And then I just get to work on trying to win races and win more championships in the time that I'm, there. So, yeah, grateful. I feel like it's a very long-term contract compared to what you see these days. So, I'm very happy with all of that, and yeah, I mean, I think that gets me close to 40, and then we'll see after that.
All right, and before we close, JB, I have just one additional question for you with Kyle, Cliff, and the number 5 team. Just what makes you feel, so comfortable having them represent HendrickCars.com every week?
Well, I mean, on top of being a great driver and a great crew chief, they're great leaders and they're great people. And so just, you heard both the guys mention the family atmosphere and the trust that exists inside of our organizations. I mean, that's so critically important for us. And so, these guys just represent the best of the Hendrick family and the Hendrick enterprise overall. And so for us, we're just thrilled. And, back to the leadership comments that we made, when Cliff and Jeff came and Chad came to our leadership summit, the power of what they talked about, even with perseverance, and back to their focus on constant excellence. That you think back to the last 2 or 3 laps of the championship that they delivered, and what these guys went through, and what those lessons of perseverance and thriving under pressure, what that can bring back to the entire Hendrick organization, very, very powerful. So again, just great representatives. We're just thrilled to have them for a long, long time.
Well, gentlemen, congratulations on this news and the contract extension. Thank you guys for joining us, and best of luck on Sunday for the Daytona 500.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Right now? Oh. 1 second. Got a gift for Rick here. And he knows how special helmets are to me and how I don't like giving any out. So this should be a big deal. But to celebrate Hag's 50th anniversary, we did a special gold helmet for the Daytona 500, and wanted to present Rick with it.
Oh, thank you, man. I love trophies and gifts and helmets. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's cool.
That is beautiful.
Do you guys want to stand for a quick photo?
He's never given me a helmet.
That's not true. I gave one. That's not true. I've given one other.
He surprised him.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Make sure you don't scratch it.
Thank you.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah.
Isn't that awesome?
I like all the
last night. Yeah.
gold badges you guys have.
Oh, yeah,
too.
it's really cool.
I love
Yeah.
that.
So are you wearing it for the 500 and then it says?
Yeah. Well, we got 2 made.
We got 2. Okay. That's cool.
'Cause I want one too. That's special.
This one you're going to keep to the race.
No, you can take it. Yeah, I qualified with it last night.
He had it in the car. We didn't want to take a picture and send it to you.
Oh, man.
It'd be a surprise. Great job. Thank you. Thanks for all you do.
Appreciate you guys.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started with our post-race media availabilities. We are joined by Casey Mears, who's raced his way into the Daytona 500. We'll go ahead and open up for questions. We'll start with Holly up front and then go over to Matt.
Thank you. Congratulations, Casey. Holly Kane with the NASCAR Wire Service. Obviously, the way you're feeling now is not how you were feeling after the incident on pit road. If you could just talk about the range of emotions and how you obviously felt you had to get out there. Were you feeling like there was still a chance toward the end there?
Yeah, I know. One thing that, I was worried when we got stuck. I was worried about going 2 laps down. I don't know. I mean, obviously I haven't come to pit road a lot in the last few years. So I come in obviously a little bit too hot. Looked up, I locked the rears up, and that's what kind of caused that. But the biggest thing I was worried about is going 2 down, right? Because you always, in my mind, I always feel like there's a good possibility of a late race caution at this track, and I knew that if we were 1 down, we'd still have some kind of chance. So, I mean, I actually got on the radio and just asked all the guys to stay calm, and said, hey, we still got a shot here, but for sure when we were sitting in the grass, that wasn't pretty. But I just can't believe it. I mean, after all that, to come back and be sitting in position to go race the Daytona 500 on Sunday. I mean, pretty much the whole race, I was thinking that was out of our grasp, and there was a lot of prayers said for sure, just for opportunity, and it opened up and we took advantage of it. So just super happy to be here.
All right, we'll come up here to Matt.
Matt Weaver, motorsport.com. I imagine it's really easy to go through a different range of emotions even before the race starts, because on one hand, this is a knife to a gunfight situation, and then you find yourself on the front stretch doing burnouts. I'm curious, is this the reason to justify, yeah, we're going to do this, because even though the odds are against us, anything can happen?
I think that when it comes to the super speedways and places like Daytona, absolutely. I mean, I can't tell you, throughout my career, I've been with some of the best teams and I've been with some of the smallest programs. And nothing surprises me here. You come here sometimes with a big team and think that you've done everything right in the offseason. You qualify 25th, and I came here with a really small team in 2019, and we locked our way in the show on speed. So this is just one of those places where there's enough random things that happen and stuff that happens that's out of your control. And sometimes you're on the right side of it, and sometimes you're not. And fortunately today we were on the right side. And it was a big range of emotion, but the one thing that's interesting about this time around is that, this is all a bonus round for me. My career pretty much, had an end back in 2017, 2018. And to come back and just have the opportunity to come do this again is a big deal. And so I'm kind of soaking it in and enjoying every moment, just being here the 2 days before. But, now to be on this side of it and deliver for, Carl Long and all those guys. I mean, I got to tell you something about Carl Long, and a lot of people don't know. A lot of people in this room do, but that guy absolutely works harder than anybody in the garage. And he is smart about how he does what he does. And, we knew we were going to come here and struggle and have a hard time. But, I appreciate everything that he put into this to get it here. And the one other thing I really want to say, and a lot of people might not know this, but Bob Germain was, my team owner when I drove the Geico car. And, when he saw me run at Martinsville and I kind of announced that I had the goal of making 500 starts, he was the first guy to call. And he said, I want to help. And he gave me a way bigger number to help than I thought he was going to. So that got me for a minute. But I really appreciate what he does. But I wanted all you guys to know that he's the real guy behind all this.
And then lost my train of thought. That was a really good answer. Is the plan, I guess, for Sunday then kind of the same as today, where it's house money, stay in the draft, and then, like you said, random things happen in super speedway races?
Yeah, 100%. What was interesting about tonight, and I think it'll be kind of the same for the 500 in some respects. Obviously, the race is longer. There's a lot more fuel mileage going on, fuel mileage savings. Tonight, what made things really difficult is, one, we didn't have the raw speed. Two, I couldn't just lay back, because if I laid back, we could have lost the draft because we don't have the raw speed. So I was forced to stay with the pack. So I really didn't have an option. But even when I wanted to go, there really wasn't the option to go, because the guys that were around the guys that I had to compete with, their teammates and all those things, I mean, they can just lift and kind of stall the whole pack, and you literally can't get a run, So, I think it's, I just can't believe we're sitting here right now. I mean, everything was completely stacked against us from top to bottom. Even the scenarios in the race, if everything would have played out the way that everybody wanted to do their job, there's no way that we would have been where we're at right now. And, thank God we were just, right place, right time, and didn't damage the car too much, and we were able to get it home. And it's just, I don't know. I keep saying I can't believe we're here, but I don't even feel like I should be in this room right now. It feels good to be here. I haven't been here in a while.
All right, we're going to go Jenna and then Zach.
Jennifer, AP, Casey, I know how important this 500 number is for you. I heard you say on TV, hello to Trish and the kids back home. I imagine they're part of this journey with you. Will you now bring them here for Sunday so they can see you racing the 500?
Yeah, so my wife, my daughter has a cheer tournament in Las Vegas this weekend. And so my wife and my son, they have flights going to Vegas, and they have flights going to Orlando tomorrow. And depending on how this worked out was going to depend on where they were going to be. So couldn't be more happier that they're taking that flight to Orlando. And gosh dang, man, I get choked up. It means a lot. But I think a lot of people don't really know and understand, what the wife and kids do, Shoot, I can't even talk. It's not a championship speech. But they, really they do. I mean, Trish has been right there with me. The kids, I mean, they're going nuts right now. I can't wait to talk to them, So got my buddy Donald over here too. Donald was my motorhome driver for 10 years, so good to see you, buddy. Yeah, no, it just means a lot, for sure now, and especially now. I mean, my kids were younger when I was racing, and even before I started doing this last year, I'd ask my son about, hey, do you remember this or that? And he didn't remember. He was young, So to come back and do it now at my kids the age they're at, and see how they get it now, they understand what Dad did for a living is cool.
How old are your kids?
My daughter Samantha is 17, and Hayden is 14. My son. Yep.
So Samantha's not.
She can't make it. Yeah, she's gosh dang. If you tell the cheer coach that she's not going to make it this weekend, I think you wouldn't find me around. Yeah, it's one of those deals where one thing I've learned about cheer, it's not like baseball or football where if you're not there, they just put somebody else in. I mean, it's crucial. So it's going to be sad to miss her here this weekend, but hopefully she'll go win a race and I'll have a darn good one.
Zach Albert, NASCAR.com. This is your first Daytona 500 since 2019. How much has changed between then and now?
A lot of the same things apply. Getting to pit road's more difficult. But the biggest difference that I notice is really the fuel savings that goes on. When I did the race back here in the summer and Talladega, just the way the races ran and all the fuel savings that goes on. I mean, really, it's just the nature of the sport and the rules and everything where they are right now, and everybody's taking advantage of that. But that's just a little bit odd. We were usually conservative through the middle part of the race. The race is so long, you don't want to do anything crazy. But it was really odd to be saving so much fuel and, everybody managing the lines and all that kind of stuff, which I thought was a lot different. But the one thing I did notice is, towards the end of the race, when, 25, 30 laps to go, when everybody really starts going, it feels a lot like the old days. Those everybody starts going, you can really go. The middle lane doesn't work quite as well as it used to. I used to really be able to get up in the middle and make some things happen if you wanted to. For some reason with this car and the aerodynamics it doesn't seem to work as well. But outside of that, I feel like a lot of it is pretty similar.
And by my count, this is start number 495 for you. That'll be Sunday. Where else will we see you next with 500 in mind?
Well, I think that with, it's no secret. Like I said, Carl and those guys do a great job. But I mean, the shop's not much bigger than this room, right? We got a few guys, and so our chances of having good results are probably more at the super speedways. So I'm targeting those, potentially some road courses, some places where there's some variables. A road course, I feel like I can manipulate things and do some stuff to maybe get a good result. So just kind of trying to hedge our bet towards getting the best finishes we possibly can.
All right. I believe Claire had a question here in the middle.
What do you think, Donald?
Claire Beeline, Dialed In Journal. How many friends do you have? You're so popular in the garage because you haven't, rocked against a lot of people and everybody's pulling for you a little bit, unless they were going for your spot. But how many friends do you think you have to race this race?
Well, I lost one in Noah Gregson because I took him out coming to pit road. No, outside of that, that's one thing I am proud of. I think over the course of my career, it's really fun to come back through the garage and just see all the old faces and made a lot of good relationships over the years. So, I think those relationships on track you earn. And, the 500 is a long race. And really what I plan to do there is just, be a good pusher, hopefully be a guy that's not out of control, show guys that we have something that we can do something with at the end. And I think you kind of build those racing relationships with those guys or rebuild those. There's a lot of young guys that I haven't really raced with a whole lot, right? So I'm trying to show those guys as well that I'm not some crazy old guy that doesn't know what he's doing. I think that that's kind of how you do it. But as far as friendships in the garage, you're right. I've just, there's so many good friends here that have been family for years. I look at some of you guys in the, here in the media center, so.
So if you...
I'm like a girl, man.
If you could pick any place to be in the final laps of the Daytona 500? Your preference? Some people say the middle. Some don't like to be in the front. Some like to be the front lead car. Others like to be pushing at the time. What would it be? What would your preference be? And then can anyone win the Daytona 500?
Of course. I think we've seen that in the past. You know, I mean, I think if you're in the show, you have a shot. And, you know, it changes based on the packages and aero differences over the years. You know, I one rule of thumb I always had was, you know, in the middle or towards the beginning of the race, I would always kind of try to stay more towards the bottom of the middle. That way, if something happened, you could at least go to the grass. You can go to pit road. You have an escape route, right? If you're up top, you're stuck, and it just kind of comes to you. A lot of times at the end, it's not maybe the winning area to be, but there was times where I just kind of would stay high because I knew if I'm sitting like 15th and I got a big run and I'm coming off a 4 and I get up against the fence and I hold the gas wide open, when everybody crashes, I can just plow through guys and get a better result. But yeah, it just depends on the year and the feel. Depends on the temperature of, you know, everybody's brains at the moment and how chaotic they are, you know, and a lot of times you just have to pick a lane that you think there's somebody that you can push or work with, you know, or may work with you. Or if you see a guy that moves behind you that's worked with you throughout the race, you might just pull up in front of him and just try to keep that going, even if it might not be the best lane choice at the time. You know, you just got to weigh out what is your best result right there at the last lap. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Any final questions for Casey? All right, Casey, congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you in the Daytona 500.
I appreciate it. Good to see you guys again.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started with our post-race press conference with our dual number 1 race winner, Joey Logano, driver number 22, Team Penske Ford. We'll go ahead and open it up to questions. Let's start right here with Matt.
Matt Weaver, motorsport.com. I mostly say this in jest, but they changed the championship format, and after the first checkered flag, you're the points leader.
It's a start. It's a good start, but I do like that. It's funny.
It seemed like just from the outside observer that the Fords could pretty much, especially when they were linked together, kind of impose their will. Was that just a car number thing, or is there something to that you guys have a really good package for Sunday?
It's never one thing in any form of motorsports or any type of track. You know, I think what you've seen there is you know, some good teamwork. You know, I think, you know, you've seen RFK kind of all just get in line together, and they were pretty committed to each other. You know, and Ryan and I kind of had our thing going on, and, you know, as much as it looked like we were all working together, it's kind of like, you know, I never really seen an RFK car most of the day, right? We may be side by side, but, you know, I was kind of working with the 12 most of the time, and just because it happened to be that way, it just worked out that way. And, you know, Ryan did a great job. You know, those are all the, you know, there's always a plan when the race starts, and everyone always says, well, the plan's the plan until lap 1, right? But for us, it goes throughout the race. And, you know, the plan worked all the way down to the end there, to the last, you know, green, white checker. So, you know, proud of everybody. You know, our execution on pit road with Nick Hensley, our gas man, he nailed it. You know, Coleman on the roof did great. Car was pretty good. So, yeah, obviously it's great right now, but still got work to do, and, you know, that's the ultimate trophy to try to win. I will say the dual trophy is badass. I don't know if anyone's seen it, but it is a cool trophy. Not as cool as that one, but it's neat looking.
All right, any more questions for Joey? Go back to Claire and then up to Zach. Sorry, John. We'll just go ahead and start with John, and then we'll go over to Claire.
John Newby Fan Buzz over here on the right. So I was curious, after this offseason, how important is this race as, I guess, knocking off the rust, kind of figuring out the best ways for pushing, that sort of thing? Because I know listening to Blaney, like, early in the race, he was going 3 car lengths ahead with each push, but then he started backing it up a little bit to go, like 1.5 car lengths, which kind of helped you guys time your stuff a little better.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we were just kind of, I think the duels, there's a few things that you try to learn, right? You try to learn what your car's doing. You try to, figure out the draft, what you can and can't do. Draft changes, before the pit stop, when, Ryan and I were trying to get up there, and we couldn't, because we had no help behind us, so like if the third car's saving fuel with you, you don't have the energy to get there and like actually move the line forward. So, we made a couple attempts, but it takes, 3 to 4 cars that are committed to get there. We just couldn't find that, before the pit stop, but the well-executed pit stops will put us in a position to afterwards go race. But yeah, I mean, like I said, we learned some things. I think the whole field has probably learned that pushing each other is pretty sketchy. I was thinking about it driving over here. Daytona 500 could be a total wreck fest, because if you think about duels, it's a heat race, and everyone's like, well, don't tear up your car, get what you can out of it, but don't crash. And we wrecked a lot of stuff, and that's everyone not racing for the Daytona 500. So say a prayer. I mean, it's gonna be crazy.
Go ahead, Claire.
Claire Beeline, Dialed In Journal. A lot of people do think that you can protect your car and that you don't have to push it in this race. But if you didn't go that extra, put it on the edge, would you walk away? How much, for the casual fan, would you not be ready to compete in the Daytona 500?
Yeah, I think there's a balance there, right? You want to go out there and see what you can do. And I put my car in every position I possibly could. I was on the bottom, tight on cars. I was up top. I was a second car pushing. I was a lead car. I tried to get in every spot I possibly could to get an idea of like my strengths and weaknesses. And then you try to go to work on them, but it's hard to work on them the next couple of days, right? Like you got, it's a couple 50-minute practices, and you got half the cars out there. You're like, you have 20 cars out there is one thing, and you have 40 cars out there is a whole nother thing. But when we go out there and practice tomorrow, it's going to be 10, 12 cars at most. So it's hard to learn a lot in practice, but we'll try our best to try to get some directions.
And you said you thought the Daytona 500 would be crazy, and it kind of always is, and the duels are always a little that way. What leads you to believe, in a little deeper sense, that it might be more like that this Sunday?
Just everyone's pushability seemed awful. Everybody was. I didn't see any car that was taking a push that was like comfortable on the straightaways. A lot of cars were just squirrely, right? We've seen, every wreck. I haven't watched the replays yet, but they all happened on the straightaway. So I'm assuming that's from pushes. More times than not, that's what it's from. So I'm assuming just, everyone's just pushability is weak.
Can go over here to Zach and then Bob.
Zach Sterniolo, NASCAR.com. Just what is, I realize it's a heat race, like you said. What does this do to set the tone for you guys between now and Sunday afternoon when the green flag for the 500 drops?
There's no doubt it's a momentum builder. That part's great. It's 10 points. Point leader, to your point. Cool. But yeah, I mean that's it, right? I mean the goal is to go out there and try to score some points, and Ryan and I were able to max points, right? And first and second, that's you couldn't have drawn it up any better, right? When you come to a green white checker and you get your teammate behind you, and you get the lane choice, I couldn't have drawn it up any better than that. And the trust I have with Ryan is pretty deep at this point. And I think that's back and forth, and that's just years of working together. And he's a really smart speedway racer as well, so it's fun to work with him because he's got some different views than I do, but we're able to kind of take those and put them together and be really strong. So hope to stay around each other for the whole race. It's definitely we're pretty tough.
All right, go ahead, Bob.
Bob Hockers, Fox Sports. Did you notice anything different with the Chevrolets with their new body?
I did not. But I also did not get near them. You know, I think at one point I may have had. Well, I started behind the 48. We were saving fuel. No one's really doing much. Yeah, not yet, not yet. But all signals point that we're going to be pretty strong. You know, so I think we'll see as the season goes along. Yeah, I was. I didn't. I don't know what's different to make the whole field, you know, that way. You know, it could be everyone being more aggressive, you know, setup wise, coming from qualifying. Could be, you know, could be a little tire change that, you know, maybe no one really recognizes or sees, right? Just could be a different thing like that may be different. I don't know. It's interesting to see the whole field like that, though.
All right. Any more questions for Joey? All right, Joey. Cool. Thanks for coming in tonight.
All right. Thank you. See ya.
All right, we've now been joined by the winner of the second duel tonight, Chase Elliott. We'll go ahead and open for questions. If you have a question for Chase, go ahead and raise your hand. We'll work to get a mic to you. We'll start in the back with Jordan and then come up front to John.
Jordan Bianchi, The Athletic. What were some of the big things you learned tonight in today's duel that you can apply to Sunday?
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in there, I thought, honestly. And I think that was large in part because it got pretty aggressive and fast at different times, which was really good. A lot of times you run this race and, you know, it's not the craziest thing and the energy level is not super high and the pace doesn't get super fast, but I thought it did tonight at different points in the race. So, you know, unfortunately I spent, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, but spent a lot of time like leading, you know, either leading the outside lane or in some pretty good spots like down on the bottom, you know, just not in super vulnerable positions with the car. And when I was, you know, a couple of those times, I thought that we could make it drive better. So I was really happy that we found ourselves in a couple of those spots at different times just to have an idea, you know, of what to expect Sunday from a balance perspective. And then certainly the track is going to be much warmer. The grip level is going to be way down. You know, like everything about tonight was just best case scenario from how the car drives. So just realizing that the worst situation you were in tonight is, you know, going to probably double, you know, on Sunday, if not worse than that. So, yeah, all kinds of good little nuggets in there that I think will certainly apply.
When Joey was in here after he won his duel, he said that he thought Sunday was going to be kind of sketchy. The cars are going to be kind of on the edge a little bit, and that kind of thing, and it could be almost like a wreck fest, right? If the track the track will be hotter and it might be slicker. What do you think or anticipate Sunday's race is going to be like?
I could see it for sure. I mean, the cars were pretty unstable, you know, at different points in time, and you know, even in those closing laps when, you know, Carson was giving me some of those big shoves, you know, I thought he was doing it really well. You know, he was pushing me in the right places at the right times. And, you know, honestly, he was getting me out of shape really in places that I wasn't really expecting to be kind of on edge, especially at night like this. So I could see that. You know, I could see the cars being out of control, and I think it's fine, you know, but what happens is you get to running, you know, pulling a group around there really fast in a single line, right? And then you get late race and guys start making moves, and it seems like the more this place ages, the more room you need to run a fast pace. Like you can't just be, you know, locked to the bottom and just stay there. You know what I'm saying? Like when the pace gets fast like that. So I'd say that's probably what he's alluding to, you know, a little bit is just needing some room to spread out. And unfortunately, when it gets late in the race, nobody's willing to give that. So I think that's where the problems typically come in.
Okay, John?
John Newby Fan Buzz. I was curious, when you come into a race like this where it's a shorter super speedway race, does it help with knocking off the rust and kind of figuring out, hey, I need to, drag the brake this much at this point, how big of a gap I need to leave, those little details that are second nature and not, deep in the season?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's good to knock the rust off a little bit. I also feel like, at this point in my career versus, even 5 or 6 years ago, it doesn't seem like it takes very long to get back in the groove. And I don't know if it's just getting older or what, but time seems like it goes by so fast. I thought we left Phoenix a couple weeks ago, so it's like, I guess that works in your favor a little bit about, just kind of staying in the groove as fast as time goes. But, so maybe it's a little bit twofold, having some more experience and just how quick, the days go, it seems.
All right.
Steve Schweitzer with Inside the Cup Garage. Pit stops in the second race seemed to be maybe not as organized as everyone would have liked. Did you get on pit road with the people that you wanted to? And what was the key to being able to run to the front when you came off?
Yeah, we really didn't. And I think a lot of that was because, the 19 had spent the majority of the time leading the bottom lane, and I spent the majority of the time leading the top lane. So naturally, we both burnt a little more fuel than a lot of other people. That wasn't by design. That was just by the way it kind of worked out. Generally and typically speaking, you're going to pit with your OEM partners respectively. We were fixing to be out of gas, right? So it was kind of coming to the situation where we had to get to pit road with really anybody that was coming at that point in time. And I saw the 19 waving, and I saw, I guess Denny was behind me at that point, and he was, waving his hand out the window too. So I knew these guys were headed down pit road, and so I just told them, hey, these guys are fixing to make a stop, and so they called me on in. I think we were getting pretty tight. So, but it ended up working out. I was kind of surprised it worked out as well as it did. Maybe to your point, other people had some issues on pit road or whatever. Obviously, I don't know, but yeah, we got back on the track and had a big head of steam. With not really just the three of us, with Denny, the 43, and us, and it was good enough to kind of get back up through there.
All right, if I can get a microphone to Ken in the back.
Two-parter. Will you spend the time? The weather report for Sunday is a little dicey depending on which forecast you look at. Do you pay any attention to that at all? And even if it does not rain Sunday, it's going to be windy as hell coming out of the south. Is that 20 mile an hour, 25 mile an hour winds? Does that change anything in terms of how you set the car up and just how you think about going about your day?
There's not a lot we can do about that. Obviously, I do pay attention to it, I guess, to answer your first question. But, generally speaking, when you have the wind blowing at your door and kind of at the left front area off of turn 4, which it sounds like, I haven't looked at the wind direction, but, it sounds like that's what you're saying. If that ends up being the case, then that definitely makes things more challenging for us. So that's a really tricky spot on the track. For whatever reason, just the way turn 4 is shaped, it ends up kind of like everything runs together right there. It just kind of gets sharp and tight for whatever reason. Kind of coming back to what I was saying a second ago about needing some more space. That tends to be one of the places that you need it. And anything that forces you up the road right there tends to make that worse. So could potentially play a factor, and obviously who knows whether it rains or not. I don't know. They don't know. I don't know. We'll see.
All right, Chris, go ahead.
Hey, Chase. I'm Chris Gollin with NewsDaytonaBeach.com over here to your right. I noticed on the last lap there, the 77 got a run on the back straightaway that he put into into your back bumper, but I was a little surprised you didn't take that to the inside. On the last lap there, considering the circumstances, the points that are at play and the potential for damage for your 500 car, I was wondering how much you were looking in your mirror in those last few moments, and also how far you were willing to go to defend if the 77 did get a run.
Good question. I think that obviously I wanted to race this car, on Sunday. But even if that wasn't the case, there comes a point in time when you have those big runs that are coming to your back bumper that it's like, I can pull over here and block you, and we're all going to crash. You know what I'm saying? So there comes a point where it's like, hey, instead of me worrying about trying to block you, what is my best decision after that, right? Or how can I keep how can I keep that from happening in the first place? So sometimes it's unavoidable, and you see that a lot. I feel like you see that the really good racers that know what they're doing and do a really good job at these places, they tend to make really smart decisions in those moments. I haven't always done that. I'll be the first to tell you, but certainly things to learn from. And Carson did a great job pushing me there in the closing laps. I think the concern when you pull out of line is, does anybody go with you? And if not, how bad does that deteriorate your finish at that point? So kind of hard for me to see what was going on behind him to totally know the full picture, but it worked out. I'm sure it would be much crazier on Sunday, to some degree. But it wasn't, and we'll try again.
Okay, we're going to go to Claire and then Bob. Go ahead, Claire.
Claire Beeline, Dialed In Journal. We were talking about after the duel number 1, how sketchy it was out on the track, or maybe the pushing was tough or whatever. A lot of times when we see races, like the people that raced duel number 2 saw a little bit of that from duel number 1 and maybe settled down. Or maybe then when we start talking about it, by Sunday it settles down. There's some confusion over whether you guys have an opportunity to get enough time to set the cars up differently. That it was a rush kind of for today for the duels. Maybe there'll be more time for tomorrow. Anthony Alfredo said, I think it was because it took, we didn't have the time like we would have tomorrow cars will settle down. How do you feel about all that? Do you feel like it'll, be different on Sunday, or do you feel it's just Daytona?
From my position, I feel like there was time, to make the best decision. Honestly, like if we had 4 hours of practice, you could have still guessed wrong, right? Like you could have still maybe had the car too low for the nighttime conditions, or, it's really hard to replicate the energy of the pack and how fast you're going to be going and the grip level and the racetrack and your travels and all that stuff is you try and science it out the best you can, but there's definitely going to be things that it's just hard to replicate until you get in a racing environment. So me personally, I would rather race and get a more realistic environment, because people aren't going to race like that in practice throughout the week. So I would rather just do that. And, if you guess a little wrong, then good lesson learned for Sunday, regardless of what side of the fence you're on.
And then the booth was saying on television, what a piece of momentum for you, to have the duel won, which is true. Does that drive your team? Is there a lot of momentum in winning the duel as you get ready to forward into the rest of the weekend?
Yes and no. I mean, we've been in this situation before, and it's it's nice. Don't get me wrong. It's nice to get. I think they award some points now, if I'm not mistaken, and so that's nice, no doubt. That something you can carry with you after tonight. But I'd say the biggest thing is really the pit pick for the weekend, and that's been an area that I feel like has hurt us in this race in particular of the last few years. You just get so crippled on pit road, and Jimmy, did he take the provisional thing? He did. So that there's every single stall on pit road is going to be used. So that's another small little tidbit of information that typically there would be one more opening that you're not going to have on pit road now. So that makes those pit picks even more crucial when there are less opportunities to have an opening in or out. And that was a big initiative we had today, was be aggressive in this race and try to get ourselves a good pit pick for Sunday, just to try and hedge your bet, because you're stuck with that all day, and we can't change it. And so hopefully that helps us. I think that's probably the biggest one. Yes, it's a win. It doesn't really feel like a win. It's kind of, you're excited on one hand, but also at the same time, I guess just experience tells you, and I guess the eyes on the big prize. My mind's kind of already there. I'm really not even worried about it, tonight at least, and just kind of thinking about Sunday and what we can be doing to make that better.
All right, we're going to wrap with Bob. Go ahead, Bob.
Bob Pockris, Fox Sports. I have two. The first, did you learn anything specifically about the Chevrolet body? Like, did you notice any sort of significant difference with it? And if so, is there anything you can say?
Yeah,
was different?
I thought it was an improvement for us just from the pushing. Whether I didn't spend a lot of time pushing in the second row. That's kind of the area that I feel like really. I pushed Eric a little bit as we were kind of getting up to speed, but it wasn't like a true, hey, we're 2x2, and your lane really has to make something happen. So I did think it was a small improvement there, and then I thought, in the closing laps, whether it was Carson's ability to push me, I thought we were just making a lot of speed, and I don't know if that was just we had the right formation of cars in a line, or just our cars in general having good pace, but I thought both areas seemed to be a little better from my seat, but it's a little bit of a guess.
And you mentioned Carson. He certainly is somebody who's had his, people have been critical of his moves. So I'm curious, were you confident with him behind him? Do you have a lot of experience working with him? And if you saw anything different in what he did compared to maybe what he's done in the past?
Yeah, I thought that I thought he did a good job. I mean, obviously, he was very methodical from my position as to when he was pushing and how he was pushing. Again, I think all those things come back to the relationship that you have with an individual a lot of times. And fortunately, I feel like we've really gotten along. And I've spent some time racing with him in the super late model world. We've kind of always. We've always gotten along okay, so I certainly understand. There's been some instances where, maybe I wouldn't have done that, or whatever. But I do think some of those things are part of the learning process. I could look back at my career and pick out things that I probably wouldn't do over again either, and that's okay. So, but my experience with him has been solid and been positive, and certainly tonight I thought he was really mature in how he went about the closing laps and how he was helping our lane make pace. And better our odds for a Team Chevy vehicle to win.
All right, and quickly, if we can just wrap with Holly here. She has a quick question.
Hi, Jace. Holly Kane with the NASCAR Wire Service. There have been years where people that have won the duels or the twins have come in and said, this is the car that's going to win the race. Do you feel like there's been anyone that you saw tonight in either of the race, a team or a driver, that you felt like this is going to be the favorite, or do you feel pretty?
Honestly, really, ever since Next Gen, I don't really see that anymore. Everyone, I would say of all the tracks, certainly everywhere, but certainly at the plate races, you used to always, you're right. I used to come down here, and by Friday afternoon or Saturday practice, I'm like, man, so and so is really good. And that was always really fun too from a competitor standpoint, because that was somebody that was a difference maker, and you knew if you had that person in your line, it was a good thing for you. Or if you were lucky enough that it was you. And we've had cars like that down here in the past too. So, but I think the Next Gen era has pretty well stop that. I see us all being very, very similar. The cars are really draggy, like used to. You have guys that are really fast, maybe pushing or good leading or whatever, but we all just seem kind of the same, and really circumstantial as to how you get pushes and how a person executes that, or just the situation that you're in on track.
Thank you.
All right, congrats again on the dual win, Chase, and best of luck on Sunday.
Hey, everybody. Appreciate you guys hanging with us. Apologize that we make this made the night a little bit longer, but we are joined by the NASCAR Cup Series Managing Director, Brad Moran. As Amanda has already mentioned, the 62's finish has been disallowed, so we're bringing in Brad to explain the process inspection, give a little details on what we found, and we'll open it up to some questions. So, Brad, want to kick us off?
All right, sure. First of all, unfortunate to be here. You know, any small open team, we don't like to have these problems, but we do have to do our job, make sure there's parity amongst the field and also parity amongst people trying to make the 500. During inspection, we noticed this hose, and which is a transmission transaxle cooling hose. It comes off of the right side quarter window and is supposed to go into the transaxle cooler. And it needs to be airtight, needs to be fastened. We have many rules, as you well know, that no parts can fall off the car, and for obvious reasons. We don't say what the intent is, but these parts have to be fastened properly. And unfortunately, this one piece wasn't on the right side, and there was also another hose disconnected for driver cooling, which affects airflow. Super speedway, we all know the importance of that. So it's unfortunate. It was during the qualifying race, which we consider qualifying per our rule book, and it was similar to the forest time being disallowed. In this case here, with it being qualifying race, he was put to the back of the field, which would take him out of the 500.
So if you have any questions for Brad, raise your hand. We'll get a mic to you. We'll go to Bob.
Bob Parkers, Fox Sports. I know you said that you don't do intent, but could you tell if it, whether it was, I guess, do you know whether it was fastened properly before the event began? And do you have any idea why it was not fastened properly when you inspected it after the race?
Sure, I can give you from our point of view, Bob, how we look at it. First of all, every car is inspected. We do safety inspections. We check the insides of the cars, the outside. We checked the windows, the tightness, the flaps. So this certainly wasn't sitting on the passenger floor when the car went through inspection. As far as do we know how it come off? No. We do know that after the 500-mile race, and like every other 500-mile race, or for that matter, any race, any car that goes through our inspection, all hoses are checked. Brake hoses are checked. Transaxle hoses are checked. Driver cooling hoses are checked. And if anything's found like this during the season, it would be a DQ in the race. So we've been consistent with that, and we always will, because there are some reasons why something like this could come loose or fall off.
Anything else for Brad? Steve?
I can talk loud enough. That's fine.
Use the microphone.
Yes, sir.
Steve Schweitzer, inside the Cup Garage. When you do the pre-race inspection and you look at those things, do you actually look for the clamps there and make sure that they're on that particular hose?
Yeah, no, they could be fastened many ways. They're not instructed how they fasten them. If people want them to stay on, which obviously most teams do, if they go through our inspection stations post-race, usually they're riveted, and as well they're taped. There's many ways of taping them. Obviously, different qualities of tape and so on. And unfortunately, this one was only taped, and the tape didn't hold at all.
Okay, so it could have just been accidental as opposed to intentional?
Yeah, absolutely. We don't say the intent. Again, the rule is it needs to stay connected. We're not saying it was intentional, it was unintentional. Like I say, there was this one, plus another hose that also was off the car, but it was still connected. We left the car intact. This piece was totally separated. That's why I brought it today.
And we'll wrap up here with Bob.
Bob Parkers, Fox Sports. Like, if this was a race and it was a DQ, it would be appealable. Is this appealable in any way because it's theoretically qualifying?
It's not, because it's qualifying, so it'd be like an in-race. It would be like an in-race penalty. So it would be kind of similar to, unfortunately, the 4 the other day during qualifying, so it would take away the time, and it's all of our qualifying races are considered qualifying per our rule book.
Okay, well, thank you, Brad, and thanks for the media for sticking around. We'll let you know when inspection is fully clear. Have a great night.
Thank you. Should be short.
It's on. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Daytona International Speedway. We're going to kick off our press conferences for today. As many of you know, we have a special fishing tournament here every year on Friday. I'm going to introduce Daryl Gwynn and Kurt Busch over here and let them take it over.
Thank you, Stephanie, very much. This is our 19th year doing hot rods and reels on Lake Lloyd. We had a very successful tournament this year, raised a lot of money for the Daryl Gwynn chapter of the Miami Project to cure paralysis. And the winning team was Adam Stevens, which is Christopher Bell's crew chief. I don't remember who got second, but third was Clint Boyer and his son. But we had a record number of drivers participating today. I believe it was 18 drivers. Kyle Larson, we had some of the greatest. Kurt Busch. And Kurt is special to us because not only did we honor Kurt last year at our largest fundraiser in New York, at the Great Sports Legends Dinner, we honored Kurt as a race car driver. But Kurt came down to visit us at the Miami Project to cure paralysis recently, and we thought it would be a good idea to bring Kurt up here with us because Kurt firsthand saw our facility and all the things we have to offer down there, and it's a tremendous facility at the University of Miami, Miller School of Medicine. We're right there on campus, 2 large buildings, and we're curing paralysis one finger at a time. And speaking of that, you know, everybody asks me, what are the advances they're making? Well, obviously, a guy like me that's been injured over 30 years is not going to get walking out of his chair, but little increments of quality of life mean everything. Whether it's you're being able to use your hand, that changes the independency of a quadriplegic, where maybe he can live alone and take care of himself. So they're little gains, but they're monumental to the person. So those are things that we're working on now that we're happy to announce that with a lot of success. And you know, we try and do events that we have a lot of fun. And this morning we had a lot of fun. You know, the cars were going around the track, the planes were flying over the air. We had NASCAR drivers on the lake, and we were raising money for the Miami Project to cure paralysis. And we donated a $20,000 wheelchair to a beautiful young lady, and changed her life this morning as well. So, Kurt, would you like to say something?
Absolutely, Daryl. No, I believe what is really needing to be the statement from today was the teamwork out on the lake, but also the teamwork that's going on in Miami at the Miami Project. And with Daryl Gwynn Foundation, it's easy to call you a friend, but to also call you a mentor for a group of people that are in their own struggles. And this community always helps each other out, right? It's easy to do, and we've always been friends. I mean, we're going on a couple decades, and that's what racers do to help racers. And to see a turnout like we did this morning of 18 drivers who have busy schedules here in Speed Weeks, it's working out better and better, though, as the years go by. The drivers and the kids' age.
Well, that's a good point.
They're all in that right.
They're having kids now, so the kids are wanting to go fishing. So the guys that I couldn't get out of bed early are now getting out of bed early and coming fishing with their kids, including Joey Logano, Kyle Larson, and people like that. So, yeah, it definitely helps.
I saw Hamlin's tackle box.
Yeah,
I think he set a record.
they're all cheating.
Yeah,
you know,
right?
You can count on that.
That's what racers do when you put them in a competition. And this isn't necessarily a competition, though. This is to create awareness for the Miami Project and with the Daryl Gwynn Foundation. I firsthand wanted to visit the facility after being recognized last summer, and thank you, and went to Miami, and it's right there in the heart of University of Miami It's about an hour and a half from the Homestead Miami Speedway, where we've raced for 20, 25 years. And when it's right there and it's that close, it's easy to stop by. But then when you're there, I was blown away by the amount of volunteers that are part of the project, the amount of depth of the funding, and the amount of surface area, the square footage of what the facility covers. And it's A through Z. It's 1 through 100. It's, again, not every case is the same. Everyone has their own issues. Family members are affected. It gets deep. And for me, being able to be a Hall of Famer, a retired driver, it's easy to go fishing in the morning, but it's also easy for me to help different programs that I believe in. And it comes through friendships, and then it comes through more awareness to get more and more people behind it. And so thank you for having that gala last summer.
I appreciate
bringing
that.
me in part of as a family member.
Absolutely. We, this, like I said, this is our 19th year. And, I'm from the old school generation of stock car racers. The Allisons used to fish in all my tournaments, and, Tony Stewart and all the guys that, have gone on and retired now. And so I've had to, get reintroduced to this new young class of great NASCAR drivers. And there's a lot of great outdoorsmen out there. Noah Gregson is a great outdoorsman. Chase Briscoe. They all love spending time in the great outdoors. And, Bass Pro, they're one of our sponsors. And, that's what I'm all about. I enjoy the great outdoors no matter what I'm doing. And especially if we can go out and have fun, raise money, and change someone's life. It's a win-win-win for everybody.
Yeah, to have everyone there with crew chiefs, Richard Childress, the kids, and just to see the amount of people right there on the dock at 7 a.m. ready to go, that means community to me. So
yeah,
great job.
Thank you. Well, I'm not the one that gets up at 7. I got up a little later, but of course, all the volunteers and all the great people that were out there. I was there when they unloaded all the boats and gentlemen, start your engines. I called for them to leave the dock. And of course, like every year, some of them are leaving before they're supposed to, and they're going over into the corner over here on coming out of turn 2. There's a pump station over there that they just love that, is a honey hole for the fish. So they're all racing there, and they're all racing for structure because that's where the bass like to live. Kyle Larson's boat never left the dock, and they caught fish all day. So it just kind of shows you the bass are in certain places in the honey holes in that lake. Darrell Waltrip holds the record for the biggest bass ever caught out of that lake during one of my tournaments. It was 9 pounds. Darrell never fished before, and I'll never forget it. It rained all day Friday, so the press room had nothing to talk about. And old Darrell caught him a big old 9-pounder, and we brought a picture of that thing in here, and that picture made the front page of every paper all across the country because nothing else was going on that day. So that was a very memorable day for us, especially with a 9-pound bass. I ended up stuffing that bass, me and Johnny Morris, and we gave it to Darrell Waltrip on TV many years ago during Speed Channel. We gave it to him on stage outside.
I was a kid. I saw that. I thought it was because his nickname was Jaws.
Yeah, well, I'm getting to that.
I get it. Okay, sorry.
And it said something like, from one largemouth to another. Congratulations, DW. So, we try and have fun as well. Anybody got any questions?
Yeah, we can open up to questions.
Any questions for these guys? We'll get a mic to you, Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mike Hembry from Auto Week. What other motorsports series are you tied in with? Do you have events at NHRA, for example, or
yeah,
other
NHRA
series?
and NASCAR are pretty much the two places that I do some type of events like this and give wheelchairs away. And we've got a big one coming up in Gainesville next month for the Gator Nationals. I do a big track walk there on Sunday morning with the spectators. And, it's my passion. I love racing, and I've been coming to Daytona since the mid-'70s. As a fan, my dad was a drag racer. I was a drag racer, but I was from North Miami. And if you all remember, back in the 70s, there was a lot of great race car drivers and late model stock car drivers from the South Florida area. And I was privileged to grow up around guys like that, some of the greatest. And yeah, so it's I forget where I was going, but you know, it's a great tournament, and we have a great fan base of people that support us. And I'm sorry.
Any other events past the Gator Nationals?
We have some other more wheelchair giveaways past the Gator Nationals, but it's strictly between NHRA and NASCAR. And NASCAR's allowed us to play in their sandbox for the last 19 years, and I can't thank them enough for being, you know, having the privilege to be able to do that. Most of you may remember back in the 70s, I believe they had tournaments on Lake Lloyd before I became a part of it. And Donnie and Bobby used to win a lot of those tournaments back in the day. They're both great fishermen. And we miss Bobby a lot because he was always at our tournaments every year.
Anything additional for our Hall of Famers up here? Go to John.
John Newby, Fan Buzz. So, Kurt, from your perspective as a driver, I know you guys were talking about how drivers have gotten more and more involved in this over the years, been more willing to do it. What, I guess, has been the driving force? Because I know you guys are out late. It's a brutal week with how much stuff you have to do. But then, you know, getting up early to go fishing.
Yeah, again, it's prioritizing the schedule, everyone working together. I actually saw the schedule pop up last week with the tournament start time, and it went into a mandatory driver advisory council meeting. We're getting more and more traction from the drivers to participate in the driver council meetings. And so I had to work with the track and to have the driver meeting room separate some time for us to help cooperate and work together. And I think, you know, with the racing schedule, we're on track less, but things seem to be more condensed. But again, when it comes to helping out a great cause and have the kids out on the water, and then a competition, of course, breaks out, everyone's there to create the environment, and the environment's to create more recognition for the Derek Gwynn Foundation, you know, with the Miami project and everyone that's involved there. This, again, will help things blossom and continue to grow.
Johnny Morris says it best: if you're too busy to go fishing, you're too busy.
We'll go right there.
Dr. Deandra, buildingspeed.org. During the COVID period, a lot of race teams turned their interests to helping out with the medical effort. Has there been any investigation of whether or not you could use some of the brains from NASCAR to do things like take the cost of a $20,000 mobility device and bring it down to something a little more affordable?
Well, that's a good question. The situation with wheelchairs are this: no two are the same, and therefore they all have to be custom in their own right. And yeah, now if you've got some mobility, yeah, you can buy a $2,500 scooter if you have some mobility. But if you don't have a lot of mobility, you need something like what I'm sitting in right now. As a C5 quadriplegic, this is the kind of chair I have to have because I don't have balance and so on and so forth. But you know, I'd like to see that someday, but it's so difficult because of the customization.
All right. Well, I want to thank both you, Daryl, and Kurt for coming in here. I know we all appreciate everything you do in the community, and I speak on behalf of Frank and the team here at DIS. We're all really proud to host this tournament every year, so we thank you guys for being here.
Yeah, we appreciate it, and we thank all you guys for your support. And next year, remember, we serve breakfast on the lake. So if you guys want to come out, be on a boat, you're more than welcome.
And
yeah, 20 years. That's right. It'll be our 20th anniversary.
Thank you again for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys both. Thank you, guys.
All right, good morning, everybody. We'll continue our media availabilities this morning with our annual OEM press conference. Joining us today, we have Dr. Eric Warren, Vice President, Global Motorsports Competition for GM Motorsports, Tyler Gibbs, President of TRD USA, Kevin Kidd, North American Motorsports Competition Director for Stellantis, and Pat DeMarco, Ford Racing NASCAR and Analytics Manager. So, first of all, I want to welcome our newest partner back to NASCAR. Ram joining this press conference as our fourth OEM heading into the 26th season. So, welcome, Kevin.
Thank you. Good to be here.
As far as last season, another season of parity, just like the year before that, from a competition perspective in terms of wins, pole winners, passes for the lead, green flag passes, the list goes on and on. So I'll just kick it off here, and then we'll open it up for questions. But for all of you, how do you evaluate your 25, and what were your main goals this offseason leading into 26? And Dr. Warren, I'll start with you.
2025 for Chevrolet, we had a great ending to the year, different periods through the year. Certainly winning the championship in Phoenix was an exciting moment for Hendrick Motorsports and Chevrolet. The competition last year was incredibly close, certainly through the, leading into the playoffs and during the playoffs and the different rounds. Came down to the very last pit stop, an exciting moment that we happened to come out on a great end of. Certainly Xfinity with the dominance of that series. We really had a great year there. And again, the ending with Jesse Love was exciting. So a lot of great moments for us in NASCAR, continuing our development, and we look forward to 2026, and we enjoy the competition, and we'll see what it brings this year.
Tyler?
Yeah, similarly, we had a very good season. I think when you look across all three series, Corey's dominance on the truck side, you look at 14 wins on the Cup side, winning the Owners' Championship in Xfinity, was a good season for us. A little bit to Eric's point, we had a very, very good year. We were 90 seconds from a great year. So a lot of fun over the course of the season. Worked hard in the offseason getting ready for this year and kind of building on what we had last year. We've only got one new crew chief this year, same drivers as last year. So building on what we had last year and coming out one spot better this year is really the goal and what we're looking for.
For our company, obviously coming in new this year, 25 was largely just a season of planning and preparation. Our program came together reasonably late, probably later than I would have liked, but at the end of the day, they dropped the green flag here in Daytona tonight, and we're going to be ready for that one way or another. And so it was about getting the structure, the employees, and really the whole machine running to be able to make it to today. We've been able to accomplish that. I'm really excited about the product that we've put on the racetrack for tonight, and quite frankly for our effort this season. I think not only are we are here and ready to go for tonight, but we're also here, we feel, capable to go win the race. And so we've got some incredible drivers that kind of ranging all the way from the most seasoned veteran that you could possibly imagine, all the way to the rookie of rookies in our trucks tonight, and we're just excited to get out there and see what we can do.
Yeah, from the Ford perspective, I'd say it was 25 was a miss for us. Anytime you don't win, you reflect on that, and not having anybody in the Final Four at Phoenix was a miss. There were some highlights, though. Ryan Blaney was consistent and one of the best drivers all year long, and the way the playoff format plays out, it just didn't make it. So the Super Speedway program last night, I think, a testament to Doug. I see Doug over there. Our cars are strong again. So the Super Speedway stuff last year, really good. Obviously, the finishes are, all chance. And our road course program, we got to work on that this year, and we've got an effort going to, really improve our road course program. But looking forward to a great 26 and more consistency across the board, which I think, the RFK cars running up front last night. Ryan Preece with the win in the Clash. So I think there's some upside for 26 for the Ford Motor Company.
Great. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll open up for questions. Just raise your hand. We'll start up here with Reed.
Reed Spencer with the NASCAR Wire Service for Eric. What impressions could you draw from the duels as far as the new body style?
I was actually, reasonably excited about it, to be honest. I felt like seeing Kyle sit on the pole was exciting for Kyle, and bringing Jim Pullman with him, it's going to be a good combination to watch. So seeing the just pure speed, that was the first thing to look at, single car speed to see that, well, okay, we had some speed there. You know, it's watching the duels, a lot of, you know, there's a lot of fuel mod saving going on, getting ready for the pit stop. So the first duel was a little different because the crash happened there at the pit stop. So we couldn't really see when everybody started going, but watching the three towards the end, and Kyle, of course, trying to protect his car for, you know, wasn't quite the same picture. Excited to see how the three was able to move through there. But the second duel, I was really excited about, to see our cars really be able to get to the front, and watching Carson and Chase run together there a little bit. We weren't able to quite do that. We watched kind of Ryan and Logano really make that two-car bump really kind of work. We haven't been able to do that. They were certainly able to do that last year. So when you get all the cars there, the momentum's a little different with the full field versus the duels. So it's a little. I've learned over the years that whatever you take from those duels is not necessarily what happens when everybody's there, but certainly promising for what we intended coming into Daytona with a new car.
All right, we'll go to Lee and then to Mike Henry.
Lee Spencer, Sirius XM NASCAR Radio and Catchfence.com. For Eric and Pat, how will your entry into Formula One maybe detract from what's going on in NASCAR? Because you guys both have a lot on your plates.
It doesn't detract from the frequent flyer miles, that's for sure. But, you know, I think we joined Formula One for the Cadillac brand and for General Motors. You know, it honestly, we've seen as we build motorsports fans, it helps all of our series, helps all of our companies. Certainly it does not detract from our effort in NASCAR. If anything, augments it, because we learn from every series. We developed engineers, we developed techniques, we developed software, certainly powertrain with the PU commitment in Formula One. So I think anytime you have the commitment from the company to develop those technologies and those opportunities and bring more fans into GM, you know, we will bring more Chevrolet fans to NASCAR, because people that haven't watched NASCAR become motorsports fans because of Formula One, and we see that the growth in our fan base is not just restricted to Formula One. We're bringing new fans to motorsports, and we plan on taking advantage of that to both sell our vehicles and bring them into our other series.
Similar to what Eric said, and if you scope a program correctly and you do it right, you have the resources to be successful. And partnering with Oracle Red Bull Racing, obviously, is the best in the business over there, and it gives us the opportunity to look at what they're doing, understand how they operate, and you know, our NASCAR team is our NASCAR team. That doesn't change. That hasn't changed, and it won't change. What has changed is more people in the building, more technology from the powertrain side that the team works on, but detracting from NASCAR or other racing series, it only helps. It brings the brightest and best people into your organization because they want to be associated with winners.
Mike Henry from Auto Week. I want to ask all three of you guys, if this race, Sunday's race does not end with a big crash in the last 5 laps, it'll be very unusual. Is there any conversation that you guys have with your teams about that and how these races here have ended over the last decade or so? Can you warn them about don't do this, do that, work together better, do something else, or is that strictly at the team level?
You know, I think the playoff format's going to change that a little bit, to be honest. You know, speedway racing, you know, you get to the front, you know, people that, you know, have momentum and, you know, their closing speeds and different things, it's hard to judge that. You know, we try to have these conversations ahead of time about that, but sometimes people see their shot to win and they're going to take it. The penalty for crashing you know, versus the win, it's a different ratio this year. So I think there's a little bit more thought process of, hey, you know, second in the points for second, you know, it's a big gap if you try to get that win. Now, again, everybody's going to try to win the Daytona 500, but it's different. I think there's some of that's going to maybe calm some of that down, but some of it's just the nature of it, and that's what's exciting when you got all the cars and the skill of everyone and understanding the draft, compared to 20 years ago where it was 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. Now everyone's a student of it. I think it brings that kind of closeness towards the end.
Yeah, I agree with Eric. For us, it's going to be about finishing. You got to finish every race this year to make that championship at the end. I think all the teams know that. How that plays out on a team-by-team basis, certainly, again, we've had those conversations with our drivers, but to Eric's point, this is the Daytona 500, and you're going to go for the Daytona 500 if you have a shot at it. So for us, it's a little bit new. Obviously, the Chevrolet is a new car, and how that's going to run in the draft, we all try to line up with our OE partners, but when you get late in the race and there are not necessarily as many cars left, how they bump, how they lead, all of those kinds of things are a little bit unknown. So I do think there'll be a little bit of caution as it goes through, but coming to the end of the race, it's going to be that balance. I think you'll see certain people take more risk than others, but overall, all the drivers really, I think, understand.
Yeah, for our guys, it's about winning the Daytona 500, but you have to get to the end. They're out there to win for themselves, but they're also out there to be there for their sponsors and their OEM. And we like to say, if you're not there at the end, you're not going to win the Daytona 500. And like these two said, the playoff format's going to dictate the chances and the risks and how you put yourself in certain situations. Because with 4 super speedway races, if you wreck out of all of them, that's going to be a very tough hole to dig out of. So they're smart enough. The good ones know when to put themselves in the situation and when not to. But in the end, it's a Daytona 500.
Last year leaving here, someone was locked into the playoffs. Leaving this year, no one will be locked into the playoffs. So I think, again, there will be a difference there.
All right, we'll go to John and then Zach Albert.
John Newby, Fan Buzz. Kevin, it's been a hot minute since Ram has been in the Truck Series. So I was curious, do you have a timeline of when you guys will know how you stack up to the other OEMs? Is it a matter of making it through, super speedways, road course, then through a traditional track like Las Vegas?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that we've necessarily thought about it from a timeline standpoint as much as we're just looking for consistent and steady growth through the season. Where we start should not represent where we end this season. And if it does, that's an abject failure on our part. We have a lot of catching up to do to these guys. We're essentially starting from scratch. These guys have massive organizations with all kinds of infrastructure and technology behind them. That's our job. That's what we have to go create now. And to think that we can come out of the gate and just absolutely knock it out of the park, yeah, sure, that's an optimistic goal for sure. But I think being realistic about it, if we can just take where we start and continue to make steady progress, this is a multi-year journey for us. This is not something that's going to just happen all in day one. So staying true to that and really working to build this program out the right way, that's what's important to us right now.
All right, we'll go to Zach.
Zach Albert, NASCAR.com. For a number of years, this was a 3-person news conference. For anybody who wants to take this, do you guys welcome the new spirit of competition? And are you optimistic or hopeful that there could be further expansion among the OEM ranks, as we come into the years ahead?
Yeah, I think we talk about this every year. We've been excited for Ram to come, and certainly it's a testament to the strength of the series. And the more OEMs and that we have another series, the more competition we have, the more it validates and gives us opportunity to build our fan base. And when they see us compete against other brands, it's important to us. So we welcome it. We certainly support it. And then we've been here years, so some of us that when they were for again, and it's good that there is a knowledge of that past and what it takes to do that. So there's some respect there on how to do it correctly, which we all very much appreciate, and helps bring that partnership closer, where we can help them succeed, which ultimately helps us.
Yeah, we agree completely. We've been in favor of more OEs for a long time. It helps. You look at from the fan perspective, as Eric said, it brings more fans to the sport. You look at what it does from an engagement perspective, an activation perspective out in the midway, just for the fans who come to the track. You look at what it does for the broadcast partners in terms of marketing and all of those kinds of things. You look at what it does to the strength of the field in whichever garage they're in, and all of those things help the sport. So from our perspective, we know it will become more challenging. There's only so many wins that can be spread across now 4 manufacturers, but it is definitely better for the sport, and we embrace that.
Yeah, we didn't get into motorsports to only compete against ourselves, and we want to compete against as many as we can, and we want to win, and we want to be the champion, bring 4, 5, 6 more. That's what we're all here for, and that's our goal.
All right, we'll go to Greg Engel.
Hey guys, Greg Engel, Forbes. Got a couple questions here. It wasn't too long ago that the big sexy thing was electrification, right? And it's still around, and NASCAR has their electric car and things like that. And it was really on the fast track, so to speak, pun intended. Same in the marketplace, and that's kind of died down now, right? It's not the big thing like it used to be. As we maybe put the brakes on electrification, with another pun intended, are there things you're looking at in this sport in terms of, say, doing different things beyond electrification, other than electrification, like I don't know, hybrid power or hydrogen, something, a different fuel that might be, more eco-friendly, something along those lines that can keep that kind of touch point going?
The experience of racing with hybrid powertrains and other series, and the benefit we get learning about electrification. NASCAR, the core racing product is what we want to continue. That's what builds our fans and what we've been excited about, the sound, all of that. The energy requirements in this form of racing are totally different. The weight of the car, the accelerations, and how you would implement is not really suitable here as much as it is at other series. So I think that drives a lot of it. There's not really an added benefit to the sport as a whole. Certainly us as a manufacturer, we're building great EV vehicles, great gas-powered vehicles, and our attempt is to bring the right vehicle to the customer of whatever they want. So I think NASCAR, we love the close competition racing, and we want the powertrain to be suitable for the event and the competition.
Yeah, it depends really on our fan base, and we know where our fan base is here. When you look again at the length of our races and some of these kinds of things, electrification is a little bit more challenging on a racetrack like this where there's no regen or any of those kinds of things. And so for us, it mimics what our customers want in the marketplace, and the same thing from a motorsports perspective. So we're racing hydrogen in certain racing series. We're racing hybrids in others. It really just depends on kind of what the fan base in the particular series is most engaged with, and that then goes on to our customers.
I think our core business is to bring the customers what they want to buy, and really give a good offering of that in the marketplace. So no different than what Tyler and Eric talked about there. What's unique for us and unique about NASCAR is this is about raw American horsepower. Let's just call it for what it is. This is fire-breathing, muscle cars, and that's part of our brand. That's a very strong part of our brand. And so coming to NASCAR, we're able to lean into that pretty heavy, and that is something that has resonated with all the Mopar loyalists across the planet. So we're happy to be here, and making horsepower normally aspirated, and we will support whatever the direction of the sport is in the future. We'll help shape that, but recognizing the fact that our fans really do resonate with normally aspirated horsepower.
Yeah, and we race in 34 countries around the world, 47 weekends a year, or in 36 different series. So we have the opportunity to race hybrids in other series. We have the opportunity to run completely ice here. So for us, our product in the showroom matches our product on the racetrack. It's just not here in NASCAR that we feel that we need to bring hybrids or electrification at this point. 20, 30 years down the road, who knows? Who knows what technology will bring in that? But currently in NASCAR, we're happy with the formula we have.
And speak of the future of Ram, and you're going to get asked this. For so many years, it was 3 of them. And now we got 4. When are you going to think you're going to be up there answering questions about Cup Series?
Now? It feels like you're already asking me one. Great question. Don't have anything ready to announce on that today, but it's certainly part of the discussion internally. It's looking at what the future brings for us. We have not made any qualms about it. We aim to get back into Cup Series. It's really a matter of what the right timing is and what that looks like. Again, you're racing against the best in the world here, so we have to build an incredible amount of infrastructure to go Cup racing. It's one thing to go truck racing. It's a whole different can of worms to go Cup racing. And so for us, there's a strategy that we're currently developing to figure out what all that looks like and what the timing looks like behind that. So again, nothing ready to announce today, but I can tell you that we are working towards it.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Jordan, and then we'll wrap up here with Deb.
Jordan Bianchi, The Athletic. This is for all of you. NASCAR obviously is kind of playing up to its roots a little bit. There's a lot of changes. The chase is back. The Roval's going away. There's been a lot of these other changes to kind of get back to NASCAR's roots, right? So as you look at this, and it seems like this is going to kind of continue for this foreseeable future, what would you like to see NASCAR do, or something that they did maybe in the past that maybe come back to kind of push this sport forward?
I think we're very happy with the direction the sport's going. I mean, there were a lot of great changes made in the off season. Certainly, getting back to our core fans, as we talked about, the change with the horsepower short tracks, and really focusing on, for us, V8 horsepower in this series is in the American sound, is part of this kind of theme to get back to what is NASCAR and what makes people love NASCAR. So I think the changes that were made, and it's a positive future, and we support it. Obviously, we're involved in that and having those discussions, but I'm happy with the direction we're going.
Yeah, I think Steve O'Donnell kind of made a comment about it the other day. In fact, maybe in one of your articles, but about getting back to what we do best. And I think that is putting on a great show with V8 power across the United States, on ovals, on a few road courses, short tracks. I think we just need to continue to get that message out there. I think when you look at the growth of motorsports in some other series, when you look at our sport and you look at how close the racing is and all the rest, it's a matter of just getting that message out there to even more people. So broadening that and spreading that out, because our sport is exciting week in and week out based on racetracks and drivers and all the rest of those things.
I think Tyler said it well, and I'll be candid, I'm biased. I think the NASCAR product is one of the best racing products in the world. I think week in and week out, we consistently put on great racing, opportunities for the fans to engage with. I think one of the things that NASCAR themselves are working really hard on, and we are certainly working hard on it at RAM, is to invest into the storytelling of the sport and how we can get stories told of the drivers and the team members and those interesting bylines that kind of tag along with this great racing product. And so we're excited to see that NASCAR is really investing in that, and obviously we're investing in that as well. We feel like that's a big part of what makes this sport succeed, and we're really doubling down on that.
I think the 4 of us, we get together, OEM councils, and we talk and we work with NASCAR on how to drive the sport forward. And I think a lot of alignment with what they said here. For us, it's about the brand. Obviously, switching over to Ford Racing, or back to Ford Racing this year, it's about our brand out there and how do we promote our brand. And that's what NASCAR is for us, is a great product currently, but how do we do it better? And I think we work together. We try and work with NASCAR. We went to a 2-day test and tried all the short track stuff to make short track racing better. None of us complained. Our teams went. So it's just finding what works, and if getting back to the roots helps us drive the sport forward, and then engaging with a younger demographic, great. So we'll continue to work together from an OEM perspective with NASCAR to drive the sport forward.
All right, we'll finish here with Deb.
Deb Williams, Auto Week, and this is for Dr. Warren. Why did you decide
to locate your power unit facility for your F1 team in Concord, North Carolina?
You know, from the beginning, you know, it's an American team. It's American owned. It's, you know, so the headquarters, we wanted to be in America. So, you know, I think the team's location in Fishers, Indianapolis was natural, and Dan Towers and the TWG group were based there, and certainly with the GM and the investment that we've done in Charlotte Technical Center, investment in North Carolina with our GM Defense industry, it was a natural location to really tie the technology of the power unit also with the rest of the technology of motorsports and how we work those together. They're so simulation dominant in all of these series, and you know, that's really our center of excellence for motorsport simulation. So how that ties into developing the power unit, and then the connection to the race team, obviously being a part owner of the Formula One team and all the technical work that's going on there. It was certainly naturally the great location to put it.
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, really appreciate the time, the insight this morning. Good luck this weekend and the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Is this okay? Good. Yep. How we doing, everybody? It's good to see you, Russ.
Testing, testing. Hey, everyone. My name is Dan Zacharias. I handle the NASCAR media relations for Ford. And as some of you may know, this is our 125th anniversary season. In 1901, Henry Ford beat Alexander Winton in his first and only race and used the notoriety from that event to what eventually became the Ford Motor Company in 1903. So throughout the year, we're going to celebrate that. We're going to recognize some of the history, and when you come and you talk about Ford and Daytona International Speedway, you really think about Robert Yates and Doug Yates and the Yates racing horsepower. So we thought we'd ask Doug to come in today, answer some of those questions, but also kind of talk about why this place is so important to him. But before we do that, I do see Etzel Ford here. So what I'd like to do is ask him, Etzel, if you don't mind coming up and saying a few words, and then we'll go to Doug after Etzel.
Well, good morning, everyone. Many people say that I bleed Ford blue. I think it's probably the new color of Ford blue nowadays. But today I want to talk about a family who I think really does bleed Ford blue, the Yates family. I know because there are very few people in the world who love Ford Motor Company as much as Doug Yates. Doug and his father Robert symbolize what's right with the Ford racing program, but also what's right about the sport of motor racing itself. Robert started his career working for Ford NASCAR powerhouse Holman and Moody in 1967. And 2 years later, he built his first Daytona 500 winning engine. He had a few key highlights in the early 1980s, including building engines for the 1983 Cup Championship team that took Richard Petty to his 200th victory. But Robert found his true place when Robert Yates Racing was formed in 1988, with 57 victories, 3 Daytona 500s, and a championship in the next 9 years. All the while, he was grooming and teaching his son, Doug, who carries his father's legacy with him every day. What can we say about Doug? Well, when Ford engine rivals Jack Roush and Robert Yates agreed to merge their engine operations in 2004 for the betterment of the Ford racing program, they turned to one person who had the trust and integrity they both wanted and needed, and that was Doug. Since 2004, Doug has led Roush Yates Racing engines to more than 400 NASCAR race wins across 3 series, and also a victory in Le Mans for Ford in 2016, and I was there to witness that in a Ford GT. He has created a state-of-the-art business that works closely with Ford powertrain engineers and Ford race teams that has brought forth 7 Daytona 500 wins, and 3 of the past 4 Cup championships. But more importantly, Doug has done it with honesty, he's done it with integrity, he's done it with calmness, and an innovative, forward-thinking approach that we at Ford and so many in the sport have come to admire. So, as Ford Motor Company enters into its 125th season of racing, it is my honor to announce that the 30th winner of the Spirit of Ford Award goes to the Yates family. This award is the highest honor Ford Motor Company gives to individuals and families who have made a significant contribution to the sport of auto racing on and off the racetrack. Doug, I've given this a lot of thought. I sure wish your dad was here with us today. But I'm honored to give this award to you on behalf of everyone at Ford Motor Company, to your family, especially your mom. So congratulations to you. And we have an award, so I will make the formal presentation. No, you expect me to go up the stairs?
Yeah. We're going to take a quick photo here of Doug and Etzel. And then...
Oh my gosh, this is incredible.
Yeah, okay. 2 hands. We'll lose the award.
Let's do this.
Where do you want it?
Doug, hold it with 2. 2 hands.
You got it? I'll hold the bird.
Right here, guys.
New camera.
Yes. What an
I'll let you
incredible,
hold it.
what an incredible honor. So thank you so much.
Well deserved.
Wow.
Well deserved.
That's incredible.
Well, Doug, you wanted Etzel to come up on the stage with you a little bit earlier, and we kind of had this little surprise for you, so we couldn't give it away too early. So just kind of your reaction to this.
It's wow, what an honor. I could never imagine being more proud of being part of the Ford family, and I wish my dad, like you said, Etzel, was here to celebrate this with us today. But it's really special being part of the Ford racing family. 125 years of racing and winning, starting with your great-grandfather Henry Ford and carrying that on today. Boy, I sure am glad we won last night. I had no idea how important that was. So thank you, Team Penske and Joey Logano, for that, because Etzel and I got a chance to celebrate that in Victory Lane like we've done so many times here in Daytona. But I wouldn't be here today without the Ford support. Obviously, what that means to us. It started with my dad. Obviously, growing up, the son of an engine builder was really special. I didn't realize that. I just thought it was a lot of hard work back then, but it was really special. And to be able to follow in his footsteps. But really what made Robert Yates, in addition to his hard work and all the things that he did, was that day in 1986 when they called my dad and said, hey, we want you to join the Ford family and come run Harry Renier and J.T. Lundy's place, and we won't let you leave this airport lobby or room until you give us a yes. And Lee Morris and the guys did that. My dad went to run Renier, and about 2 years later, they decided to sell the business, and a driver named Davey Allison, whose picture's up on the wall with his dad over there, winning the 1988 Daytona 500, told my dad, he said, Robert, you should buy this team. And he said, well, Davey, I would, but I've got a problem. I don't have any money. And he said, well, that's all right. You deserve it. You can do it. You've done everything. And so my dad went home and told my mom that they were going to buy a race team, October of 1988. And she said, okay. They sold their house, moved in an apartment, and that's where it all started. And about that time, I was in college at NC State trying to get away from this because we were working 7 days a week. I thought I might go to work for Etzel at his place in Michigan, but instead we got a chance to buy the race team. My mom called me in 1990 and said, hey, when you graduate, we want you to come work for the team. And I said, of course, anything my mom asked, I would do. I sent her a picture of Etzel and I in Victory Lane last night, and she just loved that. But graduated, came to work, and back then, 1990, we had one race car driver, Davey Allison, 6 race cars, 3 engines, supported Ford Motor Company, and the rest is somewhat history. But a monumental milestone for us was winning this race in 1992 with Davey Allison. It really put us on the map. It put Robert Yates Racing on the map. It gave us the confidence we needed to go on and to grow and to do the things we did. Obviously, a lot of tragedy. That's very well. Everybody understands what happened with Davey and then Ernie. And then about the time Dale Jarrett came to drive for us in 1995, Edsel called and said, hey, we want you to run a second car, and we want it to be a Ford Quality Care car. And my dad said, well, there's only one spot in Victory Lane, Edsel. He said, that's okay, Robert. You got one mission. I want you to beat that black GM Goodwrench car, that number 3. And he said, yes, sir. That's what we're going to do. 1996, we came down here and won the Daytona 500 and beat that 3 car. And we went on to win the championship in 1999 and sat at the head table at the Waldorf with Edsel and my mom and dad and my wife, Whitney. And, now today, and it's pretty emotional, to be honest with you. It's, you just put your hard work and, you just do the best you can and work hard, and you want to come down here and win races and make the Ford Motor Company proud and Ford family proud. And we've won 449 Cup, Xfinity, and truck wins to this point. So the next one will be 450. So hopefully we can get that done Sunday afternoon. But thank you so much for this award. This really means a lot to me, as you can tell.
We'll open it up for questions, and anything goes. So whatever you got for Doug here, Doug's here for the next 15 minutes or so to answer whatever questions you got. We'll start here with Mike Hembry. Go ahead, Mike.
Mike Hembry, Auto Week. Talk about your dad's approach to the 500 every year. I know that he put so much emphasis on winning here and doing well at the big tracks with, extra horsepower he could get, whatever. Yeah. Did he spend night after night at the shop working on those engines, getting it, never really getting it perfect in his mind?
Mike, my dad lived for the Daytona 500. That was his life's dream, is to be here and to win this race. And at the end of the 1991 season, Texaco decided to send our family to Hawaii. And so my mom and dad and myself and my sister, and it was a 7-day trip, and it was around Thanksgiving. And about day 3, my dad and I looked at each other like, we got to get back home. We can't be here in Hawaii, and we got to go. And it's like, well, who's going to tell Mom? And so anyway, next thing you know, we're flying home. We got back to the shop. We decided we took the clocks off the wall, and we stayed at the shop for 2 months straight. Came out here and won that race 7 days a week. Running the dynos till midnight. I'm looking at Jeff because he was with me, Jeff Clark. And, the cops didn't like it very much. We got a ticket for noise, but we tried not to run Sundays till after church was out. But, we loved racing and winning the Daytona 500. And together we were able to do that in 92 with Davey Allison, and 96 with Dale Jarrett, and 2000 with Dale Jarrett, the last pole winner to go on to win the race. Here in Edsel's car, Ford Quality Care, number 88 car. So the Daytona 500, we talked about it all the time as a career-defining moment. If you're going to make a name for yourself in the sport, this is the race to win.
I know Claire B. had a question right there. Go ahead, Claire.
Claire B. Lang, Dialed In Journal. I loved what you said when Edsel, I liked what he said when he introduced you, and he went through all your characteristics, and then he talked about honesty. And that just is so much you. Can you talk about your dad, if your dad taught you that, about being honest in a really tough sport, right? And what he taught you about that is so obvious to the rest of us who've known you for a long time.
Yeah, well, thank you, Claire. I think the thing that my dad would want to say, it's really important to him, his dad was a Baptist preacher. And he was the last of 9 kids, and so he got it honest. And all of his brothers and sisters went in the ministry, and he tried to use NASCAR as his platform. And so part of that was trying to live by, to live that way, and that's what he wanted to do. And even to the end of his life, he wanted to make sure that he had done the right thing and treated people right. And it's a hard sport. People ask you what gear you're running back in the day. You'd try not to lie to them, but you didn't want to tell them what your secrets were, right? So it's definitely a fine line. But you pick a pick a lane and you want to try to be known for being honest and true and hardworking, and I think that's what he would be really happy about that today.
I know how hard NASCAR works, the competition division, et cetera, and how hard crew chiefs work. People don't often see it unless you're inside of it, the round the clock, right? For you, and I know you're very humble, to achieve what you've achieved in your company, how hard do you work making sure these engines are right? I mean, can you describe to the fans how much you put into it to get to the point where you got the award today? Thank you.
I think you used to think about those things, but today it's just what we do. You know, being able to come out here and compete and to win the Daytona 500 it's not really a job. It's a mission. You know, it's something we're competing at the highest level, and whatever it takes to be able to achieve that. You know, in the early days, we didn't have many people, many resources, and you just worked around the clock. Today, we have great organizations, great people, great support from Ford and our teams that we race with, and so it's not as cumbersome as it once was, but still, you want to come down here and to be able to win the race last night and go to Victory Lane on Sunday afternoon is what you work a lifetime for those things, and we've been fortunate to have our drivers' names on some of these Harley J. Earl trophies, and we want to keep that going.
Anybody else? John Newby?
John Newby Fanbuzz. I know you've talked about like the passion for racing, and winning is great, but that can only take people so far in such a grueling sport. Eventually, people kind of burn out. They want to go spend an entire week in Hawaii instead of a couple days. I was curious, what is keeping you going besides just that passion for racing and, the love of winning?
Yeah, that's a great question. Sometimes this is my 37th full-time season, and sometimes at the end of the year, we all can't wait. I'm sure everybody in this room agrees for some time off, but then you want to get back here and see your friends and your family, and it's really our lives. It's our lifestyle. Waking up here at the track, hearing the cars, hearing the Thunderbirds go over. It's like, what else would I want to be doing with my life right now? It's nice to go and sit on the beach and hang out and decompress a little bit. But at the same point, you want to get back here, and it's when you grow up around this. My family's calling. My daughter's going to be here this afternoon. It's just a lifestyle. I did it really a lot of ways to make my dad proud and to hang out with him, and now you just kind of carry that on for your family, and it's what we do. And it's in your blood, and it's just something that you can't wait to get. And the guys that were sitting up here, ultimate respect for all of them, but you want to go out and compete and put some pressure on them and make them sweat a little bit.
All right. Anybody else? All right. Well, Doug, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Congratulations. Well-deserved award.
Well, thank you, Edsel. Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the first NASCAR Impact Partnership announcement for the 2026 season. When NASCAR Impact was first announced, it was designed to serve as a platform to advance progress both on and off the track. And the inaugural Impact Report, which was just released a few weeks ago, highlights those accomplishments both in the community and NASCAR's work to strive toward innovation on the competition side. To that end, NASCAR is proud to welcome POET, the world's largest producer of biofuels, as our official bioethanol partner beginning with the 2026 season. Joining us today is Eric Nyquist, Chief Impact Officer of NASCAR, and Jeff Broin, Founder and CEO of POET. We'll first open it up for Jeff to share a little bit more about this new partnership.
All right, thank you. POET is excited to be here today to announce this historic partnership with NASCAR and to introduce zero-carbon biofuel to the world. POET's plant-based high-octane bioethanol delivers maximum performance with zero life cycle carbon emissions. And not only is this fuel available at the NASCAR track, it's also available commercially at several of our bioprocessing facilities across the country. This is the same 15% bioethanol blend that has successfully powered NASCAR for the last 15 years. The difference is this bioethanol has 0 life cycle carbon emissions. By combining regenerative farming practices with advanced biotechnology, POET has forever changed the future of liquid fuels. Bioethanol is not only high octane and high performance, it reduces harmful emissions, making it healthier for every driver, crew member, and fan at the track. We can't wait to put the zero carbon American-made bioethanol to work on NASCAR tracks across the country. They're some of the most challenging conditions available anywhere. It's truly a great American fuel for the great American race. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. This announcement makes NASCAR the first league to utilize American-made zero-carbon bioethanol in its competition vehicles. Eric, how important is that commitment to innovation within the context of competition to your organization?
Yeah, you bet. And obviously, when it comes to our race fuel, it starts and stops with superior performance in our competition product. And that's part of why we're aligned here with POET, with the technology, the innovation they're bringing forward. As Jeff said, we've been proud to partner with the American ethanol industry at large for the last 15 years, working with our great partners at Sunoco to produce what we think is the best race fuel in racing. And we're going to continue moving that forward. And this partnership with POET and the innovation technology that they're bringing forward is going to allow us as well to explore, working with our partners Sunoco and POET, the potential of changes in the percentage of our ethanol that's in the fuel over time, something that we'll look at carefully. And all the while, thanks again to the innovation of POET and the ethanol that they're producing, it allows us to make a really nice move in a lighthouse fashion that shows to the world what we can do in our commitment as a member of the racing community to continue to push innovation and make sure that we have as the obligation to the automotive industry and the racing community that we're pushing the front of technology around how we operate efficiently and what we use to power our vehicles.
We'll open it up for questions from media. We'll start with John, then we'll go to Greg.
John with FanBuzz. I have a question for each of you. So Eric, when you talk about changing the percentage, I guess what are some of the benefits of having the different percentages in the future? Because this is well beyond my area of expertise.
Yeah, it's a great question. Obviously, this is something that will be subject to great testing and working across the industry. Ethanol has a nice benefit of bringing higher octane benefits to our fuel. Obviously, it's a cleaner burning element as well that we can bring forward to making important improvements to the efficiency of our fuel and what it brings to the environment. Ultimately, any testing that we'll do on this or any move forward will be a function of guaranteeing that what we're putting forward is a superior race fuel product. And again, that's something that will be done in conjunction with our great fuel partners at Sunoco, along with the folks at POET.
Then Jeff, on looking through the press release and all the information that's been provided to us, I know energy independence is kind of a key part of that. Can you talk about the importance of that whole aspect?
Yeah, well, quite frankly, our whole industry got started using surplus grain in America. My father set aside 20% of his land and grew weeds on it for the U.S. government. So, I mean, this is not only creating markets for farmers, but really driving a new fuel. It's gone from 1 billion gallons to 16 billion gallons of production capacity in the U.S. It's created 5 billion bushels of corn demand and just really been a real boon to the Midwest economy and the economy of the entire country, while also putting an American-made fuel in the gas tank.
We'll go to Greg.
Unlike that JP4 we hear going overhead. Jeff, as an old school guy, right, I remember leaded fuel and all that. So I'm trying to wrap my head around this. What's the process and the technology that your company uses to produce an ethanol without any sort of carbon emission impact?
That's a great question. So we're actually combining regenerative farming. So farming has advanced a lot in the past 15 years. So farmers are now using things like cover crops, reduced tillage, organic fertilizers, precision application to significantly lower their carbon footprint, sometimes to 1/3 of what it was just 10 years ago. So that's part of the calculus. In addition, we're using the biotechnology developed by our company, which is lower carbon all the time, and then also we're using the sale of bio-CO2 to replace CO2 that comes from hydrocarbon-based sources. And so when you add those together, you get a zero carbon. Actually, we're doing some up to a minus 14 carbon, believe it or not. You can go to our website, poet.com/NASCAR. Poet.com/0 is another page, and you can learn more about that. We've got the waterfall chart there, so you can look at it.
Interesting. Eric, good to see you. Long time no see. Impact guy, what does this mean for the sport's impact objectives to decrease this carbon emissions?
Obviously, we're a huge sport. We move around the country as a large industry. So the impact that we leave in our communities, whether it's around the environments or it's our commitment to the community, our partnerships with the military, it's been a core principle of this sport from the very get-go, I'd assert. When it comes to reducing our emissions, obviously the race cars that we put forward, that's the show, but it's a relative drop in the bucket. I do think it's important, though, that we're demonstrating smartly. We can never compromise the competition product at all. But where we can continue to, where there's places where we can have superior performance and at the same time demonstrate to our fans that we can have our cake and eat it too on both, these are things that we look forward towards. And over time, smartly, we as an industry, we can find those gains as we work together, where we can lower our footprint. And really, that's just about being efficient. It's about caring about the environments. Our fans love to hunt and fish and camp and hike. And so generally, as a motorsports community, it's important that we understand the role that we play in the larger paradigm, and that we're always constantly looking where we can make gains and improvements there. And I think this is a really nice step, thanks to Jeff, the technology they're bringing, and the leadership they're putting forward here.
We'll go up front to Reed.
I would add real quick that NASCAR also is being very innovative here as well, and really driving the future by stepping forward and putting this in the tank. I mean, it's a proven product, the E15, but it's pretty cool that NASCAR is taking this step forward. Very impressive.
Reed Spencer with the NASCAR Wire Service. For Jeff, I'm sure the first question that the race teams would ask is, how does the Poet bioethanol improve the performance of the Sunoco racing fuel? And same question for consumers at the pump. How exactly does that work?
Number one would be octane, right? It's a big octane component in the gasoline. It's cleaner burning. It's got oxygen in it. When you burn straight ethanol, you get carbon dioxide and water. It helps lower the emissions from the other gasoline, but it also helps the other gasoline burn slightly more efficiently, which lowers other harmful emissions. So many benefits. It works fantastic. It eliminates the need for any type of heat product in your car, because if there's any tiny amount of water in your tanks, can absorb it, put it right through your fuel system. Many benefits, both for NASCAR and for consumers.
Okay, we'll go to Holly.
Also lower priced, I should add that too. It also lowers the cost of gasoline at the same time.
Jeff, this question is for you. Holly Kane with the NASCAR Wire Service. Could you just talk a little bit about how special and cool this is going to be for all the employees to see the presence that you have in the Daytona 500?
My employees?
Yes, yeah, but for the company. I mean, this is such a big moment.
We've got 2,600 employees across the Midwest. They're going to be very excited. I know we have a lot of NASCAR fans within our organization, and I think they're going to be really excited to see this product perform on the world stage. It's very cool.
I'd just like to add, too, for us, for 15 years, we've had the benefit of partnering with effectively the American farmer and the American ethanol industry worker, and it's brought a lot of great benefits to our sport. But it's nice when we're able to do something that's improving racing, is demonstrating a commitment to the community, and is at the same time helping energy independence, the heartland of this country, and really integrating with a lot of our core fans. So it's not often we get to do things like that, where it's win-win-win-win-win across the board, but this is definitely one of them.
Any final questions? Well, Jeff, we're proud to have you and Poet as part of the NASCAR family, and we'll now open it up for some photo ops here at the end. Thank you, everyone.
So on city? Or here, let's take one right here first. Here. Yeah. Let's get one right here. Here, come here, Jeff.
Sure. It's a little tidbit.
And we'll compose. There we go.
It's lighter than you think, and it's stickier than you think. You want to get the color, but yeah.
Good to see you. Everything good? Hi, everybody. On behalf of the National Motorsports Press Association, thank you guys so much for the time this afternoon. We'd like to officially present the Myers Brothers Award for 2025 to NASCAR on Fox broadcaster Mike Joy today. If you guys can imagine this scene back in November after we crowned our Cup Series champion at Phoenix Raceway, 2 days later we have the Cup Series banquet in Scottsdale, Arizona, about 3,000 miles on the other side of the country. Mike was sitting on the couch with his son Scott watching the Cup Series banquet on television and learned then for the very first time live on TV he had won one of the most iconic and prestigious NASCAR awards. So today we wanted to officially present Mike Joy as the recipient of the Myers Brothers Award. This award honors lifetime contributions to NASCAR, recognizing someone worthy through their leadership, service, and impact on the sport. And I can't think of anyone more fitting of that bill than the man on my left, who I'm honored to call a colleague and a friend. For Mike, this is the 47th Daytona 500 for which he's been a part of either on live television or radio. His 57th year in motorsports broadcasting, and on Sunday afternoon he'll be calling his 23rd Daytona 500 for NASCAR on Fox. Mike is not only one of the best lead play-by-play announcers in NASCAR history, but in all of sports broadcasting history. On behalf of the NMPA, Mike, congratulations on winning the Myers Brothers Award.
Thank you, Danielle. When I heard you and Larry talking on the radio show about this, and we had the conversation with you and my longtime partner, Larry McReynolds, it just really struck me how meaningful this is. My first acquaintance with the Myers Brothers Award was when I accepted it on behalf of Motor Racing Network in 1982, and then was part of the CBS team, and in 95, the voice of TNN, when each of those organizations were honored. And oftentimes this goes to an organization, not that often does it go to an individual, so I'm quite humbled to have my name on this trophy, especially right alongside Greg Biffle, last year's recipient, who we dearly miss. It's been quite a ride. When I first came into this press room, it was full of daily beat writers from almost every newspaper in the country that either had a presence in auto racing or some advertising to support it. And then a bunch of still photographers around the room. Broadcasters were in the minority. Now, with the internet and streaming and all the opportunities we have, the opportunities for members of the NMPA to break into this business and grow have just never been bigger and never been broader. And that's why I'm very proud to be part of this organization. And I'm very proud that this award is presented here, because in the court of public opinion, there is no harder case to win than one in front of a jury of your peers. So I want to thank all the NMPA members. If you're not a member, I noticed there's a sign out on the door of how you can join, and I really hope you will. It's a great organization, great collegiality. That's all part of it. I think back to my first broadcast here, high atop a 5-story scaffold in turn number 2. Something I didn't want to climb. I was afraid of heights, but if I didn't drag that equipment up there, I wasn't going on the air for MRN that day. And we did, and had a great show. I am so fortunate to have learned at the feet of Ken Squire, Barney Hall, and Ned Jarrett, who certainly set the stage for every stock car racing broadcaster to follow. And I've been blessed with great analysts, Buddy Baker and Neil Bonnet on TNN and CBS, Darrell Waltrip and Larry Mack together, 3 of us for 15 years, which I think is a record for any national sports broadcasting booth as a trio. Jeff Gordon, fantastic analyst, and had just a great ear and eye for what the viewer wanted to know and when. Tony Stewart, Bobby Labonte, many folks along the way, and now, of course, Kevin Harvick and Clint Boyer. There's an indescribability about this group, but we try to have a lot of fun with it and never make fun of it. I won't rattle down the long list of producers and directors that I've been really privileged to work with, except to tell you we have a new director for NASCAR on Fox this year. Darren Foster has been part of our telecast for many years, and now midway of last season, he took over the director's seat. And with he and Chuck McDonald in charge, and with our management group that comes in today, led by Eric Shanks and Brad Zager, Jacob Ullman, they're all here, all boots on the ground, and this Daytona 500 is annually one of the biggest events for us. But thinking back on my tenure in this sport, I didn't know the Myers brothers. They were both passed before I got out of junior high school. But the next generation of Myers brothers, Randy and Chocolate and Gary, who raced in the Cup Series, and then the third generation with Bert and Jason running modifieds at Bowman Gray, and now their sons. I mean, it's just a great racing family, and one that I'm just very proud to be a part of this celebration. So again, thank you to the NMPA. You're a great organization. You do great work, and I'm so proud to be one of you, and so humbled to be recognized.
Very deserving. Congratulations, Mike. We have time for a couple questions in the audience. We'll pass a microphone around as we take a moment to get that first question here. Mike, for the 2026 Daytona 500 coming up on Sunday afternoon, after the duels last night, what can we expect?
The biggest thing is a whole new graphics package for Fox. With driver photographs, which a lot of folks on the internet have been clamoring for. The superheroes era has come to an end. We think it served its purpose well, but driver photographs are there. A much clearer graphics look that came along with the Fox NFL package this fall, and now is expanded to NASCAR, IndyCar. You'll see a lot of those elements in what we do. But I think the visual presentation will be a lot easier for folks to understand, especially people who are watching the race in settings where maybe they don't have the sound on or in a crowded room. That'll be, I think, a lot easier. Commentary-wise, everybody's back that was with us last year, and so no changes there. A little more storytelling, and we'll see where we go. We got a few surprises up our sleeve.
We can begin with Jeff Gluck.
Mike, you mentioned, all the newspapers that were here when, you first started and things. Where do you think the NASCAR media, the state of the NASCAR media is going over the next 5 to 10 years as things have evolved?
If I knew, I'd buy stock. Gosh. More streaming. I think it's going to be more difficult to get quality events on network television or national cable. Because of the drive to streaming and the revenue streams that are available there. We're going to see a lot more of that. And again, that means more opportunity for more people. I think the biggest difference in what I read, and I read everything. I even read X. I read all those comments. I read all the clickbait. I read all of the offshore websites with the pictures of the wrong people and the headlines that don't make sense. And how do you make sense of it all? Because, again, back in the day, not only was every beat writer writing for a respected national or local publication, but there was accountability. You did the job right, or somebody else would be doing it next time. And I'm afraid that as we work our way into the internet era, and a lot of people are working for themselves, that sense of third-party accountability is dwindling. And it rests with the people in this room to get the stories right and get them out there and beat down the chatter of the offshore websites and the clickbait sites and the things like that. And that's going to be tougher as we go forward because there's just going to be more of them as the internet monetizes. 5 or 10 years from now, I don't know, Jeff, somebody else will be sitting up here to tell you what's going to happen next. I wish I knew, but I'm going to be watching closely. Mike.
Mike, you mentioned earlier about graphics and such. All that has really changed over your tenure in the booth. How has that changed what you think you need to say and what you need to describe, given the fact that so much is now on the screen?
Thank you, and that's a great question. The single biggest thing that made my job easier and the MRN fellas' jobs easier, when I got in this, Morris Metcalf and his scoring stand was located down there on the front straightaway, and the individual scorers wrote the number down on the flop clock as the car came across on their clipboard, and every ton lapse they'd hold up the clipboard, and on the back side of the clipboard was their car number. somebody in the front of the booth would write down that list of numbers and call it up to our booth, where it would be written down on a piece of paper and given to Barney Hall and me, or Ken Squire and Barney. And then we got the bright idea. We got NCR paper, so that non-carbon paper, so that they do the lead lap, hand us the paper, and then continue on with the lap down cars and so forth. And that's how we got scoring, was once every 10 laps. CBS would put up a top 5 leaderboard going to break. It had to be typed in manually, and they'd go, font's right. And if it was ready before the commercial rolled, they'd put it in, and if not, we'd roll it in after the break. And that was all you got. So computerized scoring has been the single biggest advance for us, and it makes having to do all of those rundowns of who's where hardly at all for us. And computerized scoring, radio takes great advantage of it too. And what I like on our ticker, or our scoring pylon that we use, is, except for Daytona, Atlanta, Talladega, where we use speeds, the default is the interval to the leader. That way, if your driver, the driver you're following, if he's not on the screen, you can tell if that interval is growing or shrinking, whether he's gaining on the leader or losing. So it means that everybody, no matter who they're following, still has a place in the broadcast, even if they're not one of the cars on screen at a time. So that's really made my job easier. We're not quite to the level of NFL or even IndyCar, where we have the officials' radio transcribed at the bottom of the screen to know what all the penalties are and so forth. We're working on that. We've got some ground to gain. But all the information we can put on screen, either in the pylon or in a lower third, has certainly made our job a lot easier.
Time for one more here.
Yeah, thank you. Mike Royaker, Skyview Sports. In the 25th remembrance of Dale Earnhardt, and you making a call that day, and of course the show that was on Fox Sports 1 last night, has there been any surprises in the growth of his legacy on the sport, or something you can see happening in the future?
I think we're about to turn a corner, and maybe we already have. Where those of us who were here and those of us who have fond memories of interacting with Dale, because, there was Business Dale and Racer Dale, and then there was Playful Dale, and the guy that the week after Daytona in the snow at Rockingham would be doing donuts around the motel parking lot when we got snowed out. And that's the guy I remember, and those memories are firm, and those are stories we're going to continue to tell. But I think, as with any athlete who's no longer on the playing field, the more we get removed from the time up to 2000, those memories are going to fade. And there's ways to keep them alive. Every kid who follows baseball can recite Babe Ruth's home run stats. And when did he hit a home run last? Century ago, almost. So there are ways to keep these memories alive. I'm not sure the people who are the custodian of those are really leaning in that direction. We'll see going forward. It's up to all of us. The last thing I want to say is that without my family, I know that's what happened. Gay did a great job raising Scott and Caitlin. Scott's all in. He's at a lot of the races. He's going to do some Barrett Jackson commentary with me. He drives the piss out of our vintage race cars, and I get to fix them. And that's a lot of fun, too. Katie's in Nashville. She's trying to make her way in the music business end of the business, and couldn't do it without them. It's all worthwhile. But thanks.
Well, you're such a special piece of our NASCAR family.
Stop.
And interesting to me, I've been hanging around Larry Mack too long. I'm starting to think about numbers and statistics. But you are about to call your 24th Daytona 500 with NASCAR on Fox, and the 24 car has won the last 2 Daytona 500. So interesting numerology here, and we wish you the best of luck on Sunday with the call.
There's a lot of numerology. We're going to do a practice show here at, I think, 5:30. And I know a lot of you were following racing back when Parnelli Jones lost the Indy 500 in the STP turbine car. And I'll never forget this. A $3 ball bearing failed in the last 5 laps, kept him from victory lane. Well, you know what kept Anthony Alfredo out of the Daytona 500? Less than $1 worth of pop rivets. Gosh, that one's going to stick for a long time. That's a tough one. So that'll be part of our practice show.
I could listen to you tell stories for days, Mike, but we know you have to get to the booth and wish you the best of luck on Sunday. Thank you and congratulations.
Danielle, thank you, and the NMPA especially. Keep up the great work. Thanks.
Holly,
Of course.
Holly, do you want to get a picture with Mike? Well, you should as president now. And Deb.
Let's get a picture of you.
However you want to set this up. You want to slide that? We'll slide that over, or
Deb and Holly, why don't you come
let's
up
get
too?
you and me,
Yeah.
and then let's get me with the two presidents, incoming and outgoing. How's that?
El Presidentes?
Yes. It's not one, but two presidentes.
It's your lucky day.
Side.
We'll be on either side.
Wonderful.
It's okay. It's okay. He's a big deal.
Digital photography, nice.
Thank you, and congratulations, and thanks. Thanks for allowing us to do this here. I think in front of our peers, it's so much better than, you know. All right, we're getting the bums rush.
Okay.
Pick your name on the next line. Scott, you want a picture? Yeah, jump up here. Megan, can you take this? And then we're clear. Promise. Cool.
How heavy?
Okay. I guess this is going with us. It's not that unwieldy.
Congratulations.
Why, thank you.
All right, testing 1, 2. All right, we've now been joined by Josh Berry, who is the fastest Ford in that practice this afternoon. Josh, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. We'll go ahead and open for questions. If you have questions for Josh, raise your hand. We'll work to get a mic to you. And we'll start with Claire.
Claire B. Lang, Dialed-In Journal. When you're the fastest of your manufacturer, do you feel like people will follow you, friend you, pay more attention to you? They know you're the fastest, that matters in the scheme of things?
I'm not quite sure for practice. Obviously, we're all in a pack, and it just kind of depends sometimes how the timing works out. But I'd say it's definitely not a bad thing. I feel like to show you have some speed, and we were in front. I think when we ran that lap, they said so. Feel good about my car. Honestly, feel really good about my car. Felt good about it last night. So hopefully it's a sign for a good race on Sunday.
And can you talk about your practice after the duels? There was a lot of conversation that the cars were squirrely or the pushing was squirrely. Did you notice that? And what do you feel like you saw in the practice session from behind the wheel?
Yeah, for us, it's been pretty solid weekend. Really, I know we didn't quite get up to the front till the end of the duel. Just through the fuel savings and strategy of how it all worked out. But honestly, felt really good about my car, making kind of that charge to the front at the end that we were able to do to get to sixth. And just kind of been searching for a balance here, really ever since, the July race in the 4-car when I, the flip. I have felt like I had a really good balance that night and kind of been searching for that in the 21, and I feel like I'm pretty close and was really happy with my car yesterday. And in that practice, same thing. So, hopefully that translates to Sunday.
All right, Zach, up front here.
Zach Sterniolo, NASCAR.com. Josh, this practice started at a time that'll be, you would think, would more simulate what you're going to experience on Sunday, at least towards the end of Sunday's race. Does that matter at all? Is there anything that you learned differently today versus yesterday when it was cool and at night?
I think obviously it's going to, obviously the conditions are closer to what we'll have at the end of the race. I mean, it was pretty cool last night. And I think even for us, that was kind of our last check off, I guess, was were we strong or did we feel comfortable with the car just because it was cooler? We wanted to check a little warmer temperatures, which it seems like that added up. Obviously, we'll start during the day and the track will, change a little bit through the night. But, yeah, overall, we've been pretty happy all weekend, really.
All right. Any final questions for Josh? Okay, we'll go up front to Lee.
It seems like I think there's 11 Fords out there. You guys might be maybe at a disadvantage. You kind of feel that out there, or because you guys have quality over quantity, that it won't make as much of a difference?
Yeah, I think at times, obviously we were, my dual race, it was only a couple of us Fords, which, can make it tough at times. But, ultimately I feel like it kind of, attrition and things throughout the race kind of even the playing field. I feel like from that standpoint, there's always the possibility that you could have a lot of one manufacturer and less of others, just depending on how the accidents fall or, people make mistakes and get lapped down or something like that. But I think towards the end, it'll probably sort itself out.
Okay. Any final questions? All right. Josh, thanks so much for coming in.
Tough crowd tonight.
No, we're so excited to have you here.
I can tell.
Aren't we excited?
Thanks.
All right, as you can see.
At least I got my Ford folk over here. Thank you.
As you can see, we've now been joined by Chandler Smith, driver of the number 38 front row Motorsports Ford. First of all, congratulations, Chandler. Crazy ending to that race. We're just going to go ahead and jump right into questions. We will start with Zach Sterniolo and then go to Nate.
Zach Sterniolo, NASCAR.com. Chandler, congratulations on this. Run 5th through turns 3 and 4. Did you think that you were going to be able to build a big enough run to get there?
The truthful answer is no. I thought they were just going to start wrecking in front of me, truthfully, because the 62 was extremely aggressive all night. 17 through some interesting blocks as well. And it's just crazy. The seas parted. The 88 stayed committed to me. And, I know everybody at the Blue Oval right now is smiling ear to ear because another Ford pushed another Ford to victory lane. And that's what we've been trying to get that to happen to the truck series for the past few years on an OEM standpoint. So super happy that we were able to, myself, and obviously Ty is a huge, huge testament to this win. Without him pushing us, we don't win this race. So very, very grateful for him. And very, very thankful for this number 38 team. That truck that we had tonight was really fast. Played it a lot more conservative than I usually do, especially with the new points format. The mentality for racing is a little different than it was with the playoff formation and playoff format. Sorry. So I think we ended up having the fastest lap tonight. We won a stage and we won the race. So I'm pretty happy. I'd be curious to see how our points accumulated once we get out of here.
Going through the tri-oval, 4 wide. Did you know that you were out front by that point, or did you need to wait on the spotter to tell you?
No, I actually knew because, I expected the 62 to cover bottom because that would have been his best shot, but he went to side draft whoever was on his outside. When he did, the 88 was hooked to me and pushed me straight to that hole, and I looked to my right, and they were all stalling each other out, and I just blew past. I was like, oh, my gosh, we just won Daytona. It was, instant, just like that. And, I've been so close. I personally feel like I've been so close to being in such good spots. And a few years ago when I was at JGR here, came really close to winning that race when Truex, I believe he won. I think I finished second or something like that. So I feel like I've came so close to winning one of these super speedway races in a few different divisions. And to finally get that monkey off my back. They always say once you get that first win, the floodgates open. So I'm curious to see if that'll transfer over super speedway racing with my career.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you so much. That's so great. They got me Sprite, at least. A bit more of a Mountain Dew guy, but beggars can't be choosers.
John Newby, Fan Buzz. So I have kind of a two-parter question for you. So with the mix of people in the, in the series tonight, guys who have never started super speedway races before. You got veterans returning, all these different elements. Are you surprised that it was, I guess, as clean as it was?
Kind of, but I would say this was easily the most chaotic super speedway race I've been a part of in my career for a very long time. Last year, me and Lane were able to control this race really easily because we just went to the third lane, knew it was going to work, and everybody was just, you look from last year, the year before that, past 5 years, it was just a 2-lane race. There was never 3 lanes, and it was bottom and middle. And then last year, obviously, we made the third lane come in, and everyone caught on to that, and you had 3 lanes all night pretty much. So, and, we're not cup racing. We don't have to save fuel. So once we get staggered 3 by 3, it's really hard to go anywhere, truthfully. So it was a lot more challenging tonight. There's a few times we came from the back and was able to, finally shuffle our way to the front. But, man, you had to be so precise with your moves and your runs you were taking. Try not to be too aggressive. Like the 77 and the 7 specifically was just so aggressive tonight. Hey, babies. And, it paid off for them in some instances. But at the end of the day, you've just got to make it to the end of these races. You've seen it tonight. You're never out of it until you get to the checkered flag. So.
And then you kind of led into it by calling it chaotic, which, yes, it was. But I was curious, taking aside the winning aspect of it, was it fun behind the wheel? Because everyone I talked to on pit road, regardless of where they finished, they were just smiling ear to ear and just having a blast.
It was fun. I mean, I was thoroughly impressed with how out of control I seen so many trucks tonight. Really, how out of control those trucks were tonight. And we didn't have as many wrecks. Like, I bailed, I think, halfway through the first stage specifically because I was like, these jokers are about to junk it. Like, I want to make it to the end of this thing. And they were able to keep it, all going straight. So I was pretty impressed by it. And I think that's why everybody's probably got a smile on their face. Like, everyone noticed we were all out of control and somehow kept it off each other, raced each other fairly clean. And I'm sure going back and watching the race, it was such a cool product to watch. I'm excited to go back and watch it. We were probably a quiet dark horse the entire race in a sense of just we were probably making headlines. So I'm glad we made the most important one, and that's sitting here in victory lane.
We're going to go to Chris.
Hey, what are you doing?
Hey, Chandler. Chris Collin, NewsDaytonaBeach.com. First off, congratulations. Hate to bring up a sore subject, but does the win tonight for you, does it make up for last night not going the way you wanted?
Truthfully, I pray a certain prayer before every race, and most of my prayers are very consistent in a certain sense of I'm always going to submit myself to the Lord's plan and whatever His will is for me. And I am a firm believer that I wasn't meant to be in the Daytona 500 110%. And once again, that was, like I said, it's a consistent thing that I pray about is I just want to submit myself to God and His divine will for me. And when I reflect back from my career from start to finish, all the trials and tribulations, all the highs I've been through, when I reflect back and look, I see God's hand, His provident hand in every single thing that I've done, all the lessons that I've learned, even in life. So once again, tonight's even more of a testimony. I could sit here and reflect back. You can even say this is maybe, we didn't make it to the second round of playoffs last year. We had such a crappy first round and came down to New Hampshire in a must-win, and we finished second. And everyone's like, man, how are you not hanging your head by that? Once again, I believe that God has a certain plan, and I'm going to submit myself to that plan. And when I reflect to tonight, I could definitely see His hand in it.
Thanks, Chandler.
A lot of people call this racing luck. I don't believe in luck.
Thanks, Chandler. Congrats.
We're going to go to Steven and then in the back.
Steven Toronto, West Toronto 92 Network. Chandler, every driver has the goal.
Wait, you're Steven?
Yeah.
Dude, I follow a lot of your stuff on Twitter. You got some good stuff on there.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I've always wondered who that was because your profile picture ain't you.
Yeah, it's
good to finally put a face with a name.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. So anyhow, the goal of every driver is to win at Daytona, and just to be able to do that is an accomplishment enough in and of itself. But to be able to do it the way you did it, 4 wide, coming to the finish line, something that's probably going to end up on the highlight reel here forever. How much more does it enhance the feeling of having won at Daytona and having made that accomplishment?
When you put it that way, it kind of sits a little differently than it has, truthfully. Because it still hasn't really, it just registered to me that we won. not how we won. All I know is the 88 pushed me to it, and that's it. I keep forgetting that we were 4 wide, and I don't even know how close the finish was either. So, it's really special to have my first super speedway win come in a fashion like it did, especially with the highlight of how last night went. Just want to circle back to the testimony of God's hand working in my life and my career.
Have you gotten to see the replay yet?
No, I have no idea what it looks like.
Yep, it looked like a C-fixed race. Like a C-fixed race in real life. If you get where
I don't
I'm
know
going
that
with
that's
that.
good. I don't know that that's really that good though.
I mean, your mileage may vary. That was cool. Congratulations,
Yeah,
Chandler.
thanks, man. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Go ahead in the back.
Chris Vanell, Daytona Beach News Journal, way in the back. People coming into this race, people talked about how stacked this lineup was. You had a bunch of Cup Series regulars. You had Tony Stewart coming back, Travis Pastrana. Does it mean a little bit more, emerging from that stacked field?
Yeah, sure, for sure, I guess. Truthfully, my goal tonight, don't get me wrong, I love when Cup guys come and race with us, and it was really cool racing with Travis and Tony Stewart and whatnot, but I've been laser focused on my 38 team and focused on the goal at hand and, changing the mentality of, playoff racing, how you approach each race, knowing how the playoffs are formatted, to now we're in the chase. It's just so much different. And kind of didn't give it a lot of thought on. The only one I really thought about was Cleus because he started right behind me, and I was curious on how he was going to push me. So, yeah, anyways, with that being said, the only Cup guy that I even seen really all night that was up there would be like Hocevar, McDowell, and John Hunter. But it's super cool to see a Truck Series regular still win, even with all the iconic names and all the flashy titles and all that good stuff. Still cool. I know Duke Thorson will be very, very happy. He'll say the Cup guys came down. The Cup guys came down to the truck level. He's got some saying, so I'm sure he's going to be pretty tickled to death about that himself.
I believe we have a question from the press box.
ChrisKnightCatchFence.com. Chandler, it looked like the runs were massive tonight, bigger than normal. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, these trucks punch such a big hole in the air, and when you're consistently 3 wide like that, your runs are going to be ginormous because each lane's pulling each lane back constantly, pretty much. So it just creates such a big arrow effect. And once again, I'm gonna state we're not Cup racing. We don't ever have to save fuel, so everyone's running wide open. So you're gonna see those runs a lot bigger. I mean, you'll watch Sunday when people are saving fuel and they go wide open. Man, that guy's got a huge run. The air is a lot different from a truck to a Cup car, but these trucks punch such a big hole. When you're 3 wide like that, yeah, the runs are going to be huge.
Any final questions for Chandler? Awesome. Congrats, Chandler. Enjoy your weekend.
Yeah, thank y'all.
All right, we're going to continue our post-practice media availabilities. We've now been joined by Austin Dillon and Christopher Bell. We'll go ahead and take questions. If you have a question for them, go ahead and raise your hand. We'll start with Matt, and then we'll go to Zach.
Matt Weaver, motorsport.com, for both of you guys to kind of discuss amongst yourselves. The narrative after the duels is that more than in any year with the next gen, pushes were just sketchy and cars were really on edge. After practice today, being able to work some of that out, is that still the expectation for Sunday or no?
I mean, I got pushed quite a bit in the duel. I have had cars that have accepted pushes better than others in the past, but I didn't feel much different personally than what we've been pushed around in the next gen cars. Usually, sometimes you get pushed too hard. I get pushed to the left a little bit more than I like. Sometimes it'll straighten you back out, but I think it's just at the rate of which you get pushed. I think it's really important to have the right people pushing you because some people just don't come off the loud pedal sometimes and get you crossed up and drive through you. And then in the situation of the night with the 23, I was getting pushed so hard by the 17. When I got to him, I felt like he was along for the ride. So it's one of those things where you hope that the spotters are doing a good job telling you how connected the guys in front of you are.
Yeah, I didn't notice any difference at all. And I've
I've got wrecked a lot of the speedway races by pushing, and I didn't think it felt any different or any sketchier by any means yesterday. So, it's just a name of the game. You got to push, and hopefully, I agree that some cars accept pushes better than others. I've been on the bad side of it for a while. We've been working hard to get on the good side of it, but the cars have been on edge and not accepting pushes for really since the introduction of these things. So I was surprised to see the comments that it was different yesterday. I didn't feel that way at all.
All right, Zach.
Zach Sterniolo, NASCAR.com. I have one for each of you. Austin, I'll start with you. In general, it seems like the vibes at RCR right now on the Cup side are pretty good. Obviously, fastest here today in practice. Kyle on Wednesday. What is the feel within the organization heading into Sunday?
Yeah, we're just proud of the effort that we've made in the off season. I think ECR horsepower is again showing how dominant they are. I mean, we get these speedways and they always seem to give us a shot. And then a job well done to Chevrolet with the new Camaro. I feel like we feel like we can take the fight on offense more. It's been a struggle. I feel like the last couple years in speedways for us. And this time around, you feel like you can push and compete up there and have it's a lot more fun. I know that.
And Christopher, as the fastest Toyota, but 21st on the practice chart, does that indicate anything to you? Do you feel like you have the maneuverability and the speed within the cars to make a difference on Sunday?
Yeah, certainly it was surprising. I found myself in really, really good positions to lay fast laps down in practice. And before I looked at the speed chart, I would have expected myself to be right near the top. I found myself at the back of the drafts with gaps. It was able to attempt to close the gaps, and I thought I was going to be up on the speed charts, and the fact that we weren't is definitely alarming. But with that being said, in the duel, I felt fine and felt competitive. Maybe it tapers your strategy a little bit where you don't commit to the Toyotas. I don't know, but I raced fine in the duels last night. But certainly it was a little alarming that I was in good aero positions to get good drafts and make big hay, and we didn't do it. So I don't know.
All right, Kelly.
Kelly Crandall, Racer.com. I guess kind of along those same lines, I just wanted to ask both of you, is there anything through 3 days now that stands out with your cars, what you have, what you're feeling as you get closer to what you're going to take into Sunday?
I'm just, happy so far with our effort as a group, like we talked about a minute ago, and just, there's a couple things here and there that I'd like to get the handling just a little bit better, but there are things you can deal with when you've got a car that can run fast. So, I'm optimistic, and Sunday there's a lot that goes into that race, and it's a long race, and you got to get through a lot of different strategies to get to the end to win it, and so things just you can't get too jacked up over the last couple days because Sunday just changes everything, I think.
Yeah, for me, I think it feels very similar to the last couple speedway cars that I've had. So we'll see what happens. The last 3 Daytona races or Daytona 500s, we've been in position at the closing laps. So if we do that again, we'll have a shot at it.
All right, Bob.
Bob Parker's Fox Sports. Austin, do you feel like you know enough about the new body to feel comfortable, or do you feel like you need to practice tomorrow?
We'll probably put the cover on our car and go race.
And, Kyle on the pole, your fastest today. Is that any statement or indication of progress or an impact of changes in the off season?
I think it's definitely the step in the right direction. I think we got a lot of races coming and that matter. Each one of them matter, obviously, every race we go to. But I think it's a positive momentum step for the changes that have been made in the offseason, the personnel changes, and, just shows that the effort that we're putting in is bringing fast race cars to the track. It's good. Good start.
All right, Kelly, with a follow-up.
Christopher, I just wanted to go back to what you said a minute ago, because you have been in contention here, and I think even in Atlanta, right? You've been running well these super speedway races. So what has changed for you, or how is your confidence? Has anything changed for you, and just feeling more comfortable doing this? Because I feel like I could be wrong, but didn't a couple of years ago, like you just said, like I still don't feel like I know what I'm doing at these places? Was that you, or am I remembering
I've
wrong?
just gotten luckier. Yeah, I mean this race, these style races, you do have to understand how the races play out, and I think with doing it more and more and more, you understand how to position yourself at the front of the races. But really, it still is just a bingo card, right? Like you get down to the end of the race and wrecks happen, and you just gotta get lucky and make it through it. And 23 and 24, I survived and saw the checkered flag, and we got good finishes. And then in 25, I didn't survive, and we didn't get a good finish. So, yeah, I mean, the results, I think, are indicative of being lucky or not lucky. But the average running position and putting yourself in contention in the closing laps, that definitely has some merit of good strategy and good decisions inside the car. But whenever it comes to that checkered flag and who sees a checkered flag, it's yeah, you just never know.
All right. Any final questions? All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in for a little bit, and best of luck on Sunday.
All right. Just making sure it still happened. Hello. Yes, it is that day. Happy Valentine's, everybody. Look at you. Wow.
I have no idea who.
Somebody speak up. What's happened here?
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here and for kicking off Saturday's activities here at Daytona International Speedway. We have been joined by Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy, thank you for joining us today. You obviously had a little bit of an announcement about 30 minutes ago. Tell us a little bit about that and how you plan to approach this season.
Yeah, just really excited to get this announcement out and build some excitement around the the opportunity in 27. We had a great run here last year. I think we have a real shot at winning the Daytona 500 and putting my name on here again. But just thankful for the opportunities that have been granted to me through my career. I didn't use the word retirement way back when in 2020. As you guys all know, I still love to compete and want to be on the track and racing. The journey as an owner, and certainly where I am in life right now, to compete at the Cup level week in and week out is just a door that's shutting for me now. So I'll be able to enjoy it a bit more this year with the race this weekend and again in San Diego, and then put a bow on everything Cup-wise when we come back in 27. So it doesn't mean I'm not going to race and do other fun things. As you guys know, I've got plenty planned this year and hope to have some more fun later in the year as well. But a quick start to the year with this race, also the Mint 400 that's coming up, and then the truck race in San Diego, and just trying to find fun bucket list things to do.
All right, we'll now go to questions. If you have a question, raise your hand. We'll get a mic to you. We're going to start with Kelly and then go to Zach.
Kelly, ChronoRacer.com. Two things, Jimmy. In 2020, when you retired but not retired, as you just said, the pandemic kept you from really being able to celebrate, obviously, right, with the fans and maybe do things at the racetrack. So how much will you guys be looking at what you can do this year, being around the racetrack, how you can celebrate, or just how you can take things in that regard about your career?
Yeah, it definitely gives us that opportunity. We don't have any formal plans, but I do know and felt I was very disappointed with the pandemic and the scenario of not being with the fans at the racetrack for that final year. And it's not that I'm looking for that now, but maybe there is a moment or two in there that we can have some fun with and kind of get back into that mindset a little bit and enjoy it. But I'm not going anywhere. Clearly, I have a big stake in Legacy Motor Club, and excited about the future for the company. Excited for all the time I will be spending in our sport and around it, and help grow it. So
We'll see what the year brings, but I know it'll be fun, and I know that next year here will be quite emotional to, shut the door on that.
Okay, so along those same lines, as a you're not going anywhere as an owner, but as a driver, what do you hope to get out of, or how just conscious of the next 12 months are you going to be of taking it all in, or are there things that you want to keep yourself aware of as you go through all of this for the final time?
I have to say the induction into the Hall of Fame was the moment in time that really allowed me to reflect. And I imagine this year will be more reflection, and certainly when we come back here next year, that'll happen again. But I'm now savoring and enjoying, the emotions, feelings, conversations, all the moments around the time I've spent in this sport, and all the great times we had. So, there'll be more of that. But as I look back, the Hall of Fame, the first being nominated, which kind of knew that was coming, but the week in all the events going into the Hall of Fame, it was just such a special time, and it's really opened the door to enjoying these emotions and reflecting and letting it in. So I'm getting better at that and enjoying it, and I know we'll have another year of that.
All right, we're going to go to Zach and then Bob. Go ahead, Zach.
Zach Sturniolo, NASCAR.com. Jimmy, what do you take away from this chapter of your Cup career, adapting to the next-gen car, learning really a different style of stock car racing, and being able to race more or less on your own terms?
When I think of the 20 years, or I guess it's been probably 25 now, there's been so much innovation, so much change, from the safety side to technology. Where we race and how we race now is technical, but in an entirely new way. I feel very fortunate that I was in the generation where ingenuity and creativity really was allowed, and we could do that stuff. Chad was one of the best at being a rule maker. He did break the rules a couple times, but we were much more rule makers than anything. And the innovation and the journey was really fun, and all the testing we were allowed to do. I can't tell you how many times at the end of a test session he'd stick his head in the window and he's like, I have no clue what this is going to do. Let's tiptoe into this. And he just always had some crazy ideas, and going on that journey with our engineering group and developing all that technology was really fun.
All right, Bob.
Bob Parker's Fox Sports. Did you coordinate the flyovers with this announcement?
No, I've blown my eardrums out, man. It's so much quieter in the jet, by the way, for those that are wondering. I had a chance to do that a few years ago, and it's peaceful in the aircraft.
Was there something specific about the Daytona 500 that you wanted it to be your last race, Cup race?
No, it made a lot of sense. I think as a driver that moonlights, the restrictor plate tracks or style of tracks is where you can be the most competitive. This car is so different than any generation of car I've driven before. To show up at Kansas and think that you're going to have a shot to win, even when I ran a nine race schedule, it's just not a truth that can really be seen or realized. Daytona you can, Talladega you can, Atlanta for sure. So I want to show up and be competitive, and to have my last race at an event where I could truly win it could be that cool walk-off home run.
And you left the door open for other motorsports. Is any Indy car still in your vision, or is that door closed as well?
No, that one's closed too. Yep. The commitment it takes to be where I want to be in the field, I don't have that in me anymore. And my focus and interest is truly building this race team. And when I reflect on who I was as a 25-year-old kid jumping in that 48 car, I mean, I was up at Odark 30 with this passion and energy to chase the day and do the best that I could. I don't have that passion for that part of life anymore. And that's been a tough thing to kind of accept. And if I'm honest with myself, maybe the last year or two of driving, I was in that phase, but I mean, I had the best seat in the house. I had the best driving for the best team. I was almost in denial of maybe what was going on. And it's taken time. It took the 2 years in IndyCar and the journey that I've been on now to really reflect on that and see it. And I mean, I had 4 hours of sleep last night because we're at a sponsor event and I was up all night doing emails. And then I was over at Home Depot this morning buying plants and furniture for our hospitality area in the driver owner lot. And that was fun. I mean, we had a great time this morning doing all that. I'm going to go over there and start putting chairs together. So it's just, I'm in a different place of life and really enjoying it.
And just kind of quickly, do you expect you would be in your third charter car, or would you plan to probably be in a fourth legacy car?
It'd be a fourth. Yeah.
All right, up front to Mike Hembry, please.
Jimmy, clearly one of the biggest parts of your legacy is the 7 championships. When Earnhardt won the 7th, we saw a lot of photos of him and Richard together, and there was promotions around that, and I guess souvenirs, whatever. Unless I'm missing a lot, it doesn't seem like you've really promoted that part of what you've done a lot. Have you thought about that? Is there more to come about that in the future, maybe? Or I'm not sure what you would do, but
yeah.
But 7 championships. You know,
No,
big.
that's fair. I wasn't as focused on brand, on my legacy that I was leaving behind, and failed in that respect to take advantage of the moment when I was still in the car and the next day in the car. And now where I sit in our evolution as a company, the intentionality around our name, the storytelling we plan to do as time goes on and what we want our brand to be about, gives me that chance to really put energy into it and treat that right. And hats off to the Earnhardt family and the Petty family for really carrying that on. Being famous or that part of it, and not that the others were, but I didn't pay any attention to it. And I was in such a great system at Hendrick, and they did such an amazing job promoting me in the moment that when I left, I just wasn't prepared to keep that going. And I regret that I haven't, but I still have time ahead of me, and obviously deeply involved in the sport and can do that now.
All right, I think we had one in the middle. Go ahead.
Come on, Roy.
Actually, Mike asked most of my question, but is there some talk in the background to be more of a face of the franchise for your team, where you're really out there more, or NASCAR, or even the Hall of Fame? Because you're seeing, different people out there. I think people would benefit by seeing your presence out there.
Without a doubt, yes, that is a big part of going forward. When I got involved with Maury and we renamed the company, we were working in that direction. Had some other things to focus on more so at that point in time. Then our tragedy happened, and we we chose to go to England and just have our time as a family, and then stayed a second year. And it was really an incredible year for our family to be together and grow and heal. And we got back, I guess, August of 25. And now that I have control of the company and a lot of other elements are in play, I can really lean into that. So I was going to get started a few years ago, but a little behind schedule, and we'll do a lot more of that now. Yep.
All right, Lee.
Lee Spencer, SiriusXM NASCAR Radio and CatchFence.com. How did the Helmet of Heroes initiative come along?
We have a great relationship with Pi Barker and Bart Proctor, the CEO there. His support of John Hunter and coming into Legacy with us, and the growing friendship and understanding of their business has really led to this opportunity. As a kid, I wanted to be a fireman. That was my, it was so present around me growing up in fire country. My best friend, his father was the captain of the local fire department, and I just thought they were the coolest people ever. And so as we've been able to understand Bart's business and the various points of interest, and wanting to use the Daytona 500 as a platform to do good and raise awareness for a cause, when they brought it to us, it was a very easy yes, and excited to represent the Fallen Firefighters Foundation and raise some awareness for them. They're going to take the helmet and auction it off, do something with it, but excited to draw that attention to them.
All right, Kelly has a follow-up up front.
Jimmy, real quick, on the competition side, you had made the comment the other day in your scrum. I didn't get a chance to follow up about your collaboration with Gibbs this year, and it took some people by surprise. So I was just wondering, like, what the detail of how that will look and how that will work this year between Legacy and Gibbs.
Yeah, it's really just an evolution of how we can all work closer together and in more alignment and closer together with Toyota TRD. Toyota's been very focused on small numbers and tremendous support to their race teams. And we've had a lot of growing to do as a company and did a lot of that last year. And through that evolution and building trust and respect, both directions and how to manage all of that, we're at a great point in time where we're shoulder-to-shoulder partners with them. And all, of course, working for Toyota on this journey to win races and championships. And we still have a lot of growing and maturing to do as a company, but I think I'm confident it will be noticed this year as we get into the schedule and get racing, and excited for the future and how we can all collaborate more together.
All right. Any final questions for Jimmy? Okay.
Oh, hey. I know as I got older and, like the fire kind of smoldered for the passion I have, one thing that kind of stoked it was being a mentor to others and to youngers and to pass the information that I gleaned. Are you to that point yet where you get a really big kick and a kind of a passion out of being a mentor to others, whether it's drivers or people inside your team?
I do, and I wish that I had more experience in this car to directly help Eric and John Hunter. I don't necessarily for the car, but the outside parts in life. I love that. It is so rewarding. And something I've also really enjoyed was and being the nucleus of a team and getting people to work together. And in my day, it was really about 15 to 20 people, just that road crew and a small group of the 48 team. And now it's 140 men and women at Legacy, and we'll be growing as we bring on that third car and get closer to 200 employees. And it fills a bucket and gives me a lot of purpose and something I really enjoy. Yep.
Right, go ahead.
Dustin Albino, JC. Jimmy, what other motorsport events are still on your bucket list after NASCAR?
Man, anything with an engine. I was just with Marty and McGee, and McGee mentioned the Bonneville Salt Flats, and I've never been. That's something I should probably try to do. So I'm going to figure out. I know our Toyota friends are here. So guys, what can we go break a speed record with? Perfect. Between Toyota and Carvana, they're like, yes, great idea. Let's go do that. So we're racing the Mint 400. I get to go back and go to my roots, and compete with Troy Herbst here in a handful of weeks. So excited about that one. But trying to find those marquee moments, those neat opportunities to go racing. Yep.
All right. Any final questions? All right, Jimmy. Oh, one more. Okay, we'll close with Deb.
Deb Williams, Auto Week. Jimmy, to kind of expand on that, would you like to come back, do the Rolex 24, maybe 24 hours of Le Mans again?
I would. I really, really would. I had an invite for Rolex. They come, typically as a driver, those opportunities show up in December. People start, looking around for drivers. And if I'm to do it, I need to plan in like July or something to pull that off. The off season is just so busy for the team. We have so much expansion taking place that when a very credible offer came my way, I had to sadly turn it down. I just didn't have the bandwidth to do it. But I certainly would look at that. Definitely.
All right. Jimmy, thank you so much
Thank you,
for
everybody.
spending the time with us this morning, and best of luck on the Daytona 500.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah.
Well, good afternoon here in the Media Center. We are joined by the winner of the General Tire 200 ARCA Menard Series race, Gio Ruggiero. Gio, you got a busy day today. You've had a busy week already, but you've already made one trip to Victory Lane. What are the chances you're going to make 2 trips to Victory Lane today?
Yeah, I think the chances are pretty good.
Can you hear me now?
All right, good. Yeah, I think our chances are really good. Obviously, the truck race last night finished second. Had another good shot at that one. So I really like the super speedways.
Yeah, I would say so. You've been very comfortable here. We'll open it up to questions in the media center. We'll come over here. Please state your name and your affiliation.
Hey, Gio, Chris Collins from NewsDaytonaBeach.com. First of all, congratulations. By my math on pit road, I believe you finished no worse than second at Daytona International Speedway. Does this track just come naturally to you, or is it kind of an each individual race going your way sort of situation?
Yeah, you know, obviously last year, my first ever race here in the truck series, I finished second, and I think there was a little bit of luck in that, you know, with the winner being DQ'd. But, you know, since then, I've had really strong cars and feel like it just made the right moves on the super speedways. So I'm really excited for the O'Reilly race. It's going to be my debut there. So I think we'll have a fast car. Just got to be there at the end, just like the truck race last night.
Thanks, Gio.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions here in the media center? I have a question for you. So it obviously got a little exciting there, those last 10 laps. What was going through your mind when all that action was happening out the windshield?
Yeah, you know, obviously I was just trying to push the 15 there to get our lane in the bottom rolling and, you know, get us out to a good lead to try and make a move to win. But I don't know if it looked like the 25 may have came down on him a little bit and got him sideways on my nose. And, you know, I'm fortunate there that they got wrecked. But yeah.
Any other questions here? We'll go over to Claire.
Claire B. Lang, Dialed In Journal. For those who will see you after having won this race, what's your story? What do you want people to know? Who's out in the stands watching? You know, what's making your heart beat after doing this? It's massive. It's a huge win. Makes a difference in a person's career.
Yeah, you know, I think the biggest thing is, you know, I feel like I'm someone who will, you know, do whatever it takes to win. That's kind of been my mentality since I started. So it's awesome to have all that hard work, you know, pay off. I worked really hard at this and put my whole life and time and dedication into it. So just seeing the hard work pay off is amazing.
And what was your happiest moment leading up to the win today?
You know, I think we had a pretty smooth race up until when the 15 got turned on the back straightaway there. So just was kind of biding our time and waiting until the end.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions here in the media center? Gio, I think they're all expecting to talk to you later on this afternoon in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race. Go make it happen. Best of luck to you today. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope I see you guys again later.
Setting up the plaques that we have at various racetracks to honor the folks who won the award. This award was very important to Al, and we acknowledge his contributions in this first year after his passing. This award was designed to honor career-long achievement in the fields of writing, broadcasting, and photography and motorsports journalism. Among the winners over the years have been names like Chris Economaki, Tom Higgins, Barney Hall, Bob Jenkins, David Poole, Robin Miller. Truly some of the giants in the profession. We have several former winners in the room today. I want to ask you guys and girls to stand if you won this award. Don't be shy. Good. Thank you. I want to acknowledge the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, which joined us in supporting this award several years ago. Goodyear has been a steadfast supporter of quality auto racing journalism for decades and always has been a cooperative force in explaining its role in the sport on days that are both good and bad. We have several folks from Goodyear with us today. Stu Grant, who's retiring after this race, I believe. Thank you, Stu. Rick Heinrich. And we all happen to have with us today Justin Fantozzi, who's the new Goodyear Director of Racing Americas. Justin, you want to say a few words? Sure.
Thank you. So just two things real quick. What you folks do as a craft and finding the proper information and the facts is greatly appreciated. You treat us fairly. That's all we've ever asked. So we're humbled to be a part of this and continue to be the presenting sponsor. The second thing, obviously congratulations to you two gentlemen. The other thing is, Stu, for what you've done for us, what you've done for this room is unbelievable, and we appreciate that, and we just want to make sure we acknowledge that.
This year we have not one but two winners of the award. The voting, which is open to former winners, resulted in a tie. The first tiebreaker was the most second-place finishes, and neither guy had any of those. So we're left with a tie. Our first honoree began his career as a public address announcer at Thunder Road International Speedbowl in Vermont, and he's been yelling at people ever since. A protege of Ken Squire, another previous winner of this award. He eventually manned the PA booth at a series of racetracks in New England. In 1984, he joined the Motor Racing Network and has been almost a permanent resident in racetrack turns ever since on MRN broadcast. He has so much power he can stop almost everything by saying one word, trouble. It happens. He also has hosted a daily NASCAR show on Sirius XM, where he takes calls from listeners and gently helps them understand how they're wrong. It's my pleasure today to present the 2026 American Motorsports Media Award of Excellence to Dave Moody.
Sure. If you act nice toward Mike Emery for 25 or 30 years, he'll say nice things about you too. I am beyond honored with this award. When Mike first reached out to tell me about it, the first thing I said was, "Are you sure?" Because the list of names on that plaque is really intimidating and impressive. I've said for many years that I was very blessed to go to Ken Squire High School and Barney Hall University. Both of them played huge roles in me going anywhere in this sport, much less here. Very thankful to them. Very thankful to all my peers that are former winners. It's a real honor to join you here today. Thank you very much.
Our second honoree has a long and rewarding career in motorsports journalism at several stops along the way, including the Richmond Times-Dispatch, USA Today, and NBC Sports. Few writers over the years have matched his combination of excellent reporting skills, lyrical writing, and on-point analysis. Most importantly, he often uses words that send the rest of us to the dictionary. My pleasure today to present the 2026 American Motorsports Media Award of Excellence to Nate Ryan.
Good job, Sean. Get photo later. I think it's for Glick.
Thanks, Mike. So I think I've told many people in this room, I know I've told many people in general, the first race I ever covered was the first race I ever attended, which probably comes as no surprise to those who read my stuff, is often what I say. When I was a cub reporter in San Bernardino, California, who knew nothing about motorsports, I had three guiding lights that I was trying to follow at that point to learn and understand what racing was about. And that was Shav Glick, I was an LA Times subscriber, Chris Economaki, of course I was a Speed Sport News subscriber because you had to be if you wanted to know anything about racing, and David Poole, who at the time was on the Knight Ridder Wire, and back then having access to the Wire was like having access to the internet. So it's extremely privileged to be able to read his writings in the Charlotte Observer. And when Mike called me to tell me that I was on this list and I saw those three names, it blows me away. And it also blows me away that I get to join a list that includes Mike Hembry and Holly Kane and Deb and Bob and Willie. This is a real privilege for somebody who didn't know anything about motorsports when he started on this beat 30 years ago. And it's truly a nice surprise and very humbling and one of the honors of my lifetime to be a part of this. So thanks.
Thank you, Nate. Plaques of Nate and Dave will be added to the overall award display, which is over in the museum next door. I encourage you to drop by there if you can and take a look at it. It's very impressive. Want to get a few photos. Dave has to run quickly to be part of the ARCA broadcast. But if you guys can hang around for a few photos, thanks for your attention. Thank you.
Put you guys in the middle. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We'll continue with our media availabilities here today at Daytona International Speedway. We are now joined by the Thunderbirds, including number 7 Operations Officer, Lieutenant Colonel Tyler Keener, also known as Wrath, and number 8 Advanced Pilot and Narrator Major Sam Larson, also known as Raz. We are now also joined by NASCAR Cup Series drivers John Hunter Nemechek and Connor Zilic. John Hunter and Connor had the opportunity to fly with the Thunderbirds earlier this week. John Hunter and Connor, can you guys tell us what that experience was like? Probably one of the most amazing experiences of my life. You hear about other drivers flying. You kind of understand what they go through and things of that sort as flying with the Thunderbirds and in combat situations, whatever it may be, with serving. And it's pretty amazing to actually have the opportunity to go up with them and to pull 9+ Gs and to be able to pull some of the maneuvers and do the flyby line for the pre-race, Daytona 500 national anthem and everything else. So it was an amazing experience for me. You tried to make me sick. We were pretty close at one point. But overall, I would love to go do it again, and super enjoyable, super fun. There's nothing that I can attest to being able to go up and do what they do.
Yeah, no, I could reiterate everything you said. It was one of, if not the coolest experiences I've ever gotten to be a part of, and I think one of the coolest thing NASCAR lets their drivers do, and you know, getting to have the Thunderbirds and the Air Force and everybody who makes it possible a part of the Daytona 500 just adds to the legacy and the impact that this race has. So yeah, we're always honored to have these guys with us, and you know, honored to have them be a part of the pre-race ceremony and the show that we put on, and yeah, getting to, you know, be a part of it and get to feel what they feel while you know, they're giving us the flyover and you know, everything that they do inside the cockpit of those things. It's pretty incredible.
Awesome. And then for Wrath and Raz, just kind of tell us what the week's been like for you guys and how excited you guys are to perform the flyover tomorrow.
Yeah, this is an incredible week. It's always an annual highlight for us. We've been coming here for many years now, and we're so grateful for NASCAR inviting us here year after year. We are just in the beginning of our season, so this really kicks everything off. Raz and I show up early, so we showed up on the 10th and tried to get everything ready, and ended up flying Connor and John Hunter the day before the Jets showed up, the other Jets showed up. It's just, it helps kick everything off, not only for the weekend, the race weekend, but for the Thunderbird season. It feels like a combined effort and is incredibly patriotic, fun, and worth celebrating.
Awesome. We'll go ahead and open it up to questions. If you have a question, raise your hand. We'll get a wireless mic to you. We'll start with John right here.
John, Newbie Fan Bus. I have 2 questions for you. So, John Hunter, first off, between the drift truck and then your adventures in the jet, do you have an iron stomach?
I don't know. At one point, I felt like it was halfway up my throat, ready to come back up. With I guess, in the F-16. But the drift truck was pretty easy to ride shotgun. Didn't get motion sick there. I think he was just trying to pull some stuff to actually make me sick there at the end and having some fun with it. Yeah, we had bets on if I was going to throw up or pass out or whatever it may have been between friends. And luckily I won all those bets, so it's good.
And thank you for leading into my next question. So, Wrath and Raz, when you guys are taking drivers up, doing all the different maneuvers, do you give them heads up, or you just kind of go right into it to see if you can scare them a little bit?
No, we try to give them a heads up. The whole goal of our Thunderbird fan flying program is to give them a little taste of what we see every day, but to make it an enjoyable experience that folks are going to remember for the rest of their lives. There might have been a couple times I forgot to warn John Hunter here, which might have led to the stomach rising there, but we're working on it. You know, it's early in the year, so we had a blast, and I can't say enough about how Connor and John Hunter handled that flight. We got to do some stuff that we don't normally do with other riders who maybe don't operate high-performance machinery every day. So got to show them some dogfighting, and like they said, both get into 9.2 Gs, which is pretty impressive for our first flight. So it was awesome.
Hey, and I think we won the dogfight, right?
Yeah, we lost.
We did win
That's
the dogfight.
debatable.
Hey,
for the record.
I felt like Goose in that situation, just so you know.
We'll go to Zach, and then we'll go to Claire.
Zach Sterniolo, NASCAR.com. Connor, the videos posted on social media, it looked like you were pretty at ease up there in the sky. Was that how it felt for you? What was it like up there?
Yeah, that was going in a straight line. I didn't take any videos while we were doing any maneuvers. That would have ended poorly. Thankfully, my phone wouldn't have been able to fall out of the jet. But there was a couple times, when we did 9Gs and I think the thing that surprised me most was how long it lasts. In a crash, right? You can get up to 50, 60, 70 Gs in a really bad crash, but it's instantaneous, right? And I felt like 9 Gs didn't sound crazy to me until you're holding it for, 3, 4, 5 seconds. So that's what surprised me the most. But yeah, it was pretty incredible.
We'll go to Claire.
Claire B. Lang, Dialed In Journal. I watched the documentary on the Thunderbirds, which was phenomenal. And even though the Thunderbirds have been here every year, and I've met them and interviewed them, when I watched it, I learned so much. They were making maneuvers like in your head and standing there and like practicing at a table and whatnot. Is it true that you actually kind of go through it as if you're in the airplane, which to me, I would think about qualifying and thinking through, what you do on the track. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely, man. We do what's called a fly-through every day before every flight. So it's our own way and our own method to lock in what we're about to go do in the air. And uniquely, Daytona, we have to do something that's non-standard for us. So the aerobatic performance that we put on after the flyover is something new. And that's why we're practicing so much and making so much noise, because we do a different fly-through and do the same level of prep. But it's not as normal for us.
It's memorized in your head, and so you're going through the memory motion?
Yes, ma'am, at this point.
Wow. And Connor, and for both of you, but I know you guys love adrenaline. Were you scared at all? I mean, are you normal, or are you like, the adrenaline is what you eat for lunch, right?
Yeah. No, I don't think scared would have been the right word. I think I was nervous of the fact of whether or not I was going to get sick, because I listened to enough drivers tell me how they threw up, and it was. But even the ones who said they threw up still said it was one of the coolest experiences of their life. And the fact that even though it became messy, it was still really awesome, and I think that's why I reached out to my PR rep. I told Jimmy 4 months ago, I was like, hey, I always see the rookies doing the Thunderbirds, and I need you to do the convincing to make sure that I can do that come February. So I think just the fact that everybody kind of told me this is something that you have to do, the excitement definitely outweighed the scared nerves that I had.
I wasn't nervous at all until we started talking about ejection seats and parachutes and everything else and stuff that I haven't done before. But overall, no, I was super excited from the start. I didn't get to do it my rookie year, and I did a media tour with Frank Keller towards the end of last year before the fall Daytona race, and asked him to put my name on the list to go and do it. And we were able to do it. So it's definitely been excitement kind of building through the winter months and the off season, and then being able to actually get here and go do it was super exciting.
And then renewed respect for what these guys do after having done it versus just watching.
For sure.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's, you know, we talked about it a little bit, but you know, when you do something for long enough, you know, I feel like for me and John Hunter, like what we do doesn't seem crazy. Like whenever I tell somebody and they're shocked, I'm like, man, it doesn't seem like, you know, what I do is that crazy. And I think it's very similar. You know, when you do something for the first time, it's always a shock. And the more you do it, the more you get used to it. And now, you know, I'm sure you guys could explain it more, but when you do it every day, it becomes natural.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go to Andrew, and then we'll go to Chris, and then to Terry.
Right here in the middle, Andrew Curlin, Performance Racing Network. For Rath and Raz, how close are you flying to each other, and what goes into nailing down that type of precision at such high speeds?
I can answer this. If the canopy wasn't above us at one point during our flight, I could have touched the bottom side of the other airplane.
We fly a lot of the formations that you'll see every day on the airshow circuit. Where Raz and I get to is a formation called spread, and we have references, and we showed Connor and John Hunter the different references that we look at, both from the left and right wing and then the slot position. And it's surprisingly close when we're flying straight just like that. And then when you put it in perspective and say, could you imagine doing a loop right now or a roll or having 4 jets together? You know, that's the kind of stuff that the demonstration puts on for the Thunderbirds, and incredible to see from the point of view of the pilots.
We'll go to Chris.
Hey guys, Chris Collin, NewsDaytonaBeach.com. My question is for Rath and Raz. It's kind of a two-parter. Number one, have you guys or would you guys ever done a NASCAR ride along to see sort of the other side of what these guys do in the experience? And also, how did they do at handling the sensation compared to someone who maybe doesn't have the G-force experience that they have?
Yeah, is this our opportunity to try to sign up? That'd be perfect.
I don't have that power, but I think you should.
Make that happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I would absolutely love to. This is my first time here at the Daytona 500, and it's just a spectacle. And seeing what these guys do, what their teams do, is incredible. So absolutely sign us up. I would love to see that. In terms of how they handled it, again, well above average with how they were able to handle it. And what I really appreciated for both Connor and John Hunter was just the attitude they brought. You know, we're asking them, hey, you want to try this? And it was always yes. With
was a hell yeah.
Yeah, we got a lot of hell yeahs up there in the cockpit, which was awesome. And then I was also super impressed with how they interacted with our team. I think there's a lot of parallels between what we do, how we prep, but also just the team aspect. We get to go out and execute, but there's a team behind us that's making it happen. And as we speak right now, there are 70 of the finest young Americans over at the Daytona airport working on our F-16s, keeping them in pristine condition to go fly tomorrow. And I know these guys have an appreciation for that, and it showed it with how they interacted with the team, which was really, really cool. And yeah, if we ever get the chance, definitely getting in a car. So.
Yeah, but we can't stress enough how well these guys did. We didn't know what we were going to get. We're not flying in a restricted airspace right off the bat, but right out of Daytona, they gave us clearance for an unrestricted climb up to 10,000 feet. And so we stayed as low to the runway as we could and then pulled straight up in the air. 7 Gs on that initial pull, and then right up to 10,000 feet in a matter of seconds, and then out to the airspace to do everything. And that was totally based on their attitude, their level of enjoyment, and their capability. So we knew this. I mean, even if drivers get sick, we're always confident that drivers are going to be incredible passengers in a jet based on how they can handle machinery and performance and how fit they are. But these guys did everything, and it was so fun. At one point, we got to the negative G portion of the sortie, and I have a bag that I typically carry with me with some of my gear in it. And we were upside down pushing in negative G, and my bag flew back to Connor, and he's like, I have your stuff. I was like, oh, sorry, man. It was that kind of a flight, and it was a blast.
Thanks, guys.
We'll go to Terry over here in the corner.
Terry Sabiston with WNDB, also U.S. Air Force, worked 4 years on F-15s and was qualified on the 16 and the F-111 also. But Rack and Rad, can you tell us your background, what kind of planes you've flown, how many hours you got, and the experience you got, and what it takes to be a Thunderbird in the process to get where you're at today?
Yes, sir. Well, first off, thanks for your service. Appreciate you. We both are fighter background, obviously. I started in the F-16 and have deployment experience. I was stationed in Italy, Korea, and then transitioned to the F-22, where I was able to fly in Hawaii, which is not a tough deal, and then made it over to the Thunderbirds.
And again, Echo, appreciate your service. I flew F-22s for about 8 years, got to go all over the world in that jet. I've only been flying the F-16 for a few months now. I didn't tell John Hunter that before we got in the jet. Turns out it's pretty transferable, jumping around to different fighters. So, yeah, about 1,100 hours in the F-22. Not as many hours in the F-16, but we're working on it.
You have like 40 hours in the F-16, or what are we talking about?
Around that.
Do we have any final questions for these guys up here? All right, then. Well, Rath, Raz, John Hunter, Connor, thank you guys for spending some time with us. Good luck to all of you tomorrow.
Thank you all for your time, and good luck to these guys in the race tomorrow.
Thank you. Happy Valentine's Day.
What's up, man? How are you? Good, you? You too. Have fun on Thursday?
Thank you, thank you. All right. Good evening, everyone. We've now been joined by our NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race winner here at Daytona. No stranger to victory lane here, Austin Hill. Austin, congratulations on another victory. Those were a few exciting laps there at the end. Just take us a little bit through what that was like from your driver's seat and just what it means to have kind of the dominance on the series you have here at Daytona.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could figure out how to win the summer race here. I don't seem to win the summer race. I always end up in a wreck, so we got to figure that part out. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is about Daytona, first race of the year, but you know, we just always bring a really fast Bennett Chevrolet. Everybody at RCR, ECR, CT Springs just does a fabulous job on preparing these Chevys to be as fast as they are. And you know, for me, to win those first two stages was great to get some extra points. And then, you know, we got into that final stage. We had that green flags pit stop, and I was kind of like, after the green flag stop, I don't know if it was because we packed fuel in it or just the front tires were kind of deteriorating, but I just didn't feel comfortable about my car. I didn't think it was where I needed it to be able to win the race. So, you know, Chad and I, we just made the decision we're going to come take 4 and restart. And we drove up through there pretty quick within 2 or 3 laps, got to second. And then I just personally felt like all night long the inside lane was the safe place to be. The outside lane always seems to kind of get broken up and things just happen on that outside lane. Everyone's kind of trying to screw each other over. So was able to have a good restart, get a good push from out back, and then had to make some big blocks there at the end to make it happen. But man, I'm just so excited to be able to win here again. It doesn't come easy. I know it probably looks easy on TV and stuff at times, but it's anything but easy to be able to do what we've been able to do.
All right, we'll now go to questions. If you have a question, raise your hand. I'm going to start up here with Matt and then go to Chris in the far right. Go ahead, Matt.
Matt Weaver, motorsport.com. It seems like it doesn't get old, the exuberance and the happiness. Is there anything about it, I guess, that gets old?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I feel like this is my first win ever at Daytona, you know, or at a super speedway for that matter. So to be able to win any race and to be able to do it at this level is so special. And to be able to do it with the team that I have behind me, I mean, Derek Nealon, my spotter, he is so good at what he does. He is the best on the spotter stand, and I truly believe that. He is the reason why we've won as many as we have. I mean, yeah, I'm holding the steering wheel, but he paints the picture out back of what's going on. He paints the picture of what's going on in front of me. I mean, he gives me so much information that I'm able to apply, and that's why we work so well. Now, don't get me wrong, we made mistakes even tonight at certain blocks that I choose not to go block. One prime example, the 18 had a big run on me. He dropped to the bottom getting into the 3, and I didn't make that block. And, Derek's on me like, you got to get down. And so we make mistakes out there. I make a lot of mistakes as I'm out on the racetrack. But to be able to overcome all the mistakes that we made tonight and to be able to win the race, it's out of all the races that we've won, that the newest one that we win is just more special than the last one. So, man, it's just so awesome. I'm so excited for everyone on this 21 team.
Made the record state you just told me not to listen to him. But it's hard to separate you from your team and your car. But the story every time we come here is, how do you beat Austin Hill? And I'm curious, not that you want to give it away, but what is the primer to beating you in the situation where, when you have track position, is it just a matter of too many people being selfish and trying to be the one to do it and just teaming up? Is that the key to beating you that's not happening?
I don't know. I mean, I definitely think that a lot of people work against each other, and then they end up helping me even though they're trying not to. I don't know if that makes sense, but they screw each other over, and then they end up helping me in the process. And I'm like, that's fine with me. And I don't want to go into too much detail because they probably know that it's going on, but they don't know how to fix it. You know what I'm saying? Like, everyone on the racetrack is super greedy and super selfish on their team and what they're trying to do, and the 21 team's no exception. We're extremely selfish. Like, we want to go lead all the laps, we want to win the race, we want to dominate, we want to do all those things. So everyone has that mindset, and I think that some guys just end up, whether it's teammate on teammate screwing each other over, whatever it is, they haven't done the job that they need to do to be able to make the run, to make them, there at one point there was like 3 JRM cars lined behind me, and they ended up not making nothing happen. I was very surprised. There was a few times that, the 88 made a move on me one time. He made a great move, got inside of me, and his teammate, like the one, didn't even go with him. And I'm like, well, that just helps me. I appreciate it, So there's a lot of times that I don't have any friends out there a lot of the times, but I have friends, because they're screwing each other over, and then it's helping me. So it's just weird. It's the dynamic is weird with how it's gone on. But yeah, I mean, in saying all that though, everyone in this series is not a slouch, and everyone in this series should win on a super speedway, or they have the chance of winning on a super speedway. They just haven't been able to figure it out yet on how to overcome what we've been able to do. And not saying that being cocky or anything like that. Everyone in the series is super hard to beat. And tonight was one of those nights. It's probably one of the hardest races that I've ran on being able to win at a super speedway. So everyone's getting better. Everyone's up in their game. I didn't know if we were going to be able to win the race tonight, but somehow we were able to get it done.
All right, Chris, go ahead.
Hey, Austin, Chris Gollin with NewsDaytonaBeach.com. First of all, congratulations. So, not to take anything away from the significance of what tonight's win means for your team in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series to start the season off this way, but with how dominant you are in this season opening Daytona race here in the O'Reilly Series, how is it we've only seen one time where you were in a car attempting to make the Daytona 500 on Sunday? And then also, have there been any recent talks about getting you in a Cup Series opportunity, either for one-offs at super speedways or for longer commitments?
Yeah, I mean, the 500 stuff is tough just because it costs so much more to run the 500. So, sponsorship wise and all, they just don't see the value a lot of the times in trying to run the 500. I would love to run the 500, but just haven't been able to do it. Hopefully we'll be able to do it in the next year or so. But yeah, we've been able to run a few Cup races, at Talladega and the second Daytona. it's a lot cheaper to do those races, and I totally understand it. So we've been able to do that. I've been able to learn a lot running in those cup races in the 33 RCR car. So, you know, I'm looking forward to hopefully being able to do that some this year. And, you know, who knows? I mean, Talladega last year, I thought that I had a really good shot at winning that race, and I ended up making a bad decision on when I was pushing one of the guys. I should have shucked him out, and I stayed committed to him. And I kind of learned from it. You know, no matter how many times that we've won on the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, there's always things to learn, especially when you go to the cup level. So I'm constantly learning and evolving and trying to get better on these super speedways.
Thanks, Austin. Congrats.
Yep, thanks.
All right, we're going to Steven.
Steven Toronto, Gus Toronto 92 Network. Austin, I've got some numbers in front of me. Someone put these together in terms of your winning percentage on super speedways. And I remember Tony Stewart would always come down here, and he won pretty much every year for about 10 years here. He ended up with 8 of 11, 72.73% on super speedways. You've won 11 of 15 between Daytona, Talladega, Atlanta. That's 73.33. When I put it that way, or when the person who compiled those numbers puts it that way, I mean, what do you think about what you've been able to accomplish when it comes to this style of racing?
It's crazy to me just because I hated super speedway racing, and I've grown to actually enjoy it, and I've changed my mindset about it. When you go into these events, you just go with a clear mindset that you might win the race or you might run 40th. You just don't know. You know, you don't know if you're going to win the race or if you're going to end up wrecked on lap one. And so I have a really good, clear mindset going into these super speedways, and I think that's what's helped me win as many times as we have, just because I don't come here with the intent of I'm the guy. You know, I'm not coming in here like, you know, we've won all these races, like you said, 11 out of 15 or whatever you said there. I don't come in there like that. I come in here like I've never won a super speedway race before, and I think that's what makes us all, you know, successful on this 21 team is we never get complacent. We're always working to be better. I'm working to be better inside the race car. There was things that I did tonight that I can do better at, and I'm going to go back and study it and just be better the next time. So, yeah, I mean, hearing all those things and hearing the percentage and stuff is wild to me. But it's just because I think it's truly because we come in here as a team with no give up attitude, and we know that when we come here, yes, we want to win the race, but we very well could end up running 40th, like I was saying. So I think it just works for our team, just the way that our mindset is, our demeanor is, and we've just been really, really good for whatever reason. And it could end at any moment. You never know when your last win is going to come. So I'm just enjoying the moment as it comes.
And just to piggyback off of Matt's question, does the sensation of winning Daytona help in changing, you know, that going from that distaste you had for super speedway racing to what you have now? Because I remember when you won the Hattori truck here in 2019, that was such a seminal moment in your career. And now to just have become someone who habitually wins at Daytona and now has a legacy at this racetrack, if you will. What has that done to your mentality?
Yeah, my mentality's completely changed. You know, even when I first came into RCR, I was talking to my crew chief at the time, Andy Street, and he's like, "Man, I love super speedway racing. Can't wait to get to Daytona." And I'm like, "Man, I hate it. Like, why do you love it?" You know, it's one of those places where there's so many things that can go wrong, and you can end up in a wreck, and there's so many things that are out of your control. And now I've kind of flipped that switch. Obviously, winning helps. Like, we've won as many times as we have. It's helped winning as many times as we have. But I've kind of flipped the switch where, like I kind of going back to that clear mindset. I just come here like, man, we might win the race. We might not. But I have a lot of fun with it, no matter what. You know, tonight could have been one of those nights that we end up in one of those big wrecks, and I would have got out of the race car and just kind of shrugged my shoulders and been like, well, it is what it is. It's Daytona, right? But it's just worked out for us so many times, and I've actually grown to really enjoy the super speedways. one of my favorite things to do nowadays. Just because we're always in contention, we're always up front, we always have a shot at winning, and the unknown is still there on if we're going to be able to get it done. And for us to do it as many times as we have, it is not an easy feat.
Worked out again. Congratulations,
Yeah,
man.
thank you.
All right. Any closing questions for Austin? All right, Austin. Congratulations again on that win.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, we're going to continue with our media availabilities here at Daytona. We are now joined by our pre-race performer, three-time Grammy Award-winning country music superstar Miranda Lambert. And we're also going to bring up Daytona International Speedway track president Frank Kelleher to start us off with a special presentation.
Miranda, thank you so much for being here. On behalf of the France family, the entire staff of Daytona International Speedway, for just elevating what is already going to be an amazing event day, the 68th running of the Daytona 500. It is my pleasure to present to you a one-of-one custom guitar that we hope that you showed off with pride. So
I love it.
thank you again
Thank
so
you
much
so much
for being here.
Beautiful. Is that painted?
Yes.
It's crazy.
All right, we'll get Frank and Miranda to pose for some pictures here for you guys.
This is amazing. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Frank. All right, Miranda, we're going to kick it off here with a couple of questions for you. You've had such a remarkable career. You're collaborating with Ella Langley on the hit song Choosing Texas and her upcoming new album. How exciting has this next chapter been for you in your career?
It's been so fun to work with Ella and to become really close with her and watch her journey and watch her process. And, you know, I've had a over 20-year career now, so I love that I can use my experience to sort of help guide whatever she needs. And producing and co-writing with her is a new space I'm stepping into as a producer, and it's really been such a cool like experience for me. I've learned a ton, and I love that, you know, it also helps when the song works and it's blowing up, so it like gives you, you know, validation and confidence to keep going like you're doing the right thing.
Awesome. And now you're here to perform before the Great American Race. How fired up are you to perform in front of this sold-out crowd here this afternoon?
I'm excited. This place is massive. I think I came to Daytona a long time ago. I used to do a lot of races and perform and stuff, but I haven't been in a while, so I feel like I'm getting my NASCAR passions coming back quick. I can't wait to hear the engines. It's going to be so much fun.
Awesome. We can't wait to hear you perform either. So we're going to open up to questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand. We will get a wireless microphone to you. We'll start over here on the left side with Claire, and then right over there. Brent's coming to you, Claire.
Claire B. Lang, Dialed In Journal. I'm just so happy to see an artist like you who's a female, who's a badass, who isn't afraid to be the leader of the band or the one who makes decisions and then does what she thinks is right in the music world. Can you talk about catering your performance, for example, to a crowd like at Daytona? Do you feel like you kind of create something that will be for the race fans today?
Absolutely. It's a pretty high energy set. It's short and sweet, so we kind of went with some high energy set list. So yeah, definitely getting the hits in there and keeping the energy up.
What do you think of the songs that you perform would be perfect for a Daytona 500 for cars, nose to tail, 200 miles an hour? What would you sing?
Fastest girl in town. And that's what I'm singing for my first song.
Love it. Thanks for being here.
Go right there, Noah.
Noah Lewis, TSJ Sports. Miranda, you've had the opportunity to perform at some pretty cool venues, arenas, stadiums, sporting events, right? What feels different about the Daytona 500, and where do you say this ranks in terms of the stages you've been able to take?
I mean, I think this would be one of the biggest stages I've sang at now that you mention it. Thanks for making me nervous. Yeah, it's just incredible, the amount of people here. But you know what? I feel like coming in here, it kind of felt, you know, it feels like these are my people, and everybody was tailgating. It kind of felt like a concert already. You know what I mean? So it's just like everybody's in a good mood. It's a celebration. It's going to be a fun day.
Come over here to the right to Chris, far right.
I could hear you.
There we go.
There you go.
All right. Yeah. Chris Gollin with NewsDaytonaBeach.com. First of all, big fan. Saw you open for George Strait when I was a kid. And I wanted to share my friend Annie, who was actually the one who strung up your guitar for the performance. So just wanted to
Thank you, Annie.
share that with you. So as someone who has played guitar for a lot of years myself, I'm curious, what was your first guitar and what's your favorite one you've owned?
My favorites are Gibsons. I think my first guitar was like a little Yamaha my dad got me. It was black, and when I actually learned, I started playing Gibsons, and they've been tried and true. I'm kind of a hard on them. I kind of play pretty harsh, so I only know a few chords, so I just need something I can bang it out on, and that's a Gibson for sure.
Thanks, Miranda.
Do we have additional questions for Miranda? All right, we'll go to right up here to Deb.
Deb Williams, Auto Week. Miranda, this is probably a way off the wall question, but I want to know your inspiration for your cologne brand, Idlewind.
Well, Idlewind is my brand at Boot Barn, and it is it's a whole brand that represents like being who you are, being strong women. I call it barn to bar because you can do both in all of our clothes and boots. Boots are my favorite part of our line, but the perfume is just an extension of what the brand means, and it's really fun to get to do a perfume because you get to like really curate the scent and something that felt like it represented Idlewind and represented me. So yeah, it's the new one's called Sedona Sunset, by the way.
Pardon?
The new one's called Sedona Sunset.
Yeah, but I can't get off the Idlewind. I wear it every day.
Well, go for it, girl. I love it.
All right, do we have anything final for Miranda before we start getting her towards the stage? All right. Well, Miranda, thanks so much for joining us today. We can't wait to hear you
Thank
perform.
y'all.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
You know, I have mine. People on the street, you know, have theirs. It's fun to see what theirs are. I don't really. One of the most difficult jobs I did was playing Elvis because you're playing somebody that everybody knows, so you're in a kind of a box, but I've something that applies for today. Somebody once claimed in an article, Kurt Russell's career looks like it was guided by a drunken driver, and I was the drunken driver that guided it. So I just wanted to play different characters in different genres, and I've been fortunate enough to be able to do that. And when you're doing that, you try to create some memorable characters and in movies that people really are going to have a good time watching. Now it's heavily it leans towards streamer work. You know, they're doing some wonderful things, great writers, and kind of opening it up. I think one of the things about Monarch that's fun, like I said, it kind of has a big epic feel to it, and I think that's fun to bring to that venue. That's not the motion picture world. It's more of the television world. Yeah, I just keep trying to entertain with good stories, good characters, and I've had a good run.
We're going to go to Roy, and then Lee, and then Shane.
Thank you, Kurt.
Where are you, Roy?
Kurt, Roy Akers, straight in front of you here.
Hey, Roy.
Skyview Sports. If you had a Hollywood project coming along and you were a retired superstar NASCAR driver and you could maybe mentor a younger type person, is there a driver or former movie character you play that you think that would make it a great role?
I'm not sure I understand your question, Roy.
Well, if they came up with a movie script and said, Kurt, we'd like you to play a retired superstar driver, and there's maybe a wayward younger driver we'd like you to play, is there kind of a driver or something like that you can think about?
Yeah, I've had that opportunity actually a couple of times. I'm tough on sports movies. I was a professional baseball player, and I've read many baseball stories. They're generally written by fans, not written by people who played the game. Ron Shelton's the exception to that. It would be the same with anything. I had a couple opportunities that I either couldn't do because of timing. I was working on something else, or I didn't really care for the project. I think that, to me, I used to race superboats, and like I said, I raced cars. I played baseball. I flew airplanes. I can't get past the feeling of if it doesn't feel authentic, if it just doesn't pass the smell test for me, I generally can't get very interested in it. So I would the determinant factor for me is always, how does this feel? Does it feel real? Is this something that's been written by somebody who knows what that world is? When you run into those, they're something you want to do. We did a lot of work on Miracle, for instance, to bring the authenticity of it by having hockey players instead of actors. For the most part, we had just a few actors in it as players. The director was an ex-D1 football player, so he understood high-level competition. And I think that when you have somebody leading the way, a director or writers who have lived it, it has a tendency to have a lot more a feeling of authenticity, and I think that's important with sports movies that deal in any way with sports movies. So I'd point towards that.
We're going to go to Lee, and then we'll go to Shane.
Lee Spencer, SiriusXM NASCAR Radio and CatchFence.com. I'm intrigued by your quarter midget background because, you know, certainly you have a need for speed. Have you ever gotten that out of your system?
I don't have a need for speed. I like competition, and I love driving. I love flying. If it floats, flies, or runs on four wheels, I'm your boy. That's a world that I love. You want as much speed as you can get when you need it, but when you're racing, you need to race intelligently. You need to pace yourself. You need to know when to move, when not to move, and there's a lot of different factors involved there. Least of all, and probably most important, are the other competitors that you're running against. I just think that's what catches me, is that feeling of, especially when you're running against the best. If you're running against really good people, whatever it is, you want to know how do you stack up? Can you win? I just find that endlessly fascinating. I'll be 75 next month, so my days of that are more appropriately spent as a pace car driver, right? So I with my family, I think I've tried to instill in them some of the understanding of the fun of that kind of competition and what it can mean to you, because you learn, as my father used to say, it's much tougher to be a good winner than it is a good loser. And when you run enough, in whatever the sport is, you learn to get back up after you've lost, try to get better. And when you win, be gracious.
We'll go to Shane.
Shane Whitehead, WFTV Orlando. The Winter Olympics are in progress. There's a new documentary out on the 1980 hockey team. Listening to some of the players, you really nailed Herb Brooks's persona. Did you get prep time with him? And the locker room speech, do you remember it?
Wrote a lot of it, so it was an interesting thing, actually. Herb Brooks was alive when we made this movie. The original screenplay needed a lot of work, and he was sort of just a Simon Legree. He didn't really have anything at stake. I learned a lot about it from Herb. Met with Herb because he was coming to scout my son Wyatt, who was playing in British Columbia. He was going to be looking at him for possibly going to Minnesota, playing for the Gophers. And when I met Herb, I learned a lot about what was not there. There was very little there for the games. But Wyatt had a coach, Paul Fricker, goaltending coach, who helped me transfer a lot of my understanding of what it could be through my life in baseball, translated into hockey. When I met Herb, I realized we had a lot of work to do. So did the director, and we went to work. When we finished the movie, it was the only time I also kind of kept myself removed from the other actors, or in this case, the hockey players who were playing the actors. I didn't want them to get too close to me. I didn't want them to feel that way, because they didn't feel that way with Herb. And the nicest, or I don't know, for me, the best compliment I ever got as an actor, when we did the screening, the what do you call it, the premiere, Herb's family was there. And the lights went down and the show came on. And about 3 minutes into the movie, this little voice came out from the audience, and he went, "Papa." And it was Herb's grandson. He was about 3 years old, I guess. And I knew then that I'd done something right. That was important to me, to get Herb right. As far as the speech is concerned, I had some information from Herb as to who he was. He was fascinated with how I understood so much. And I told him I played pro ball, and I just translated that with a hockey guy. Paul Fricker knew how to do that, so I had that great help. In the speech itself, I didn't want to violate Herb. I wanted to capture him, but didn't have the availability to do that. So I always figured that when the picture came out, if Herb saw it, I was either going to catch hell or whatever. And after it was over, and Herb had died before the movie came out, but a lot of the players came up and they said, "How did you the speech? How did you? It was almost verbatim." So I felt there was a little bit of a channeling understanding, of a person. My father, who was my main coach in baseball, he died while I was making Miracle, and I was on the ice, and I knew he was in the throes of dying soon. And I saw the first assistant skating out onto the ice, and I wanted to save him the difficulty of how do you open this conversation. I said, "Did my dad die?" And he said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay." And he said, "What do you want to do?" I said, "I'm good. Give me 5 minutes." Last things my father had said to me was, I want to come down and see you, Dad." He said, "Why?" I said, "Because you're going to die, and I want to see you one more time before you leave." He said, "Oh, for Christ's sake, Wyatt's got a championship game to play. Stay there and watch the championship," And I said, "I just want to see that." He said, if we haven't said everything we have to say to each other by now, we blew it." And I said, "You're right." So I stayed and watched the last conversation I had with him on the phone where he couldn't really speak back. I said, "Don't try to talk, Dad. I know you can understand me." And I said, we won. We won the championship. And his last words to me were, "One more fucking championship." And I said, they won. So when I was skating around and my dad had died, I suddenly realized, I had never thought of it, but I was playing the psychology and the reality of a lot of what my father was. It just happened to be in line with who Herb Brooks was. Gives you an idea who my dad was. Herb was, I think, a very different type of person. My dad was quite gregarious, but he was very, very, he had a tremendous ability to tap into the psychologies of young men who wanted to do something. And I didn't realize it, but I was using that as much as I was the time that I spent with Herb. Anyway, that was where I kind of went with that.
All right, well, that's all the time we have, everyone. Kurt, thank you so much for coming in and spending some time with us this morning.
Have a fun day, guys. Thanks a lot.
We need to feel the green.
All righty.
We're going to continue with our media availabilities here. We're now joined by the Grand Marshal for today's Daytona 500, Grammy Award-winning comedian Nate Bargatze.
All right.
Nate, thanks so much for joining us.
Yes.
We're all excited about The Breadwinner coming out on May 29th. You're playing a lot of roles. You're writing, you're starring, co-writing, producing it. What's it like stepping into all those roles for the first time?
It was great. I mean, it was, obviously overwhelming. I don't know how to act, so learning that on the fly was a good time. But it was an awesome experience. I mean, you can see how you can fall in love with the process of a movie and doing it. And this movie's very influenced by my stand-up, so it wasn't too far of a reach for me to be the first movie for myself. And so I'm super excited to come out. In writing it, I was able to set, where I was like, I'm not going to cry. I don't know how to do that. So there's a lot of that. You're in control, which is good, to be like, I can't show emotion. because I don't know how to do that yet as an actor. So I was in control of all that. But it's a fun movie that it's kind of a throwback to the movies, how they came out. That, you know, a lot of you might have seen, like, you know, Mr. Mom, Home Alone, like when those movies, kind of those PG movies, and where you can bring the whole family to. And so I'm very, very pumped for it to be coming out, to be out May 29th, and hope everybody sees it.
There's nothing quite like seeing a comedy in a packed theater. What makes The Breadwinner the kind of movie that audiences should experience together on the big screen?
Yeah, I mean, it's no different. I mean, it's different, but it's, you know, look at this race. I've been to races. I've been to Daytona before. This many people out here watching this is the experience. When I go do live shows, it's the experience of being around other people and just taking it in. And when you go to even to a movie, which is a smaller scale at a theater, it's just, you know, we went and saw Anaconda when it came out, and it's just fun to be in a theater and hearing other people laugh, and that human experiences. That's why you're going to do it. And I think experiences are what's going forward. And so that's why you want to create it and try to get the most people into theaters. I mean, I think they think a lot of, you know, people think no one wants to go to theaters anymore. I just disagree with that. I think that people do want to go out. They want to take their kids. They want to take their family to be able to go to stuff. And so I just want to be a part of creating that kind of world. And you're seeing it. I mean, you're seeing it today with 102,000 some people that are coming to this. It's unbelievable. And it's the best to be at these events.
So speaking of today, the most important question here, have you been practicing the most famous words in motorsports?
I did it. Last night I was in Indianapolis last night doing a show, and so I ran a couple ideas by them in the crowd, just because I thought at one point, you know, I was like, all right, because as a comic, you want to get a joke in there everywhere. So I thought I was going to, you know, first I thought about doing like how many feet are in 500 miles. Nobody knows, which is reference to my George Washington sketch. That did not do as well with that crowd last night. And so luckily I tried it. And then I was going to do another one with Jimmy Johnson being older, that to let the younger drivers know that his left blinker will be on the whole race, and just to ignore it. And that one did better. And then when I got here and talked about it, it's like, I think you just need to do normal, you know? And so you have all these hopes and dreams to try to do something that's going to be funny and all this. And then, you know, I was fortunate enough to be with Kevin James last week, who's obviously got the best one. And so I think it's about just bringing that energy and just taking in that moment that it is. And I don't think I will be that much far off script, and just do the right thing. You want to just be, you know, either remember for good, or you want to, they forget you because you didn't mess anything up. So it's hopefully it'll be, I think with this crowd, you know, and the flyover and all of it, it's going to be insanity. So just it's been a dream to be asked to do this. You know, I watch a NASCAR and seeing Grand Marshals, and this is something you can never really imagine. It's not really even on your idea of that you could be asked to do it, but being asked to do it is very, very exciting.
Awesome. We're going to have time for a couple of questions for Nate. If you raise your hand, we'll get a wireless microphone to you. We'll start on the far left with Jeff, and then we'll go to John on the right.
Hey, what's up, Nate? My name's Jeff. You know, you've seen drivers move up from the lower ranks to the big time, and you've gone from playing comedy clubs.
Lower rank. You wanted to say lower ranks. You guys, but you can say it. It was the lower ranks. Yeah.
What is the biggest difference when you get into a massive room like that, or, you know, your life has changed now?
Yeah.
How do you have to change with that?
You know, you try to make sure. I'm a big fan of awareness. So if you have awareness, I can tell that, like, this is not a normal experience. I mean, you guys understand this. Your kids, your all of you being journalists, and you get to be around a lot of crazy stuff, and your kids are going to have experiences that most kids won't have, and the access. And so you want to make sure that you remember that. And a big part of it was I moved back home to Nashville. I was gone for about 13 years in Chicago, New York, and LA. And when we had our daughter, I wanted her to, we live in a cul-de-sac with our neighbors, and no one's really, famous in the cul-de-sac, like in the neighborhood. And I wanted her just to have as normal of a life that she could have. And even for my stand-up and writing, I didn't want to be out, because if you're in LA, you're just around a lot of crazy stuff. And so I wanted to be able to go home and be able to talk about family stuff and still be relatable. And so that's been a big part of it, just trying to stay ahead of that. I mean, this last hour I wrote, I knew we were going to be shooting this movie, so I made sure to try to really write the hour before the movie, just to, because I didn't want the next hour to be about making a movie. I want it to be about family and what I normally talk about. So you just become very aware of that, and then every time you kind of write an hour, you just, I don't know, like just try not to do, you go live life. That's the best thing for a comic, is go try to live a life. I always tell my wife I'll go to the grocery store only when I'm trying to find material. The other times I'm like, well, I don't know, I'm so busy. But then when I need material, I'm like, all right, let me go so I can see if something happens and get a joke out of it.
Go to John here on the right.
John Ubi Fanbuzz. So kind of going off of Jeff's question a little bit, you're now in this role where you're bringing a bunch of comedians with you when you're filling out arenas and all this different stuff.
Yeah.
So when you're surrounded by guys like Greg Warren or Derek Stroop or all these different people, how are you determining which ones are the best to bring for, a massive stadium crowd, and which ones are the best for judging like a belly flop competition on a cruise?
Yeah. Derek Stroop's the best. We knew from the get-go he was going to be a good belly flop guy. But like, with stand-up, when I started, I was in Chicago for a couple years, but then New York was really where I was at for a long time. And there was a system where you developed young comics. We had Comedy Central, so you would do Live at Gotham, where you do 8 minutes, and then you did a half hour, then you would do an hour special. And so there was really a process for comics to develop material. Now I think with younger and, with this kind of social media influencing and all this kind of stuff, people are forced to have to create. I mean, you guys know creating content, you got to create it at all times. Everybody wants content. And when you do that, it's really impossible. No one can create this much content. It's just too hard of a thing to repeat. So now we've started, we do this thing called the Showcase that I put on YouTube, and it's 8 minutes, and we've done hour specials. And I just want to create for stand-up comics a system again, something that they can rely on and really develop them and let them develop, because I think when you get it too quick, it's hard to keep that, because you just can, experience is everything, and people want people to come up too quick, and I think that hurts the industry that we're in. Even with Hollywood and movies and stuff like that, you're having people come up too quick, and then they're kind of in over their head just because they don't have the experience and they don't have to do it. So you want to, now with what we're doing is that I've created, our company is just try to make sure to be able to develop comedians and let them become better and give them more time, and to be able to rely and know that they can go work on it. So, and then who you pick, I mean, Greg Warren is a perfect example of someone he's been around for a long time. So you got guys that have been doing comedy for 25 years, 30 years, and you can bring those, and those guys just automatically, they just know what they're doing. They've been doing it for 30 years. So it's fun to be able to bring that back, and we do it in I have them all be TV clean. That's how I had to come up, and I think it's made stand-up more accessible. I think people used to be kind of nervous about stand-up because it was kind of labeled as it was this dirtiness, and so now it's like you want to just have an accessible way into stand-up comedy. I think stand-up comedy is going to really stand the test of time with AI and all this stuff. It's the most authentic thing you can do. It's me talking to an audience, and so make it accessible to enter into the world, and you can go discover more comics from there.
All right. Well, we have reached the end of our time with Nate. Nate, thanks so much for being here
Absolutely.
and have fun with
It's
the
an
command
honor.
today.
Thank you. He's in the Breadwinner movie with me, so it's me and him. So if the movie goes bad, right there. Now it's on you. I've already said it. I know. I relied on you a lot. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna. But you're in the credits. I've told you. I mentioned it now. He goes, you know what? We're gonna get you in the credits, even though the movie's already done. But yeah, thank you guys very much for having me.
All right, we have now been joined by Billy Scott, our race-winning crew chief, today for the number 45 with Tyler Reddick. Billy, congratulations. I know all wins matter, but the Daytona 500 is always one that feels a little bit more special. Just tell us about those final laps and what it was like from your vantage point on the pit box to watch Tyler make all those moves for the win.
Yeah, it was incredible. You know, we don't get to really see the full view of it, so I'm sure it'll be fun to go back and watch, and it really hasn't sunk in yet either. Certainly exciting. You know, you're happy to just be in contention after, you know, these races. You never know how they're going to play out, and a lot of carnage, and we barely missed a few of them. Got, you know, hit one of the, you know, right there in the first 10 laps or so of the race, got hit in the right rear and got in the middle of that one wreck, and that we barely made it through. So just to be in contention, first off, is always exciting, and then to realize as we were coming down to the last couple laps that we kept having the lead of a row, and then ultimately to get a big push from our teammate Riley. You know, that's just hats off to him for staying committed with us and giving us the big push, and Tyler making all the right moves.
All right, we'll now go to questions from the media. If you have a question, raise your hand, state your name, affiliation. We're going to work to get a microphone to you. We'll start with John Newby, and then we'll go to Matt Weaver. Go ahead.
John Newby, Fan Buzz. The last time you guys celebrated a win, Tyler used the outside lane to fly past Blaney and get into the championship 4. Now you guys got a crown jewel. I mean, where do you rank these finishes among the all-time, you know, your 8 wins as a crew chief, and then how does he keep doing this on the last lap?
Yeah, that's impressive. There's been a few of them, but that's what it takes. You know, I'd say this is probably the first one. Again, it hasn't really sunk in yet, and I think all the stuff to come out of this is going to be very special. But more than anything, just growing up here on the West Coast, just a few hours from here, and coming here as a kid, sitting in the stands, watching.
.com. It's probably hard to articulate because you're in the moment, but what do you recall about whether it's your blood pressure or where your headspace was throughout the entire course of those last 2 laps? Because I know how we are in here watching it, so we can't imagine what it's like to be you in the chair.
Yeah, it's a little different. I think once in these situations when you've made the last pit stop and we've kind of in a fan moment we can, but in moments like this when their spotters are talking them through every move they make and they're having to make so many decisions in a few laps that it's just kind of watching and just out of our hands, kind of hoping for the best.
Okay, I believe Claire has a question.
Claire Belang, Dialed In Journal. You know, you look at all that you put in to try to win a race like this. It now no longer is win and you're in. And so you win this race. And what does it mean when you think about that and you think that it's just this win? What does it do for the team? What does it do for the season? We used to say it was win and you're in, but now it still does some things to kick off the season this way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Points are still going to be important. You still get more points for winning. And, you know, that's still what we come here to do. So, yeah, it doesn't make it where we're locked in. But if we had to depend on this win to get ourselves into the chase, then we probably didn't deserve to be there anyway. So, yeah, we've obviously came off of a less than desirable year last year, and put a lot of work into a lot of different aspects of our team and how we wanted to approach things and how we wanted to be disciplined on what we can control. And I think we did pretty well at those things tonight, and it paid off. And the results are usually just a result of doing that, putting in your best, and sometimes it works out.
And what does your team owner do for you, Denny Hamlin? Like when you win, is it like party at 2311, beer for everybody,
Yes.
bells ringing? I don't know what you do over there.
No, all of the above. Yeah. This is going to be a different one, celebrating here.
All right, I do
He
want
knows how to do it, though.
I do want to introduce that we have been joined by our race-winning team owner, Denny Hamlin. Denny, thank you for joining us. You're obviously you have the most wins of an active driver currently with 3. You've won it as a driver. You obviously know the excitement Tyler has, but what does it feel like to win it as an owner?
Yeah, it's. Oh, is this on? Should be. It is now. No. Yeah. I can't freaking hear. My ears ringing. It's different, but like it's fantastic. I mean, certainly, you know, I know the odds of winning here is very, very small, but you know, I also know that, you know, this is the most chances I had with 5 cars, myself and these 4 2311 cars. And you know, just after I got, you know, crashed for the last time at the end, I was like, all I'm looking at is the scoreboard. How many horses I still got left in the race, and you know, to see, you know, we had quite a few cars up there for that last restart was fantastic. And I knew we had a great shot. And when they told me at the end, I had no idea how it happened, but watching it back, it just was great to see Tyler making all the right moves and Riley just being a great teammate there at the end, giving him the pushes when he needed it. But it's very gratifying. It's certainly more gratifying than other wins that I've had. Brickyard was close, but the 500 is just a little different as an owner. So it feels great. It certainly, you know, soothes the sting of our day on the 11 car.
All right, we're going to continue with questions for Billy or Denny, and I will take the next one from Bob.
Bob Parkhurst, Fox Sports. If both of you can answer this, that would be great. How do you feel like Tyler reacted to the winless season last year? Was he frustrated, angry, or is he a kind of more go with the flow? Like, how did he handle it all?
From my side and the things we worked on, certainly frustrated, certainly disappointed, as all of us were. We had expectations and do have expectations way higher than that. But it was never a frustration of discouragement or disappointment or blame or anything else. It was collectively, how do we get better? How do we work on the things that we can improve ourselves? And he has been all in on everything that's come up from ownership, from within our team. He's entered this season with a new, I think, a new rejuvenated outlook on things. And I think we've all felt that internally, and tonight it shows.
Well, so from my standpoint, obviously I was not able to. The off season is usually where I spend the most time at 2311. Obviously, this off season I didn't get to spend as much time there as I wanted. But I talked to a lot of people in the shop, and they felt like Tyler had changed his not approach. What's the word I'm looking for? It's just changed his outlook and really was optimistic, all in on correcting the wrongs, right, and wanting to get better this off season. So, you know, we held a ownership held a meeting with everyone in competition a few weeks ago, a couple of weeks ago. I look back there, Tyler's the only one making notes, and he just was really turned on, and so that's what we want out of him, right? I knew 4 or 5 years ago, whenever it was, when I talked to him for the first time about, hey, you know, I need you over here. Billy, the same way, by the way. These are 2 guys that I specifically recruited for 2311, and wanted, you know, Billy was one of the very first ones, and so I just knew that his ceiling was so high. And last year, I don't think the expectations were certainly higher than the results as a whole. But, hopefully, and I'm sure it will, winning a race like this so early in the season, it's just going to, I think, will relieve a lot of self-pressure that Tyler puts on himself. And hopefully he can race this season loose like he always has. That's what we loved about him from the very beginning, is the guy raced loose.
All right, we will go to Jordan Bianchi.
Jordan Bianchi, The Athletic. This is for Denny. Michael today, going back to the outside the courtroom, you guys were all conciliatory. We're all in this together. That message continued today. Michael, before the race, told Fox Sports, we're moving forward. We want to be here. We love this. In Victory Lane, much the same message. Where is that coming from? And what is the message you would say down to the sport as it's kind of trying to move forward and put in the past?
I think that December was a wake-up call. I think that the conversations since then has been a lot of self-reflection, in my opinion, from NASCAR about. I think that they would have done things differently had they had the opportunity to. But we knew that we needed to stick up for what we believed was right. I said all along I was very confident for the last year because I knew what the facts were, but we have to now figure out how we can get the sport back where it was decades ago. And in order to do that, the only way we can do it is we're all going to have to pull the rope in the same direction. And even conversations that I've had with NASCAR executives as late as couple days ago, sitting in a bus talking about what do we need to be 5 years from now, 2 years from now, 10 years from now? What does the sport need to look like? Those were all really good conversations, and they were very open to, suggestions. And it's a little different now. Now the proof will be in what happens, right? Is there actions behind the words? But it seems like there's more of a collaborative pull of the rope than what even since December. The team owner meetings were much more productive than what they've been really since I've been an owner. So it seems like they're willing to make the changes that it needs to make the sport grow, because we're all going to be better when the sport grows. And we've got to work really, really hard at it, but I think we can get there.
You're a notorious trash talker. MJ is a notorious trash talker. Why not have a little bit of fun and take some, a little bit of fun jabs or talk a little smack in the euphoria of what happened today and everything?
I think that, we feel like this is you don't want to take away from what the team accomplished and what Tyler accomplished. And certainly we don't want any headlines written other than Tyler Reddick wins the Daytona 500. So I think that's the most important thing. It's his day. It's Billy's day. And they need to be celebrated.
All right. Jeff, I believe Jeff Gluck had a question.
Denny, all throughout this last few days, NASCAR was holding the yellow. There seemed to be a trend of that, and then obviously they did so, including the last lap tonight. How do you view that as a driver and the way that they officiated the race?
Well, I think everyone is okay with whatever it is as long as it's consistent. And I think you mentioned it on social media as like, fine, as long as it's the same, or somebody said as long as it's the same for all races. And this weekend, they were very consistent. So I don't think anyone should have any gripes about that. We saw, they set the tone really on Friday. And so they let those guys race it out. I was on the other end of the track. I can tell you that I didn't think I was in any danger, or the cars, because the ones that did wreck in turn one they all ended up all on the apron or the grass. So they were off the racing surface. Now there might have been one kind of running the apron or something limping home. But there was no more traffic to go through there. And it seems like how they're calling this now is that if you have to drive back through it, if there's multiple cars that's got to drive through it and somebody's on the racetrack, they're gonna call the caution. But it seemed like to me when I drove through there 30 seconds later, nobody on the racetrack was any danger, so I was fine with it.
All right, we'll come up front here. Yep, and then next. Yep, right there. Yep.
Denny, having Michael Jordan involved in the sport, whether it be today him being in victory lane or during the lawsuit, what do you think that has meant to the sport?
Well, it's big for the sport. I mean, he's the most popular athlete in the world. I don't think there's any disputing that. You know, he loves the sport, and certainly, you know, he goes to a lot of races. Sometimes you don't even see him, and he's there. He makes more races than people know. But he loves this race team, and in that same meeting that we had just a few weeks ago with the team, I reminded them about Talladega and how excited he was on pit road. And I was like, you know, do you guys understand the responsibilities that you have, that you have the power to bring joy to Michael Jordan? Like, you have that power. And nobody else can do it. There's nothing else that can bring him the joy that seeing his team can do. And they took it to heart today.
Kind of playing off that, guys, what's it like for you two to win a championship with Michael Jordan?
Go ahead, Billy.
Yeah, like Denny said, it's just cool to see him get the joy out of that. And I can't imagine what it's like playing at the level he did and accomplishing the things he did, and then just walking away from it and going back to the things the rest of us normally experience in regular day life. That, you know, this is a huge day for us and a big celebration, but I can't even imagine how it compares to the things he's accomplished. But to watch him genuinely be excited and the celebration that he has is a lot what drives us. I think Denny's always commented that we really celebrate when we get a win, and part of that is feeding off of that. Like, I remember Talladega, and today was much the same. Of the level of excitement he has is unmatched.
You know, I hope this isn't our last Daytona 500, because I'm still a competitor, and no matter how excited I am, I would be more excited if I wasn't in the race myself. So I hope that these guys can win a lot of races after I'm done racing, because there's always a part of me after they win. If they won, that means I lost. So I just want to I wish I could get rid of that little competitive bug that's in me that says, yeah, but your day, blank, blank, you know? Because I want to have moments like this where I'm unburdened by the competitive fire that I have for driving cars. So just 72 more times, 71 more times, something like that. That I'll have, you know, after that I'll have more opportunities to celebrate and be able to really enjoy moments like this. So it's going to be up to them to make sure they do it well after I'm done.
All right, Jenna.
Danny, sorry to back here. Sorry to keep bringing up December, but Front Row won on Friday, RCR won on Saturday, you guys won on Sunday. All three of the big players from December. Thoughts?
All we do is win. I don't know.
Is that weird?
Huh?
Is that weird or?
It's coincidence, obviously, but it's, you know, I'm really happy for them too. I mean, they're the ones that had to answer all the questions and stuff from last year, and we were working vigorously behind the scenes. It's late nights, reading documents, and just on and on and on. They had no idea what we were doing. They just were the ones that had to come to the racetrack and ask the questions. Was it a distraction, right? So, but they handled themselves like true professionals, and it's great that they're rewarded by winning the first race this year.
All right, Alan, and then Steven.
Alan Cavana for both of you. Teams, drivers, maybe even some fans that didn't win today, they pointed out the fuel-saving strategy in that type of racing, especially the 3 Toyotas in front, slowing down the pace. Is that fixable? Does that need to be fixed, that type of racing? Is there a fix to that?
Well, I doubt there's a fix to it because we're just going to figure out the next way to exploit it. And I don't know that it needs to be fixed. I think we all as competitors are spending as much time trying to figure out what the next best thing is and how to combat what each other's doing. I think it'd be like asking if you need to change how chess is played, right? Like everybody is trying to react off each other and figure out a way to get in the front at the right time. And that depends on whether cautions fly. Like stage 1 where some of them were able to stretch it all the way to the end. And to me, from where we stand, that's a very enjoyable part of it.
There's a way, but we're gonna have to increase the speeds by a lot. You're gonna have to make it to where handling matters. That's gonna spread the field. That's gonna make it to where we're not, it'll look a little more like racing from the past. But as long as their insurance company's okay with it, you're going to have to speed up the cars. Because right now we're so planted in the racetrack that we can just run in this really tight pack. And one of the suggestions is, that we talked about just a few days ago is come here next year in the Clash. Let a few of us come up with a package that we think you won't see even any fuel saving. You're just going to see people hanging on. That would be the only fix.
All right, Steven. Right behind you, Brent. There you go.
Thank you. Stephen Toronto, West Toronto 92 Network. This is going to be a question for Denny. Denny, at Bowman Gray, you talked about, how you expect Riley Herbst and the 35 team to really improve this year. And now, fast forward to today, and on the last lap, he plays, sidekick to Tyler Reddick and gets praised by Michael Jordan for being a team player there. Are you pleased with the way Riley has responded? And, obviously you're pleased with the result of today, but with Riley specifically?
Yes, because I can tell you at his age and after the year he had, it would be even for me, would be very, very hard, as selfish as I am, when he had that run to not just take it. But he specifically followed the 45, pushed the 45 when he needed to, when he could have then pulled beside the 45 and then, given himself a legit shot. But, I definitely, I really like Riley, especially as a person. He's just a great kid, very humble, very, very humble, a very hard worker. Absolutely, we expect more from him, and today was a great sign that hopefully he's turned the corner.
And you mentioned his humility and his hard work. Is that what you've seen from him, and whatever conversations you've had about what you expect from him for 2026? Have you seen that reflected in his response to whatever conversations you may have had?
He's always been very self-reflecting. I never question, if he doesn't run well, the first thing he does is figure out, he asks what he could do better, right? It's not, I need, this is not right, that's not right. He's very aware and self-reflects, which is someone that's going to get better at their craft if that's their mindset. So I've never seen anything in his work ethic that has made me question his ability to get better. And again, time will tell, and we'll see this season where that 35 team is.
All right, we're going to go Chris and then Peter. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Danny. I'm Chris Gollin with NewsDaytonaBeach.com. First of all, congratulations.
And I wanted to ask you a question that's similar to one that I asked Jeff Gordon last year, which is, he won the Daytona 500 3 times as a driver, twice as the car owner for Jimmy Johnson, and then 2 more as an executive with William Byron. You have 3 Daytona 500 wins as a driver, and now this is your first as an owner. I asked Jeff how many he considered himself to have won. Like, how many 500s does Jeff Gordon have? He said 3. Even though he could have put himself up there with Richard Petty if he wanted to. I'm curious now, do you feel like you're a 3-time 500 winner or 4-time?
I mean, I would introduce myself as 3. I certainly think that our role is very pivotal to getting these guys the resources. But when they unload here early this week, the owners are hands off. We've given you all the resources. They've made the decisions. It's the team at that point that goes out and wins the race. And so they're the ones that truly deserve all the praise.
Thanks, Danny. Congrats.
All right, Peter, go ahead. I can get a microphone to Peter. Thank you.
Right over here, Denny, to your left. Bubba mentioned on pit road that it was a big deal for Chumba Casino to be on the winning car at Brickyard last year and now Daytona this year. As a team owner, how big a deal is that for the sponsor?
Yeah, I mean, they're the main primary on the 45 for this year. They stepped up and did some great things. Xfinity over on Bubba's side stepped up to be the primary. So we got some great partners that really in the off season step up and loved to take the lead role of these cars. And so for them to have the Brickyard 400 win and now the Daytona 500. Somebody told me on the last restart that he was starting beside the other casino car. So I'm really glad that we got the better end of that deal overall. So I know that they're absolutely excited. Most of them are over in Australia. So they're, they've just been fantastic to work with, and to see them grow their presence and now be the main sponsor on that 45. This is a way to reward them for that.
All right, and we're going to end with a question follow-up from John Newby.
John Newby fan buzz. Danny, earlier you talked about how the sky's the limit for Tyler. I know champion is the easy answer, but can you expand upon that further about, what heights you think he can reach?
Yeah, I just know his ability and the ability to get the most out of a car, to get speed out of it. Certainly at times I can't get out of cars. It might be just for a lap, but he'll get speed out of it. And so it's once you find someone that can do that with raw talent, then you start to give him a little bit of racecraft, give him a little bit of 20-year-old wisdom from mistakes I've made in the past. Next thing you know, you've really created a driver there that has got all the pieces that can win a championship. Road course racing, that's been a big part of the NASCAR schedule over the last few years. While it's reduced this year, he's no slouch there. He can go compete. So he's really, other than probably short tracks, that's the last little step for him to get a little bit better at. He's there. He's got the racecraft, and I like Riley, very humble. He's not afraid to come up and ask a lot of questions, even though he's been in the sport now for a little bit of time. So I just try to do my best to, give him all the knowledge I have. Some of the stuff he, probably needs to think twice about implementing, but it's just my job to try to give him all the information and then let him do with it what he wants to. And that's what I love about my job, is that I'm able to come in on Monday, listen to what these drivers talk about, need out of their race cars on Monday, and can relate, because I was just on the racetrack too. So it allows me then to be able to allocate the resources to the right areas that I see fit.
All right. I made the mistake of not calling up to the press box, so we're going to do that really fast, and then you guys will be clear. There is a question in the press box. Go ahead, press box.
Christian at catchfence.com. Denny, this is 3 top 10 finishes for 23-11 in the Daytona 500. What does that mean for the organization? That hasn't happened very often for you guys to have 3 cars in the top 10.
Yeah, it's, certainly a good momentum for the team. Certainly knowing that every race is really, this season is going to matter, whether it be, someone that's trying to fight for a playoff spot, or someone that's probably going to be battling for a regular season championship. So trust me, I'm going to be in a big hole leaving here, but my team's certainly going to feel good about going to Atlanta, knowing that they had a good points day here in Daytona. And it's just really this is where the most eyes is on our sport. This is good for our partners. It's good for everyone on our race team. Winning races certainly helps a lot of things, but when you can win the Daytona 500, I tell you, just early in the season, because I've done it, it really helps with momentum to start the year, because now you're not chasing anything. You're in a good spot. You can race, a lot freer. So those guys that had a top 10, fantastic job for them.
All right. To Billy and Denny, congratulations again to both of you. Thank you for spending time with us, and have some fun as you guys party.
Right. Thank you. Not too much.
I don't know. Jeff, I don't know.
All right. Our race winner, or I should say our Daytona 500 winner, champion has arrived. Mr. Tyler Reddick. Tyler, thank you so much for joining us. I know that the celebration has been well underway, so thanks for spending some time with us. But really, just before we get started with questions, take us through that final lap from your seat in the car, and really just what did it feel like when you realized you had indeed won the Daytona 500?
Well, it wasn't until I was basically back around in front of the speedway on the cool down lap when someone finally said, yes, you won the race. Because obviously, a number of these races have played out where, I crossed the start-finish line first, but in the moment, I'm not looking for, the flashing yellow lights or the green light on the fence. So I'm just, did I win? Did I win? Are you sure you won? It took a couple minutes to get that verification. But in the moment, cross start finish line, the only time I've ever felt the level of emotions I did in that moment was winning the pole at the Charlotte Roval when Rookie was in the hospital. Just, for me, that was a whole different set of reasons, right? Like everything that my son was going through, our family was going through. But crossing the start-finish line first here in this race, the race that, I watched a lot of NASCAR racing growing up, but I would never miss a Daytona 500 as a little kid growing up out in California, sitting with my family on Sunday watching this race. And I just, again, dreamed of one day just having an opportunity to run this race. And I've had, this is my 8th opportunity to run this race, I believe. And it wasn't the smoothest day, but, when it mattered at the very end, we did a really good job of being in the mix. And we had that caution with, 8 or 9 laps to go. It was hitting me like the weight of the moment, how this situation that I am getting ready to be in on this restart is a situation I've been dying to have, an opportunity I've been dying to have my entire life. And to kind of screw it up and lose the lead a couple laps in, and, the top's rolling, taking the white. I was like, damn, that sucks. And then, they wrecked. And it was just, it may have seemed chaotic watching it, but from my seat, the whole last lap played out really slow and really smooth, and everything kind of just fell into place how I wanted it to.
All right, we're going to go ahead and open for questions. As always, if you have a question, raise your hand. We're going to work to get a mic to you, and we're going to start with Jenna Fryer, and then, go ahead, Matt. We'll start with Matt, and then go to Jenna.
Sorry, Jenna. I don't know how much you've been able to Matt Weaver, motorsport.com. Been able
Hi,
to.
Matt. Yeah, I know.
I know. Thanks, Allie. I don't know how much you've been able to like digest the replays, or if it's
Just once.
Just
I've
once,
only seen
okay.
it once. Yeah.
Just the importance of Riley there, just giving
It
you
was-
the
yeah, it's that-
pushes you
yeah.
needed. How vital was he?
Critical. I mean, I don't win that race without Riley Herbst. That is a fact. And I think for me, I respect him even more, on the front stretch for, he pushed me, to the 38. I got to 38, and now I'm in front, the 9's in front of me, and I make my move. And, I love that he made the move that at the moment was right for him to win the Daytona 500. And I told him that, man, I'm sorry it didn't work out for you in the way that you wanted it to, but you did, in my opinion, he did everything right on that last lap as well, pushing me and then doing everything he could to win the race for himself. Obviously, they all crashed, but he did a really good job today as well.
And then anyone that's covered you over the last year, we've seen the emotional roller coaster you've been on, and just professionally and personally, right? So to go through a winless season, to come back here, process that, all the things at home to win the Daytona 500, just what is that like riding that just from inside your shoes?
Yeah, I mean, I never knew when I had the opportunity to race Cup, if I would win Cup races, but when I did, I enjoyed it a lot. And, I had a number of years there where I won multiple races. So to have last year play out the way that it did was rough. Obviously, everything else happening outside of the racetrack was not easy to manage as well with my son. And so to get through all that, and here we go, it's 2026, and go race. I definitely worked really hard in the off season, but it's tough when you don't win. You got all these expectations to win multiple races, be for championships, and we didn't really live up to those last year. So we had a lot of hard conversations in the off season on top of everything else that was going on, and to be able to dig down deep and get recentered, reset, if you will, and come into this year. And I mean, yeah, we didn't have the perfect race, but the last stage went really well for us. It was the kind of execution we've been dying to have on the speedways to win, like we did at Talladega a couple years ago. So to be able to do it the way that we did and just be in the mix at the end is everything we could have asked for. I'm just really proud of how honest everyone at 2311 on my team and in the organization was with each other, having the tough conversations to kind of, work this stuff out so that when we get into 2026, we're not trying to fix 2025 in 2026. We're reset, we're ready to go. And it's one race, certainly, but to do it the way that we did today with the day that we kind of had, it says a lot about the work we put in the offseason.
All right, Jenna, go ahead.
Jenna Fryer, AP. Congratulations, Tyler. Danny was in here talking about a team meeting a few weeks ago that I assume you were at, where he reminded everyone of how happy Michael was when you won Talladega. And he said, you guys are the only ones in the world who have the ability to bring him that joy.
Yes.
What does it feel like to give a guy who's won everything possible to a Daytona 500 win?
It's kind of like what I told him, Matt. It's the stuff you dream of as a kid. Now, I definitely didn't look in the future and know that I'd be driving for Michael Jordan in a Cup car, but to be able to have someone like Michael Jordan believe in me enough to want me to drive here, someone like Denny Hamlin to believe in me enough to want me to drive here, and then deliver in these clutch moments, like I've been able to do over the last couple of years. 2025, I didn't, obviously, but to bounce back from that rough year we had last year, and just try and do my best to deliver on the promises that I make to them and vice versa, just to be able to do these great things for Michael, someone that loves racing as much as he does and is passionate about winning as much as I am or Denny is, to be able to come through on those promises and meet those expectations is the type of stuff that you just love to be able to do. And for me, as a kid growing up, I wanted to, be a Cup driver. I wanted to win races in the Cup Series, but to be able to do it for the type of people that I'm able to it just doesn't seem like real life. It doesn't seem like reality. So I'm just trying to do everything I can to soak in the moment, and just really thankful that people like Michael, people like Denny, Curtis, Gene, my whole team, the whole organization believe in me enough to let me strap into the 45 and go out there on the racetrack.
All right, we're going to go to Jeff Gluck here in the far corner.
I feel like probably a lot of the preparation for super speedways comes down to thinking that it's going to be a big pack at the end and making moves with the lines
Correct.
and stuff.
Yeah.
But so this was such a weird one where the pack was broken up and you had like a couple guys out on an island and the runs are coming back and forth. What did you do to adjust, and what was going through your head as you're like, oh, I mean, you're taking a run, but you don't know we haven't seen it enough to really know what that kind of stuff does, if that makes sense.
True, but also the nice thing about having the run is the guys that you're catching also don't know what's going to happen either, right? Because they're not used to it as well. So it's nice being the one that has the run. But yes, we've seen a number of races play out where it's 2x2 and you try and surge at the right time, and this was anything but that. And yeah, certainly no one really knows what's going to happen, and I think that's where I was fortunate to be in a position where I had momentum, but also then just trust my instincts. The way this race ended kind of reminds me of Talladega a couple years ago when I was at RCR. It was kind of the same thing, just a very unorthodox ending to the race, and you just kind of trust your gut, I feel like some of these races I've been able to win, whether it's in Cup or in other things in my life, when things get really chaotic, I'm able to just lean on instinct, and things just feel like they happen slow, and I'm able to just, more times than not, get the job done.
Will people go back and watch this and try to learn what happened from this, or are people going to say, there's so many things that happened, it's so weird, that was just a weird one?
I mean, in the moment, it felt that way, but after watching the replay once or twice, it's like, man, there's a lot. I mean, it's all very specific, but there's a lot of things that certain drivers did, whether it was Riley or whether it was Zane or even Chase, that kind of set up, the perfect scenario for me to do that. So to some degree, yeah, as a driver, you want to go back and look at the stuff and see what you can learn. But yeah, the way that the whole last lap played out with the crash, with the Spire cars, it makes it very outside of the normal of what we've seen at a place like Daytona.
All right, we're going to go Dan and then Bob. Go ahead, Dan.
Dan Gelston, Associated Press. Tyler, I mean, how is Ricky doing? I mean, there was a big update last year. How is he doing? Was he able to travel? Is this something?
Yeah, he's here. He did great. I mean, he's been. He came home around Martinsville weekend last year. It's just been doing really good ever since he came home. I mean, he was doing good in the hospital too, but yeah, it was really cool. We got to take like a 3-day vacation, do a little Disney cruise out of Canaveral before coming up here on Monday, and it was awesome. Like he's always been kind of crawling, but he started to figure it out on the cruise ship, which was fun. Then basically ever since we've been here in the bus here at the track on Monday on, he's been like a speedster, crawling fast. So he's seen some of the other kids, some of Briscoe's kids, some of the other little ones running around the playground that are probably way less than Rookie. He's a big kid for his age, walking, and he wants to already do that too. So a fun little milestone happened while we were here. He started really crawling fast, and we have to keep up with that, keep him away from the stairs in the bus.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Bob, go ahead.
Bob Pockers, Fox Sports. Was Rookie in victory lane? I saw it with Bo was there.
Yeah, they both were.
Can you explain the emotions of seeing Rookie in victory lane and what that meant to you, and then compare that to seeing Michael Jordan in victory lane?
Yeah, we're kind of hitting all of it at once. Yeah. I mean, yeah, basically the way it plays out, I was wondering where my family was as I'm out on the front stretch, doing the interview and everything. I was just ready for my son, like in the duel a couple years ago, to come running across the grass. But my wife and everybody was kind of waiting for victory lane. So I didn't see him out there, but when I was rolling up to victory lane, I saw Chip Weil. I saw Bo with Chip. Bo jumped in the car, so that was really fun. But yeah, I just remember getting out of the car, and typically I've just been able to focus on Bo and my wife, and it's like, well, Rookie's getting to experience this for the first time too. And Rookie's a trooper, whether it's been the Thunderbirds, you know, blasting over the track, just super loud and stuff I love. You know, I think I remember when Bo was really young, when the Thunderbirds would go over the track or whatever it was, things that were super chaotic, Bo was, you know, okay with, but he'd cry. And like Rookie, he's total opposite. Like the more crazy it is, whether it's from me, whether it's from Bo, whether it's from the Thunderbirds, or just stuff happening around us like in Victory Lane, Rookie loves the stuff. Like the crazier it is, he just starts laughing and just loves it. So he's just, he's wild, like his dad.
Like I'm curious, was it like different emotions to see family versus seeing the basketball?
Yeah,
It's
like,
just an interesting dynamic. to
Yeah,
me.
yeah. I know what you're saying. Yes, the emotion I shared with my wife, my sons, is you know, it's more reflecting on the personal things that we've went through, the struggles, the hard times, the uncertainties of knowing what's going on with Rookie. Is Rookie going to be okay? You know, what's going on there? You know, so for us to have this moment in this race, you know, again, everything we went through at the tail end of last year and through the offseason, getting back under our feet, has its own place. And then over on the other side, right, like with Denny and Michael and my team, you know, for my team, we worked really hard on all these things in the offseason to improve it and come out of the gate strong. And, well, we did. We won the first points paying race. So, and then with Denny and Michael, it's, you know, those two have believed in me for years. They wanted me to be a part of 2311. And so it's, you know, a mix of coming through on the promises that I made for them and they made for me type of thing. And they believed in me a lot. Believed in me a lot. And they wanted me to be here part of 2311 really badly. We made it all work. And these are the type of moments that I'm supposed to deliver on them for. And it's just nice to be able to do that.
All right, we're going to keep going here. Dalton, go ahead.
Hey, Tyler. Dalton Hopkins with Front Stretch. So do you buy Riley Herbst a beer? I mean, how do you thank a guy for pushing you to a Daytona 500 victory?
Whatever he wants, I'll buy it for him. Yeah. Well, me and him will figure it out. You know, he's, I remember when he was, you know, last year, starting the year, we both like coffee a lot. And I was telling him, like, yeah, I really want to have a Jura. We got Keurig machines on the hauler. And I'm like, I don't like drinking coffee out of a plastic cup. And I told him, like, I want to have a nice coffee machine on the hauler. And I said, yeah, like a Jura would be really nice. He's like, oh, I love Jura. So me, like, right from the very beginning, you know, he didn't have to. He's a good guy. Me and him split a Jura coffee machine. They're fairly expensive, but, you know, freshly ground coffee is way better than coffee in a plastic cup. And, I mean, just from day one, he's always been just outstanding. And, yeah, I don't know what I can do for him, but whatever it is, I'll make it happen. That's a fact.
And I think if I remember, I saw correctly, you got out of the car initially with Bo on top of it, correct?
Yeah.
That photo is one of the most popular things that comes out of this race, and it's going to be seen all over the world for until the end of time. When people look at this race, when you think of that as a father and getting to share that moment with Bo, and he's old enough to remember this, I mean, how important is that to you to be able to have him with you in that moment?
Yeah, I mean, it's super important. I was standing, you know, in the grass, you know, in front of the start-finish line at Daytona. After I just won the Daytona 500, I'm looking for my family. You know what I mean? Like, it's the biggest race you can win as a Cup Series driver, and I'm looking for my family to try to figure out, you know, it's important for me to celebrate it with them. So on the way to Victory Lane, being able to pick him up, take him with me into the Victory Lane in the car, I mean, that's what it's all about. yes, I'm the one in the car driving it, but we go on the road as a family. I remember when I was a kid growing up racing dirt, me and my family went on the road. We made, my family, my sister would make their sacrifices to go on the road with us. It's about celebrating the wins as a family. And in the tough times, my son has done a great job of really helping lift my spirits up. I can't think of a specific moment at this time, but there's been plenty of times I've come back to the bus and we're getting ready to go ahead to the plane when I've just been irate or just sad because of something I did on the racetrack. And my son's done a really good job picking me up in those moments too. So we share these moments as a family together. Absolutely.
All right, we're going to continue with questions. We're going to go ahead with John Newby here.
John Newby, Fan Buzz. I don't have the exact way that Denny phrased it, but he said essentially that winning the Daytona 500 and then especially so early in the year would kind of lighten you up to go through the rest of the season and, possibly hit greater heights. I'm just curious, are you kind of conscious of that feeling yourself?
I would say, for me in my career in the Cup Series, I typically come here, go to Atlanta or whatever it is, and crash at both of these places and start really heavy in the hole. Then we go out west and I kind of catch up. So for me, in the grand scheme of things, starting the year off on a good note, winning this race is obviously a big thing, but having a solid point stay, all those things with how this is going to work out this year, it's a big positive. Again, kind of tying back into the conversations me and the whole team had in the off season about what we got to improve and correct to be able to come out to a race like this that's so hard to win, and it's easy to kind of get off on the strategy and the execution of. We did a really good job of in the final stage. So we've done a really good job of setting ourselves up for success, and I think this just, if anything, is going to motivate us to work that much harder at the start of this year as we get going.
All right, we're going to go Claire and then Davey over here.
Claire Beeline, Dialed In Journal. When you made your move that won the race and you were thinking about it and you held off just to the right moment, right? After last year, A, did you lose your confidence last year? And then B, it's such a commitment track, you got to go. When you decide to go, you got to go get it. Were you at all thinking, well, what if it doesn't work? And how did you boost the confidence from last year into making a move like that?
They played out very differently to me, the 2 years. But again, I feel like middle of the race, everyone, we kind of had a chat about, we got to do what's best for the 45. And yeah, we're going to work with our Toyota teammates as much as we can. But I was definitely worried about other people a little bit too much. And it was a good time in stage 2 to kind of have that conversation. Because it really set myself up to have a real big shift going into stage 3 of how I'm going to approach the race, the rest of the race, how am I going to approach the end of the race. And so, yeah, for me, I feel like as much as it stung to not really have a good stage 1 and stage 2, it was necessary to have the stage 3 that we did to be able to win the race.
So did you and Riley, you talked about some of the coffee maker and all that, but did you ever have a conversation with him? The manufacturers meet and talk about we're going to work together. Did you ever have that conversation about helping each other, pushing each other? Hey, I'm going to help you. You're going to help me, whatever. Did you have that?
There's been plenty of conversations between, Phoenix at the end of last year and now, but it's pretty much understood. If we see one of our cars and that's that situation, if we're in a position to be able to push one of our own cars, we're going to do it. And he did an outstanding job of it. And again, I love that he did everything he could to help me, but he also helped himself in the process of it. I would have been still happy to win the race if he would have just stuck with me. But I love that he, just like we've talked about, leading up to this race, help your teammate, but also help yourself. And he did the right things to put himself in position to potentially win the race as well. And I respect him a lot for that.
All right, we're going to go Davey and then Steven in the middle. Go ahead, Davey.
Davey Siegel with SiriusXM. Tyler, I don't know how much of the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race, got that right, and the truck race that you watched this weekend, but it seemed like race control let things play out a little bit more over the course of the weekend. Some incidents in the past that may bring out a yellow, whether it was single or multi-car, they let go green. And one of the wrecks on the last lap, the first one that kind of allowed you to scoot through to have yourself in a good position, could have triggered a yellow, but it didn't. How aware were you of that, maybe even going into the race? And in the moment, I'm sure it's very chaotic.
Yeah,
but
I mean, not much in the moment, but, across the series, when these things happen, it's typically, yes, you see cars have contact with one another or the wall and then come spinning across the track, but they don't impact the inside safer barrier very hard. And so, yeah, you got cars spinning across the track, but they're off the racing surface. They're kind of out of harm's way. When we come back around, we're only going to run to the start-finish line. So, on one hand, yeah, I guess I was surprised because the way that, McDowell and Hosfar got together, I was expecting them to hit something harder than they did. But, I mean, these cars are pretty draggy. When they get sideways, they do slow down quite a bit. So, I mean, again, once I understood the caution wasn't coming, I moved on to the next thing I needed to do to try and win the race.
you said that no one talked to you on the radio until almost a full cooldown lap?
I think they were trying to, but everyone was losing their mind, most likely.
So what were you thinking?
I didn't know if I'd won the race or not. I mean, in the moment, I knew I crossed the start-finish line first. But I did, I don't know if the yellow light was on before I got the start-finish line and Chase was ahead of me. I don't know any of that stuff. Yeah, everyone wrecked, but again, I didn't want to get ahead. I didn't want to get ahead of myself. I didn't want to think I'd won the race and then be told a couple seconds later I hadn't. That'd be devastating, especially after last year running second. So I was just trying to keep myself in check until I knew I'd won.
All right, Steven, go ahead, and if I can get a microphone to Holly up front, please.
Steven Toronto, West Toronto 92 Network. Tyler, you've experienced winning at Daytona before between the truck race 2015, the O'Reilly race 2018. Mm-hmm. And so obviously you've experienced what it's like to win a race at Daytona and to feel what that's like. But I'm trying to figure out the best way I can phrase this and not just have it be a road, how does this compare to that? But what is it like to, I guess, just compare the feeling of the truck race, the O'Reilly race, and then those compared to the Daytona 500 specifically?
Yeah, I think there's a few ways to look at this, but I think for me, I'm excited for what this year holds. When I won that truck race here, I went on to have a really good fight with Eric Jones for the Truck Series title that year. Ultimately, came up a little bit short. That was my best shot to win a Truck Series championship on that year. I looked to, the year I was with JBMotorsports and won that race in dramatic fashion against my teammate and Elliott Sadler. I had a pretty rough year between that point and Homestead at the end of the year, but we learned a lot together, we grew a lot together, and then we went on to win a championship. So, for me, I'm excited to see what this year holds. Typically, when I've won at Daytona to start the year off, things have come together by the end of the year for me. Things go well, so I'm excited for what that means. But yeah, I never knew where the first place I'd win, a race across the 3 series would be. I thought possibly it could be Vegas, with how I've ran there, in the Cup car in recent years. But for it to happen here, it just seems very fitting.
Gotcha. Thank you, Tyler.
Yeah.
All right, we are going to go to Holly. Go ahead, Holly.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
Tyler. Holly Kane with the NASCAR Wire Service. The photos that I'm seeing on social media, Michael Jordan is got a grin like I haven't seen him have since he became involved in NASCAR. how aware are you of the joy that you have produced for someone that's already a champion in another sport? It's really something to look at.
Yeah, I'm very aware. It's very fulfilling. You know, these are the kind of things that I wanted to deliver to Michael, to Denny, to Curtis, to the entire ownership group. So, yeah, we didn't dominate the race today by any means, but in the clutch moments at the end on the final lap, we found a way to deliver. And so for me, I'm very thankful to be in this position, to have the trust of people like Michael Jordan, Denny Hamlin, to be able to drive the 45 and in these situations deliver.
All right, we'll take a question in the back.
Jessica Garcette, Grandstand Magazine. First of all, congrats, Tyler. I actually had the chance to drive a few laps around Daytona this weekend, and I have to say my hat's off to you and to all the drivers. It's a lot harder than it looks. I want to go back a bit and ask you about your first time driving around a track like Daytona. Can you explain your feeling, what you were thinking, and then looking back on that, did you ever think a day like today was possible?
I only dreamed it was possible. I think what year it was, I don't think I'll get right, but I remember I needed to run a test here for Cunningham Motorsports a long time ago to be able to, you know, I had to run the test here in ARCA for Cunningham. I had to run the ARCA race. I think we ran like third or fourth that day to be able to run the Truck Series race the next day for BKR in my first part-time year in the Truck Series. So, yeah, I just remember going out there in that ARCA test and just thinking, man, this is crazy fast, and it just seems so surreal. I've watched so many races here as a kid growing up, and I'm finally on the racetrack, and you know, I'm testing by myself, single car stuff, but nonetheless, it's like I've always dreamed of being able to drive off of turn 4 through the tri-oval and see the stands. Yes, they were empty when I tested here, but just seeing this place, I mean, it's just stuff I dreamed about. So, yeah, never would I know it would lead to me sitting here talking to you guys about winning a Daytona 500. But certainly as a young kid growing up, I always dreamed that hopefully this would one day be reality.
Okay, I know we have one here in the middle. Do you have a question? Go ahead.
Danielle Anderson, Flagler News Weekly. There was a real kind of all-American vibe out there among the fans to this today. Very family-friendly, hometown kind of feel. What would you say to all the young fans that were out there today about their dreams and never giving up?
Yeah, I think for me, I remember it, but I can't tell you what dang year it was, so long ago. But I was racing at Volusia Speedway. I think it was the year Kenseth won the rain shortened race here. But we raced in Volusia for like my first or second time in a late model, and me and my family, we came out to the racetrack. We parked our toter home, I feel like a mile and a half away from the dang racetrack, but we had tickets on the backstretch grandstand, and our whole family, we went up in the backstretch there, and we watched the race, and I just remember thinking, this is the craziest thing I've ever seen. I had the opportunity to go to Bristol and Nashville in years past, but for me, you know, being at Daytona and seeing the Cup cars on the racetrack was just so unreal. Like, I've gotten to watch it on TV, but being here and watching that was just a really cool moment. And it was a shame the race did get rain shortened and everything, but just every time the cars came down the backstretch, I mean, they're moving. I mean, they're going so fast. And it was just a really fun moment to be able to spend with my family. Yeah, it was a shame it got shortened by rain, but we still had a bunch of fun. And I think for me, you know, you never know what the future holds. If you keep your dreams big, if you work really, really hard, obviously you got to make sacrifices along the way as well, whether it's yourself or your family. And everyone in my family put a lot into this. I put a lot into this. My parents, my grandfather, my grandparents. And it just took everyone's teamwork like we had today to make moments like this reality.
All right, I believe Zach had a question right here.
Zach Sterniolo, NASCAR.com. Tyler, congratulations. Are you someone who pays attention to your legacy in the sport at all, and like just kind of these like milestone
The only
moments?
part of it that I kind of have is the amount of second place finishes I've had. It drives me nuts, the amount of second place finishes I have. I'm on par to be, all time of the current drivers, the way I've gone so far. But just that part.
To finally have a crown jewel win on your resume now, what do you feel like this does to? I don't know that you needed to have anything like that to validate.
I needed crown jewels. I really thought. I mean, you never know how things are going to go, but I really thought the place that would happen first would possibly be the the Coca-Cola 600. Then being here, I mean, I was always okay there at RCR2, but since being at 2311, we go to Darlington for the Southern 500. I thought, okay, well, maybe it'll happen there too. But yeah, to be able to get this one before the others. I know I wanted Indy, but it was the road course, so I don't know if it kind of falls under the umbrella. But this one really stands apart on its own. Obviously, like, you're a champion.
All right, we're going to go to Dustin and then Peter. Go ahead, Dustin.
Dustin Albino, JC. Tyler, you mentioned all the seconds, but you're just the fourth driver in the modern era to win their first 9 races at different tracks. What makes you such a
Say that again? What?
You're the fourth driver in the modern era to win your first 9 races at different racetracks.
Oh, wow.
What makes you such
not very consistent, I guess. I say I'm consistent, I'm not.
Well, the list is pretty good. It's Jeff Gordon, Kyle Busch, and Bill Elliott. So, like, what?
Shit. Okay. That is a good list.
What makes you so versatile?
I think it's my dirt racing background. I really do. When I grew up racing, outlaw karts in California, we raced at like 3 or 4 different racetracks, but man, you could go to those places and every night they're a little bit different. Volusia down the road. I remember some years we come here and it'd be hooked up fast all night long, and some years we come here and it'd just be slick and slow and hard to get a hold of. And I think just as a dirt racer growing up, you just always have to be prepared for things to go in a direction you're not expecting. And that can happen, in asphalt racing and stock car racing. But just, I feel like, Paducah, Kentucky is a great example of this. Like, you go there sometimes and it would be slicked off in hot laps. And then other times you go there and it's wide open all night long. Whether, I-55 Speedway, Ken Schrader's racetrack over in St. Louis, same thing. And so I think just being versatile is the name of the game of a good dirt racer. And I did everything I could to kind of emulate what I would see from those guys growing up. When I was a young kid, I'd go to Silver Dollar Speedway and watch Steve Kinzer just dice it up. And as I got older, I got to work with guys like, Scott Bloomquist and work with, be around like guys like Steve Richards with Rocket Chassis. And there's just so many really smart people I got to be around and I got to learn a lot of things from. And I think, just having that versatile background from the dirt racing side of things kind of set me up to be able to adapt to, the different tracks that we go to. I felt like I found a way to screw it up just about every time I went there, but like going to Chicago and that being as different as it was, being able to adapt quick. And that's why I'm excited to go to San Diego here soon. So I think just the adaptability of a dirt racer really comes in handy a lot of places we go.
All right, Peter, go ahead.
Tyler, right here to your left. Peter Strada with TSJ Sports. Going off those last few questions, you're the first one to win all 3 February races here, trucks, Xfinity, and Cobb. Just what is your reaction to hearing that?
I wondered that. So, yeah, since I won the Xfinity race here, I was telling myself I need to pick it up and win a dang Cup race here. Well, obviously the 500, so that is interesting. I wondered if that was a thing or not, so I'm glad you told me. But I don't know, something about February and Daytona works okay with me. I like racing here in the summer a lot too. Obviously, it's a little bit more slick and handling's a factor, but yeah, whether it was the truck race or that Xfinity race, or sorry, the O'Reilly Auto Parts race, you know, a couple years ago, or today, all 3 days when I rolled into the racetrack, obviously three totally different phases of my life. On those 3 days, something just felt right, and it came to be reality.
All right, we're going to take our final question.
Yeah, Edgar Thompson, Orlando Sentinel. What would Michael Jordan say to you? What would you guys do when you shared that moment?
He was very proud of me. He's always wanted to win that race, this race, and you know, it kind of just kept going back to, you know, this is why he wanted me to be here. And Denny, same thing. You know, they talked about, you know, my instincts as a driver, and the way that last lap played out. There was no premeditated thoughts. It was just all going off instincts and gut. So, yeah, they were just obviously really happy. But again, the way that race played out is why they wanted me to drive the 45 in situations like that, delivering, and it was nice to be able to do that.
Well, what's your memory of him as a player, and what's it mean just to be able to celebrate that moment? I know Holly kind of asked you, but you know, get a bear hug and everything from, you know, the greatest athlete maybe ever.
It's incredible to be able to have him as an owner on a number of levels, but to have someone like that believe in you as a driver, believe in the team, and then support myself and the team the way that he does means the world to us. Again, when it came about me possibly going to 2311 to race there, to have someone like Michael Jordan and Denny Hamlin saying, "You're our first pick. You're the guy that we want most." It's like, oh geez. I mean, again, I don't even think I'd want to race at RCR yet. So I mean, it's just crazy. But they believed in what I bring to the table. So it's nice to be able to deliver on those things for people like that.
Well, Tyler, thank you for spending so much time with us here. Enjoy these next couple days, and
Hours,
congratulations
days.
again on winning the Daytona 500.
Thank you. Awesome. Oh.
Yeah. Congrats.